I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from sunny but cold Los Angeles, California. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, it's Monday News Day, baby. You already know what it is. Okay, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It's November 18th, 2024. I cannot believe what has become of this year. It's completely gone. Do you even have a Monday? I don't. Not really. But I guess technically this is. Anyway, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in my world, in the world of Hasan Abi Piker. It's 48 degrees, by the way, and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. 48 degrees in California is pretty crazy. What is this Mexico filter? It's not. I need to fix it a little bit. I need to lower it a little bit. It's like perhaps a bit too dark. Or I mean, a bit too warm. It's 70 in Ohio. That's nuts. You going to Japan to visit the Japanese Communist Party? Yes. Folks, it's Monday. It is November. 5K viewers, Big Bro fell off. Yep, it's over. My career is over. 12 minutes in, we got 5,000 viewers in here. I should end it. Oh, never mind. It's actually 8,000. And in a second, it'll probably be, 20,000, but I should quit regardless. I should quit. I should hang it up. It's Jover, baby. It's Jover. The career is Jover. It's Jover. We got Jovid. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker. Okay? in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Last night I ended the broadcast and I, hung out with my little bro and my mom. We ordered some KBBQ, and honestly, I had KBBQ the night prior to that as well in Texas. Okay. I had Korean barbecue the night before in Texas as well. But honestly, it was fantastic. It was smart. It was smart to do. And here's why. Okay, are you ready for this? Because that Korean barbecue paired up with the at least 4,000 calories worth of crumble cookies that I got. I put in my body, honestly, helped me put up some big weight that I haven't in a while. You're dressed like a Zodiac suspect? $290 for 8, and I just ripped it too. Yeah, great track choice. Thank you. All I see are dogs in this vid. Yeah. Weird. I got an error message the first time I clicked on the stream. Said this content doesn't exist. Beast, good work. I know you've been working hard. Happy for you, homie. Normally I hit like 275 or 280. And I kind of tap out and I don't have decent form in that situation. But the thing is, the realizing that maybe I shouldn't always be in a deficit, it helped me. Like not being in a fucking deficit, and actually eating has been quite helpful in figuring out, in reaching heavier weights. Oh, look, another Hasan Abi calls a shop moment. Yeah, I know. I'm always right, but too early, baby. Don't you forget it, okay? There he is, Shinzo Abe. Also, obviously, I'm excited because tomorrow I'm gonna be working with Dr. Mike Israetel. Okay, the good doctor, my goat. Big fan of his, as you guys know. And we're going to do a little workout session. Later in the day tomorrow. So should have done legs with him. No, I'm going to be doing like a variety. We're doing pull exercises tomorrow. But honestly, I'm not going to go super heavy. Like I'm not trying to impress him. I actually just want him to see my workout. I want him to see like my environment. Mike's gonna fuck you up, bro. He works out hard. Nah, I don't think so. I think we're gonna make out. I'm very excited. You guys don't understand how gay shit is going to get tomorrow. Okay, you don't understand how gay it will get. Now, obviously, Dr. Mike and the way he looks, like his physique is I don't think very appealing to gay men or women. It's more so for straight guys, but I'm very excited to hang out with him. Very, very excited. But yeah, don't edge me like that, bro. No, I'm fucking edging you. Another workout stream. The editing girlies are gonna go crazy. Please avoid politics as much as you can. We want for you to live. Why? I know we have disagreements on politics, but I don't care. I love him. I don't give a shit. All right. Also, happy birthday to Sean the Black. Can you ask Dr. Mike what exercise one he needs to do to get the shape of head he has? I think that's you can't. That's just being brolic. It like comes with the territory. He was pretty serious on Miskiv stream. Wait, really? He's not very. He's not very. He's unserious on his own. So I don't know. Maybe because Miskiv is so goofy, like he just wasn't being. He was being super serious because of that. Maybe, I don't know. But you gonna stream the workout? Yeah. Serious and Miskiv in the same sentence? Yeah, I mean, maybe he was just like playing off of Miskiv, and that's why he was coming across serious. But thank you to Macy's for the playlist. Where are you gonna work out? No, I'm gonna work out at my gym. And my trainers are so stoked. Another bald guy for you to chase after? Yes. But that's it. You should play basketball with Dr. Mike Vershovsky. Which one is that? Is that the sexy Dr. Mike? Well, I guess my sexy Dr. Mike is Dr. Mike Israel, but there's another sexy Dr. Mike on YouTube who's like a medical doctor. In any case, yeah, worked out this morning. I still, unfortunately, I used up all my juice. We have a new split where we do like upper body, lower body push, upper body, lower body pull. So on the upper body, lower body push day today, I start off with a squat and then I go into my fucking heavy compound barbell bench press. Both of these are obviously like super difficult exercises to do. And normally, under normal circumstances, people split them up and don't do it together. But we have been doing it together, and it's okay. I mean, I enjoy it, but I'm just glad that I saw for the first time in a while an improvement in weight and my strength in any of my in any of my muscle groups. Because for the past month or so, I have been obviously deficit Daniel, and you know, I look great, but the unfortunate reality is, even if you look great and you are reaching body goals aesthetically, sitting in a deficit and not necessarily feeding your body with more carbs, for example, and eating more. Is lowering my strength. So this was great. Commence bulking season immediately. I'm going to talk to Dr. Mike about that as well. But yeah, other than that, what else? Big week today. Like I said, Dr. Mike tomorrow, Donnie O'Sullivan on Wednesday. So we'll be talking about Morning Joe today. Don't worry. Is that apocalypse happening? Resistance, libs, cave to Trump instantly. Another call. Amsterdam mayor regrets calling hooligan actions a pogrom. Thoughts on Arcane? It's fucking fantastic. I'm so heavily anti-League, as you guys know. I think League of Legends is degenerate. I think no one should play it. I think it should be illegal. MOBA games in general. But honestly, Arcane, I finished season 1 and started watching the first episode of season 2 because it just came out. And oh my God, dude. I mean, it's just so incredible. You know, it's just so good. Arcane is just neoliberalism. Shout out China for making it. Yeah. I am anti-league but pro arcane now, so I'm in like a weird predicament. It's directly against my values, you know. You were so funny on
Like-
Fear End. Oh, it just came out. The new Fear End came out, and there was a lot of predictions we made on there, and I feel like, you know, we got a lot of stuff right on that Fear End that we shot on Wednesday night. Please fix the camera shake. This is literally the most fixed camera shake. Every now and then it'll shake a little bit because the desk shakes. But sorry, but the yellow is a bit intense. Yeah, I know. I know that the yellow is a bit intense. I haven't really figured out the perfect lighting, chat, and I will eventually. Okay. I think this is a little bit better, maybe. It just gets like really dark. It's gorgeous, but the camera shake is prevalent. It's just a bit dark. We haven't been able to figure out it. I haven't been able to figure it out yet, but I'll get to it. Oh, your shirt is it new? No, it's not. But yeah. How do you reconcile liking Arcane and it being French? I don't have an issue. Is that apocalypse happening? Resistance lives, cave to Trump instantly. Amsterdam mayor regrets calling hooligan actions a pogrom. Trump's agenda is scary and will ruin this country. Do you still hate Jinx? No, she's kind of cool. I mean, she's a great villain. But yeah. Am I missing anything? Oh, the Ukrainian attackums. Matt XIV responded to your reaction on Insta. Shout out to Hasan Piker for watching the exact part of my podcast where I thirst over him live on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, come on, you knew it was going to happen. Let's be real. But yeah, okay. Is that apocalypse happening? Resistance lives, Cape the Trump instantly, Amsterdam mayor. Gaming today? Yeah, I might play that Korean dating game. Korean dating sim later. Yeah, Gooner alert. Freaking goon alert, dude. It's time for the goon. But yeah, that I mean, look, the thing is, like, I accidentally downloaded it. As you guys know, my hands are clean, right? My hands are clean. Like last night when I was doing the streamer awards voting, which by the way, you should vote for me for Just Chatting Streamer of the Year. When I was doing the streamer awards voting, I accidentally, like, I was trying to block this game that I saw Mr. Arthur playing, and it was like this Korean dating sim, right? And sometimes crazy shit happens where I think, like, I'm not entirely certain how this occurred, but I guess like Steam has this thing where you block a video game that you're trying to avoid playing, and then like it automatically downloads it for you. And it just like takes, if it's $20, it takes $20 out of your PayPal account, and then automatically, like, I just don't know how it happened, but like, I think it's fair. It's fair and balanced for us. Yeah, here. I mean, it's you can tell. Yeah, I changed the lighting from this from yesterday, and I feel like the lighting was a little bit. Oh, I think it's a little bit better now, the lighting. Anyway, so like you can kind of see, like right here where history will absolve me on this. Like, I was like trying to avoid it, right? Like I was trying to make sure that I don't play this game. But like now that I have purchased it, I guess against my best wishes, like it would only make sense to play the Korean dating game, right? Just for a little bit, just to get a taste of it. And you know, just to understand like what we are truly trying to avoid. Like I'm gonna be playing it while doing this the entire time. Like, oh, I disapprove. Just making sure, you know. So it's just like strictly to, it's basically like journalism. What is the name of the game? 5 Hearts Under One Roof? Is that what it's called? Okay, hold on. It's irrelevant to the, what is it called? 5 Hearts Under One Roof? $20? That's crazy. The fuck? Okay, adding the cart. Hold on. I don't know why I was like sounding it out like that, you know? I just don't know what happened. Like, why was I sounding it out that way? It's weird. Anyway, we'll just, I guess we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Like, but anyway, this is the blast off. Let the people know, baby. We are live. We are alive. Is apocalypse happening? Resistance lives cave to Trump instantly. Amsterdam mayor regrets calling hooligan actions a pogrom. Trump agenda is scary and will ruin this country. Korean dating sim later. Yeah, I was typing it to avoid it. Like I wasn't trying to add to cart. I was like, oh, I don't want to add to cart. Is basically what I was saying, you know? But yeah. So we'll see. This you 5 years ago? What is this?
这是暗淡人生里的星火，是叫醒屈服灵魂的解药，
Is the
是不
antidote
甘
to
后
awaken? Wait, what? Why can't my husband quit smoking? Is this a cigarette I smoke? This is not a smoke. This is a spark in a bleak life. This is an antidote to awaken the yielding soul.
屈服灵魂的解药，是不甘后长叹
This
的
is the
浊气，
turbid air
是
that
儿
sighs
时梦想
unwillingly.
烧
It's
成
the
的
ashes
灰，
of
是
childhood
生活里
dreams.
所说的夕阳，
It's a
是
trivial
崩
sunset
溃
in
之后
life.
我操，
It's
重
the
建的
dawn
曙
of
光。
recovery after the collapse. Damn, that's poetic. Electrochemistry going off. Yeah. What? Sanctions against Israeli? Oh, here we go. Biden administration is going to sanction and then unsanction like 8 Israeli people in the West Bank. We're back. We're so back. Oh, man, he's really doing it. Oh, the mad lad. He's really restricting Israel. He's going, sir, don't you do it. What is this? Is currently hitting the fan in Tel Aviv. Reports of a direct impact of a mall in the east of Tel Aviv as a result of rockets launched from Lebanon. Holy moly. I didn't realize that was going on. That seems pretty crazy. And this is from Ali Hashem too. It's not like this is a real journalist. Not one of those like weird OSIN accounts. It's a distraction from Ben Gvir and the Israeli Attorney General trying to get each other fired. Yeah, so we'll talk about all of the new Trump announcements, including but not limited to using the military, to using the military to basically do mass deportations and stuff. You know, real cool shit, real awful shit in general. So we'll see. We'll see where this goes. But dark days ahead, as always. And let's get started. First, let's do some fun. Like I was saying, what is this? That's our stream.
You will feel a cold sting in your kidney one day, and it'll be me driving a toothbrush into it. You will feel a cold sting in your kidney one day, and it'll be me driving.
Only 20K you fell off. I know, it's all over. Yeah, this week's Fear and podcast was shot on Wednesday and also shot with just me and Will, as opposed to the usual cast. But I think it was really fun. It was basically Fear and Malding. You know, we were back. We're back in like 2018. It was a rare Fear and Malding episode, OG episode. And you know, I did some leaks in here that were pretty fun and pretty cool. So, what is this? Hezbollah defeated, new defense minister says, as rockets bombard north. Oh my God. Bad Empanada video about you. Guys, I don't, come on, please. Like, it's we don't have to go and dive into drama every day, okay? Like, I know it's humorous. I saw the video. Like, we don't have to literally do this every day, okay? It's a troll video. I know. It's just, once again, we do not have to do this every fucking day, okay? Please. I know Ethan made a video on Ludwig, and it's also insane. I know all of it. I know all the things that are going on. It's just, I feel like this is a disservice to many of the normal folk that tune in every single day and want to hear what is going on in the world, right? What? And I feel like I'm doing them a disservice by not covering the news and diving into, you know, just silly fucking drama shit. If I'm gonna dive into silly shit, I'd rather dive into silly shit like this. You know what I mean? Dr. Mike obliterates Miskiff.
So Mike, what's going on right now is there's a 3-minute ad break on Canute's channel, so we should probably wait for the content, you know?
Oh, you're a big influencer, huh, big dog?
I can't talk right
It's a lot of people.
now. I can't think of any witty jokes to say.
You're doing great. We need you to do one more set. I want 8 good repetitions, and I'm going to count.
So make it harder?
Yeah, we want to make it harder. We're making everything hard. That's why we're here. Up.
If you can't get it, you can get it. It's like,
Yes. Again, this could be the last support. Try.
keep it on the
God
heels.
damn
This
it.
is the last one.
Slow.
Keep it on the heels. You're good.
Press.
We had. Keep
Press.
It up. Heels. Go down.
Press.
Go down.
On your toes.
Better,
Heels.
better.
Heels. You're stronger.
There you go, man.
Rack.
Good.
Good. Now don't go anywhere. Come with me. Last bonus round. Face the camera. Come over here. Quickly. This is a matter of time. You're gonna do something fun with me. Get up. Take your stance just like this. Come closer.
25 gifted subs.
Come this way. You're good. Come on. We'll get all the gifts. Go. This way. Good.
Miskiv's legs are like alarmingly weak. His upper body is pretty crazy. His upper body is actually shockingly strong. His bench press is better than mine. Okay. He can outlift me on the bench press. And yet his legs are incredibly weak, like shockingly.
Your hands up like this. Squat down with me. All the way down for a full sit. Sit there. Come up. Down again. Follow me. Down again. Up. Good. Go down slower. It doesn't count. We need 3 more. That's it. Just three. Come on. You're good to go. Let's go. Go. Slowly. Wait. Up. That's 1. Let's do 2 more. Down right away. Slow. Up. And 1 more. Last one. Go.
What's your bench 1 rep max? Today when I was doing bench press, I actually went up to 255 just to feel it. And back in the day, I could do it for like 6 at my peak. 255 for like 6. Actually 265 for 6. But that was, that is no longer something that I can achieve. And even when I was doing 255, like I had a hard time, but I just wanted to have, experience spending time under that weight with the proper form and focus on the eccentrics a little bit. Specifically because like when I inevitably go back to bulking a little bit and putting on more muscle mass, I will when I put on more muscle mass, I'll be able to go up higher on my bench press. I'll be able to hit higher weights. So yeah.
Slow. Jerry, hold him down. Push up hard. That's it. You're good.
How does it feel not to be at your peak? How do you feel? It doesn't matter because like it's different strokes for different folks. For me, I care about the aesthetics and I care about my cardio. And on both fronts, I'm pretty good. I care about basketball. I care about looking good, and I care about feeling good, and I care about having decent cardio. And the fact that I can, at the age of 33, run a fucking full sprint, coast to coast, nonstop, full basketball game is, you know, pretty solid. And yeah, I'm good. Like, I'm happy. It's just different. Like, you can't max out on everything. Okay. This is something that a lot of people don't realize. You can't really max out on every single thing, right? Like, you have to set certain goals that are reasonable and try to achieve those goals. You have to tackle those goals. And not every single thing, like, you're not going to be able to improve your bench press and your squats at the same time, right? Like, you're not, or unless you're bulking, in which case you might be able to. But if you're main gaining, for example, you're not going to be able to hit everything. You're not going to be able to also do cardio while simultaneously lose weight and lose fat and also gain muscle at the same time. So unless you get some medical help, medical intervention is the way to go in that circumstance. So for me, being a natty baddie, I have some limitations. A natty baddie at the age of 33, I obviously have some severe restrictions on what I can do and what I can't do. And I think within the confines of those natural restrictions, I'm pretty happy with where I've gotten. Yeah, or you're a beginner. Exactly. That's another thing. You can get a lot of gains when you're beginning to work out. But there's also different advantages. There's also different advantages to being like an experienced lifter as well. Like, you can, pick it back up. You have the muscle memory. Recomp is a real thing, Beginner gains are great, but recomp is also fantastic if you've been dormant for some time. But yeah, I guess he killed Mischief.
I have an influencer in my hands. Finally. Never let him go. If you start peeing red, we were never here.
Chad, I think he's a great guy and all, but I don't know if we should hang out again after this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
why are you guys saying he was being really serious? It doesn't seem like it.
I mean this in the most inclusive 2024 way, but pain in the legs after leg workout is one of the most distinct signs of impending homosexuality that like any doctor or scientist has ever come up with. So the good news is you're going to make a lot of friends really soon at various clubs.
Yeah, I mean, I was walking like this last night anyway.
So. Dr. Mike is also the gayest straight man alive. It's really funny because he's so incredibly gay, even though he's not, as a straight man. And he is like living proof that the more you work out, the gayer you get, which I will be talking to him about as well. But yeah, let's get started. Before we get to some serious news, let's get started with a brief update on the adpocalypse, the impending doom on twitch.tv. If you've been following for the past couple of months, there has been a bunch of communities that have been actively trying to get some news coverage and some momentum surrounding this platform that we're on being really anti-Semitic. Ironically enough, they're on YouTube and on Kick for the most part, which are, objectively more openly anti-Semitic platforms. Like, I don't think the platforms themselves are anti-Semitic, but they host a shit ton more openly overt anti-Semitic content creators. Oh shit, here we go again. I mean, it's not, oh shit, here we go again. I'm just like going to briefly go through it and explain some stuff. There's been a deliberate effort to basically go to there is a deliberate effort to go to basically every single advertiser that advertises on Twitch and tell them like, oh, this platform is anti-Semitic. Look at these articles that were written about how anti-Semitic this platform is. Please, reconsider advertising on this platform. They've been doing this for quite a while, to limited success. And this is also alongside the initiatives to go to ADL directly to try to get the ADL to add new restrictions on what you can and can't say on this platform, including but not limited to content classification labels that were implemented. I use them right now. That's why it says sensitive content when I talk. And also the new additional qualifications for hate speech, including but not limited to saying Zionist. Now, you can still talk about Zionism in the new restrictions, but you can't say Zionist insert animal, for example. Like, that's something you cannot say. Okay. Now, it's a clear-cut caving into capitulation to outside organizations, but it is what it is. I'd love for you to talk to Pirate Software about this. He's been getting fooled by Lacey Misgive clips. Yeah. So what's interesting about it is that there were some content creators, including but not limited to the stock guy, and Lacey, and many other people like FaZe Lacey, FaZe Ronaldo, the stock guy, and numerous other content creators who had said that they were noticing like a severe revenue loss, right? I think Moon had said something about it as well. And some of these guys were basically memeing, like they were just meta chasing, which is what happens. And then there was also very real instances of people losing all of their advertising revenue, like Hasan, who's also another FaZe member. Hasan is Iranian. I had a conversation with him directly, if you remember. And he had Iranian as a tag. He had Iranian as a tag on his Twitch profile for the longest time because he's Iranian and he wants Iranian people to come and watch him. And basically they had just, Iran as a tag, sorry. Basically, Twitch just removed all of their advertising revenue and didn't serve any ads on his page, specifically because it had Iran as a tag. Same with Venezuela, which I think is really, it's really fucked up overall. But the point is, all of this is happening because Twitch is caving to outside pressure coming from, these organizations like the ADL. And hoping that like advertisers don't just like run away from the platform because these guys are pretty aggressively pursuing that. And everything is coming from like an incredibly cynical place. Obviously, these are like kick streamers that are conducting this mass brigading campaign. Ironically enough, and as I say this as someone who is quote unquote woke, right? Who has been on every platform from Facebook to YouTube to Instagram to TikTok to Twitch, that Twitch, of course, has the most restrictive terms of service out of all of these other websites. They do a fantastic job with that, which is why it's ironic that these other platforms where there's no real rigorous application of terms of service can turn around and be like, these guys are actually the real anti-Semites. I promise, don't look at us, look at them. And pull your ads. So it's a weird situation overall, but I think a lot of people were a little confused. And originally the stock guy had said that he had seen a severe loss of revenue and he didn't understand what was going on. But it turns out the severe loss of revenue came from the fact that he had an election tag from his stream because he was covering the election.
I went to my tags and my tags were, my normal tags, but I had a tag that said election because I had covered the market's reaction to the election, not politics, not personal politics, not policy, just the market's reaction. And so Friday before stream, I decided to take that tag off. I took off veteran as well, just in case. And guess what? It came back.
Yeah.
So there's not a fucking adpocalypse. I never said there was an adpocalypse. I said that I'm being affected by other people's shit. And so what did I do? I took off the election tag, and guess what happened? My money came back. So sorry, drama frogs who are like, this is an adpocalypse. No, it's not. No, it's not. It is a advertising thing that is happening with a specific subset on the platform, and I took it off, and guess what? I'm back.
So, are there any real reports of people with the LGBTQ tags losing ads as well? I haven't seen that. But the Iran Persian tags also lower the revenue. If you remember, Saeed from No Pixel RP had his ad revenue lower from 3K a month to 1K. Then he removed them today. Tomorrow his revenue should be better. There's an example if you want to use. Yeah, it's basically it's basically people just like trying to navigate this space to the best of their ability when I don't know how the fuck to explain this basically, but yeah, anything that is like even remotely political, remotely considered political is now automatically, it seems, qualifying you as like a political content creator. And if you are in that political content creator category, it seems like they still haven't, because it's a new category, they automatically don't have ads on that category. They will eventually have ads on that category as well. But because it's a new category, they haven't started serving ads to that category. But right now, as it stands, there's no ads if you are doing political commentary. Now, of course, it doesn't, this doesn't bother me at all, because knowing that this was always an inevitable possibility, I have always worked on ensuring that I have that my primary revenue source is subscribers, you guys. I don't work with advertisers that I don't feel like I want to work with. I don't work with advertisers usually anyway, and this is a part of that. So I'm a firm believer that the political tag should not be monetized by ads because this channel could be ad free. Yeah. Overall, I think it's really, it's really frustrating in general, but this is part of the reason why for years and years I have maintained the position that it's like a much better way to have editorial control and have more freedom with what you can and can't say. If you are to work with a base of subscribers rather than rely on, running ads. Thank you, Majority Report, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. It's very frustrating, though, for smaller content creators who are up and coming, who are in this space, who want to, generate income for themselves or have been relying on the income for themselves. I think it's like it's really messed up that those guys end up getting fucked over by this process. As is the case with everything else, like this only harms smaller content creators, but of course, seemingly no one gives a shit about them, and it's very, very, very frustrating. But overall, advertisers don't really look at anything super seriously. They don't want any sort of motion. Like they're not going to assess the situation and be like, is this cynical or is this serious? They're not going to do that, right? This doesn't mean there isn't a concerted brigade effort cynically mass spamming emails to advertisers urging them to pull ads. There very clearly is one. Ironically enough, it's being led by Kick streamers who happen to have a contract with Kick. Very interesting predicament. So that is the case here. That's what's going on here. But yeah. So far, there hasn't been any real evidence as to this being like a mass adpocalypse. But I mean, look, I know how advertisers work, right? I'm familiar with how advertisers work. I worked in advertising. I know that when they hear any sort of drama or any sort of controversy, they're going to be like, oh, I don't want my fucking brand associated with that. I don't even give a shit what it is, right? Nobody, until it's like Black Lives Matter protests happening all around the nation, you're never going to see a marketing campaign that, you know, puts politics in the forefront. Okay. So for that reason, I think the CCL designation isn't necessarily bad. Like the new content classification label for politics is not bad because I think it partitions off political commentary in a separate space on this platform. I think it's bad in the interim period, and it's bad because, like, of course, when they apply something like this, randomly people catch strays like Kason and like some others. But overall, making sure that this kind of content still exists as long as it does not violate clear-cut, hate speech boundaries. This kind of content existing in a separate category that is sheltered from the rest of the advertising that's running on the platform is a good thing. Okay? It's not necessarily a bad thing at all, because I don't want content creators on this platform to like lose out on revenue opportunities for themselves. Right? I don't. I want them to keep making money and make a career out of this sort of thing. And I think it's ridiculous that like there are people who are championing this cause. So yeah, Trump has declared said he's going to do a national emergency. Is there anything Twitch can do vis-a-vis people representing Kick, like a co-founder or contracted talent on their platform, regarding Twitch advertisers in this way? I think Twitch just needs to do PR, right? They need to do more PR to combat this like ridiculous narrative. But I don't know, I don't know what they're doing overall. Is the apocalypse both a subsequent issue because of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism? No. Islamophobia is not a reason for the apocalypse. I don't think it's a reason for the apocalypse. If anything, Asmongold being banned primed his audience to maybe take action and join the cause and join other communities that were already brigading. But there is no real, like, as far as I know, as far as I understand so far, there is no real apocalypse. Okay? A lot of the content creators that said that they reported massive loss of revenue have either openly admitted that they were farming, joking, or whatever the fuck. There was a clip from specifically Max FaZe, Blackboy Max, who was talking about how like Lacey and Ron are just clip farming, and they shouldn't do that because like there's people like Kason who are legitimately experiencing like a loss of revenue because they're catching strays. Here it is, yeah.
Literally got demonetized because of who he is. So did X. Now, Twitch, fix that. 2, the reason I said I love Lacey, because I don't want to start no problems. And it's not that big of a deal to start problems, and when this rage bait type shit happens, it causes people to take Kason's situation less serious. When it's actually something serious. He didn't get money for no reason. So please be aware of that, okay? Ron, I don't know Ron shit, but he's rage baiting, okay? This is not serious. Ron rage baited too. That's also not serious. Please don't take these niggas serious. And it kind of make it belittle Kason's situation, or if X go through it when it is serious, they didn't get paid. Like Kason dead ass is going through that. So yes, please, Twitch. Kason,
yeah. Ron wasn't clip farming. Twitch had the political tag on a stream because he was watching the election. Oh, okay. Anyway, did you see Ludwig's video about this? I thought it was more serious than it is after watching his video. Yeah, I didn't watch Ludwig's video on this at all, but I also know more than he does on this issue. I'm on the platform. I talk to other content creators on the platform, and I'm also very like I'm probably the other than like Destiny and Dan Saltman, the people who have conducted this campaign, and maybe to a certain degree Ethan Klein, I am probably the most knowledgeable party on what is actually happening. So yeah, no, I don't see any reason to watch Ludwig's video where it very clearly is like uninformed. Especially considering that he himself was duped by a misgive clip farm that he I guess deleted as well from his YouTube video, as I learned about yesterday morning. So, you know, no disrespect. I love Lud. Ludwig is the GOAT, and I find it very funny that people find it in their heart to hate on a guy when he is basically a golden retriever. Straightforwardly, he is one of the most mathematically likable people on the planet. So whenever people get mad at him, I'm like, that's insane. Like, you have to be so far off base to just be like hating on this fucking guy. Like, he's a dork. He's funny. And he is a well-natured person. It is wild to get mad at him. It just feels weird. So that's neither here nor there, but I think it says a lot about people. I also work in advertising with accounts that spend millions a month. You're right that execs won't do any due diligence and touch platforms that have any sort of controversy. Exactly. But I think like the platform taking actions to just say like, no, this kind of content exists on the platform, but in a totally separate vacuum is an appropriate thing to do, because then they can go back to advertising and be like, yeah, this kind of stuff is whatever. It's neither here nor there. Here's our terms of service. We don't allow any sort of like extremist sentiment. And also, even then, when we have different content classification labels, there's like international standards for this sort of stuff, some of which is very strict and is like straightforwardly anti-free speech. And I think for them, they're just doing their very best to work through this process. This is the same conversation that happened with smut streamers. Yeah. Except that didn't really they didn't take it to that level with the difference between what's going on right now versus like hot tub streamers is that there wasn't one group of people that were like clipping, you know, Amaranth streamer or whatever and sending it to every advertiser to be like, Doritos, your ads are running against these these hot tub streamers. Do you feel like it's appropriate? You know, do you feel like it's appropriate to, and then lie basically too? Like in this circumstance, they would have to lie as well and claim that they're doing nudity or whatever and not just like in a hot tub. If they were to do that, then I'm sure there would have been a similar level of motion to that as well. Yeah. And Congress people were not, you know, writing with the congressional letterhead, letters to Twitch talking about, and Amazon talking about like Amaranth's hot tub streams must be put to an end or whatever. Are you thinking of taking a break from Twitch? All this controversy must be exhausting, especially after being on Twitch for so many years. Fuck no. I love how everybody think you got Ludwig to remove a part of his video, though you never even watched it. Yeah, that part of the conversation is somewhat tangentially related to what I'm talking about here as well. But that is just an unfortunate byproduct of easily brigadeable subreddits that still play somewhat of a formative role in the way that people understand what's going on in the platform. Everyone is busy. This is a principle that I've held on to for a very long time. Everyone's busy, so they don't have time to like investigate this stuff thoroughly. And so when enough people can go and brigade a subreddit where like people can just like quickly try to figure out what the fuck's going on, and every single comment is like aligned in a certain perspective, then yeah, of course, people are not going to look into it a little bit. They're not going to look into it any further. They're just going to take it for granted that like I hold the purse for Twitch. I'm the puppeteer of Twitch, and also simultaneously am the reason why there is an adpocalypse happening, because I'm a lover of terrorism and also a massive anti-Semite. Now, of course, all of that is untrue, but it doesn't really matter. I speak for 8 to 10 hours a day. You can clip me out of context to make it seem like I'm on board with anything, really, at that point. I talk about a litany of different issues. So it is what it is. But I do think that, you know, even people who could have had like direct access to someone like myself to ask me what they think is going on, like Ludwig, can sometimes get duped by mischief, clip farming, and trying to get a upvoted Reddit post on LSF. Yeah, none of this is going to matter. Trump's pick for chairman for the FCC is Brendan Carr. He wrote the FCC part of Project 2025. In other news, that is, of course, incredibly not even remotely surprising. Donald Trump is doing a Project 2025 pick, and also the same what do you call it? The same 501c3, 501c4 killer bill is back. Republicans are going to try to push through the House again. So there's that as well. What is LSF? It's just a subreddit that people go to try to, you know, to figure out what the fuck's going on Twitch. But it's like completely brigaded at this point. And that's why this sort of stuff pops off. Asmongold says Hasan is the main reason for the Twitch adpocalypse. This, I think, is already out of context, especially because like Asmongold yesterday took credit for it, and then the day after he said I'm responsible for it, but I don't even think he thinks I'm responsible for it at all. But it doesn't matter. Just ban Hasan. Mizgiv actually knows what's going on. Like, all this stuff is immediately brigaded and upvoted like consistently to create a certain narrative. The stock guy now clarifies there's no adpocalypse, never said there was. I'm sure that if you look at the comments, people are just like, you know, duking it out in the marketplace of ideas. But has all this drama caused you to consider taking a break from not streaming 5 Hearts Under One Roof gameplay? All these years of not streaming 5 Hearts Under One Roof gameplay must have you exhausted. Maybe take a break and stream some 5 Hearts Under One Roof. That's the K dating game, right? What is this? Right? You live rent free in Hasan's head. Yeah, I mean, this guy is just like endlessly posting about me, but it's okay. I don't really care. It's neither here nor there. It's literally just admin and defense completely. Yeah. Let's move on. It's become virtually indistinguishable from Destiny subreddit. Yeah, it has, because it's run by a Destiny Orbiter. Destiny has a cult of cyber harassers, basically cyber terrorists. They call themselves the Dalaban. And not only do they call themselves that, but like they have Orbiter awards, I think, like yearly. And one of the guys that used to actually watch me as well, it was a former Twitch staffer, is now in control of LSF. So if you're confused as to why this kind of insane brigading occurs on LSF, not only do they brigade it, they run the actual subreddit, and they also simultaneously will always write in the comments like, Hasan is always brigading LSF. It just, you know, it is what it is. All right. Bro, none of this passes the bus driver test. Yes, exactly. We're going to do morning show, morning Joe. Don't worry, we got it. 3/4 of their mods are also Destiny mods. Yeah, I know. I've already... If you don't know what orbiter meaning, it comes out from a meaning a person who constantly hangs out with someone they're attracted to, but too shy to talk to. Yeah. We're gonna do morning Joe. Okay. We're gonna do that in a second. What is this? Did you see the Uncle Sam's earlier stream today regarding
Any guess as to who
Department of Education pick?
Trump is looking at for Secretary of Education?
You know, you never know when it comes to Trump, but if I were to put my money on, I'd put it actually on Tiffany Justice, the Moms for Liberty co-founder.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, the good news is they
no pun intended.
They lost a bunch of their school board races, so
They did, but she is certainly pushing for this job, and we'll see what happens.
Well, I guess we'll see. We're gonna link that. It's hard for me to talk after that.
Yeah, I get you.
Josh Cowan, professor of education policy at Michigan State University, author of The Privateers: How Billionaires Created a Culture War.
3 Razmian, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Once again, your support is what maintains my editorial independence and allows me to overcome obstacles such as the ones that we were talking about. You can support the broadcast by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by gifting subs to others so they can also subscribe. This way they will be able to send me links in the chat.
And sold school vouchers. Very important for people to understand these dynamics, because this is going to play out.
Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
The culture war part right there. Moms of Liberty. I mean, this is the way that they're doing it, and it's going to be. This is going to be an important fight, and actually could end up being like an important wedge issue that people use to, in some ways, disempower the Trump administration. Josh Cowens, thanks again. We will link to that at majority.fm and the.
Yeah, Gum, Daddy Big Bucks, Prio. Thank you for the 10. Okay. So we're waiting on the Matt Gaetz leaks, the Pedogate leak. Okay. Weren't those ladies outed as swingers? Some of the Moms of Liberty people have, yes, been outed as swingers. It happens all the time. It's always the biggest fucking psychotic Christian fundamentalists that do a whole bunch of incredibly fucked up, sometimes criminal things, like violating statutory rape laws and things of that nature. It's not always just people who swing. Okay. It's funny when they're like bisexual swingers, as long as they are engaging in consensual acts of sexual intercourse. However, there are a lot of people in those circles that also do a shit ton of non-consensual things, illegal things, and they get arrested for it, as a matter of fact. ESL moment, what's a swinger? Swingers are people who engage in group sex or swap partners and stuff. You might remind people to re-up their Prime membership now that you aren't running ads. I depended on the ads showing up to remind me. Yeah. So, all right, we'll do the Biden, Ukraine, U.S. long-range weapons inside of Russia thing later. I don't know. I have seen the latest from Bad Empanada. I'm not going to watch it, dude. Please. Okay, please. All right. We're going to talk about Pete Hegseth. Mainstream media is, at this point, like a week late. They're a week late on these stories that I uncovered immediately after the Pete Hegseth nom. They're talking about the settlement that Pete Hegseth engaged in with a woman who credibly accused him of sexual assault, and also the tattoos that he has that caused him to not participate in the inauguration, even though he's a part of the National Guard. Why was he not allowed? to participate in the inauguration as a part of the National Guard because he has right-wing extremist Christian fundamentalist tattoos. He has the Deus Vult tattoo on his arm, and he has the Jerusalem cross on his chest. Both of these are white nationalist, Christian nationalist tattoos. Many neo-Nazis have these tattoos. It's not as aggressive or as overt as like a black sun or a swastika, but it's more in line with Christian nationalism. Source, well, you're about to see it in a second. It's so funny to go source on Christian nationalist tattoos because it's on his body. Like, it's literally on his body. And not only is it on his body, he wrote an entire book about how pissed he was that they wouldn't let him participate in the inauguration because of his tattoos. Not only did he write a book about it, but he also personally talked to Sean Ryan. No, they are not Lamau. What? The Jerusalem cross and Deus Vult aren't Christian nationalist tattoos? What are you talking about? Also, Pete Hegseth himself is a rabid Christian fundamentalist, a rabid Christian nationalist. He has openly said his incredibly violent desires time and time again on camera and at numerous conferences as well. I covered a lot of this stuff multiple times throughout the past couple of weeks at this point, so you can go and look at my coverage on the matter. Also, 2024 Kanye is a very funny name for a person to be like, I don't understand what you mean about the Deus Vult.
Donald Trump, his choices for his cabinet are coming under increasing fire, possibly facing confirmation battles in the Republican-controlled Senate. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is at Mar-a-Lago. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, Donald Trump ran as a disruptor, promising to shatter the status quo. And based on his cabinet picks, he intends to make good on that promise if he can get them confirmed. President-elect Donald Trump Saturday at an Ultimate Fighting Championship event alongside controversial members of his new team. As this morning, Trump is gearing up for his own fight to get his cabinet picks confirmed.
These are disruptors. They are. I think that's by design.
Questions continue to grow over Trump's choice for defense secretary. Fox News host Pete Hegseth, his attorney confirming Hegseth paid a woman who accused him of sexual assault in 2017 as part of a settlement agreement, though claiming the encounter was consensual. Trump was made aware of the incident shortly after he named Hegseth to the position and is standing by him. His team saying that Hegseth has vigorously denied any and all accusations and no charges were filed. We look forward to his confirmation. Hegseth is also under fire for some of his tattoos.
Hash Brown 221, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. How are they disruptors when they staff basically the entirety of the apparatus? Yeah, they're not real disruptors, I guess. There are certain aspects of it that is disruptive. Having someone like Pete Hegseth run the DOD is unique. Okay? It is unique because he does not have the adequate experience. Like, he is now placed on top of an organization that is literally in charge of 3 million employees. Okay? That's crazy. You can't have someone who is a weekend Fox News host do that job. Like, out of nowhere. He does not have adequate work experience. Okay? Like, that's crazy. That is, like, that is definitely disruptive. Okay? Having said, or Matt Gaetz has no relevant experience with the exception of being in the crosshairs of the legal system. Okay? The only relevant experience Matt Gaetz has to be Attorney General is that he has been investigated by the Department of Justice. That's it. Okay? Like, that's insane. That's an insane thing to do, to put him in the top cop slot. Okay? The Deus Vult slogan has been used by perpetrators of right-wing terrorism. It was repeatedly used by the perpetrator of the 2017 Quebec City mosque shooting and was one of the tattoos on the body of the perpetrator of the 2023 Allen, Texas outlet mall shooting. Deus Vult was among the slogans and symbols used during the violent far-right riot of Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017. Yes. He is legit a lawyer. Yeah, brother. He went to law school and went into private practice for a year and then immediately ran for office. So no, he does not have legitimate lawyer bona fides at all. That is ridiculous. Okay? Having a law degree does not make you a legitimate fucking lawyer. Okay? Chunk Weiger, my uncle, okay? Shaky Gurga, Cenk Uygur, also has a law degree. I don't think he should be attorney general. Except he would still be more qualified than Matt Gaetz because he hasn't, done illegal shit. His only litigation experience was suing his dad's friend or some shit for health benefits.
Depicting religious symbols and phrases that fellow service members flagged to his superiors over concerns they're associated with white supremacists. Hegseth saying those concerns amount to anti-Christian bigotry, posting they can target
That's crazy.
me.
That's crazy. This is anti-Christian bigotry. Once again, the Deus Vault tattoo, okay? Here. Let's look at Wikipedia, okay? Let's resort to my favorite website, Wikipedia. Deus Vault is a Christian motto relating to divine providence. It was first chanted by Catholics during the First Crusade as a rallying cry, most likely under the form Deus Le Vault or Deus Lo Volt, as reported by Gesta Francorum, okay? In modern times, the Latin motto has different meanings depending on the context. It has been used as a metaphor referring to God's will by Christians throughout history, such as the Puritans. The modern application is an adoption by right-wing groups as a slogan. Deus Vault has been adopted by a slogan by a variety of Christian right and Christian nationalist groups, as well as alt-right and white supremacist groups. This usage was disseminated widely online through hashtags and internet memes. Crusader memes, such as an image of a Knight Templar accompanied by the caption, "I'll see your jihad and raise you one crusade," are popular on far-right internet pages. It is one of the several pieces of Crusader imagery used by groups characterized in the Washington Post as far-right Christian nationalists and dominionists. One perspective is that racist movements co-opt the slogans and iconography of the European medieval period to evoke a fantasy of a pure white European heritage, a nostalgic view that is historically inaccurate and has been denounced by medievalist scholars as a gross distortion of history. Okay? What is hilarious about this is that it also runs with this false understanding that these guys in Europe were white that were doing the Crusades. It's no different than the way that, for example, the Nazis hailed the Roman era, regardless of the fact that Germans or the early German tribes were directly at odds with the Romans and fought them, as a matter of fact, successfully, despite the fact that they were barbarians and living in mud huts at the time. So they also hailed the Roman mythology as though it was, Teutoburger Wald. It was very funny that they, pointed to the Romans as this white society when it very clearly was not. People still do that, for the record. They still point to, a lot of fascists love LARPing and, utilizing Roman imagery, for example, like the Roman salute, or more famously known as, the Sig Heil. This is not Nazi Germany. What? Yeah, this is something different. The Deus Vault slogan has been used by perpetrators of right-wing terrorism. It was repeatedly used by the perpetrator of the 2017 Quebec City mosque shooting and was one of the tattoos on the body of the perpetrator of the 2023 Allen, Texas outlet mall shooting. Deus Vault among the slogans and symbols used during the violent far-right riot in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017. The slogan, as well as other Knights Templar imagery, has also been associated with far-right subgroups in the U.S. that merge Christian nationalism with gun culture. A Florida gun manufacturer engraved the slogan on its Crusader model of the AR-15 style rifle. The motto is also used by Christian nationalist groups in Europe. The phrase was portrayed on large banners carried by unspecified groups characterized by The Guardian as far-right marchers in 2017 in Warsaw, Poland. Okay. So, yes, having a Deus Vult tattoo is weird and suspicious. It's especially weird and suspicious when you have also very openly, as Pete Hegseth has, said unimaginably racist things about how we have to do crusades against the jihadi Muslims over and over again. He has literally said that. So, once again, we are looking at, symbols. Okay? We're looking at symbols to indicate whether or not this person has weird opinions when he's openly stating his weird opinions. Okay? He's openly stating his violent desires with regular frequency. That's it.
Don't give a damn. But this type of targeting of Christians, conservatives, patriots, and everyday Americans will stop on day one at Donald Trump's Department of Defense. Hegseth's post notably not disavowing the supremacists who have adopted the symbolism, though he has in the past. And this morning, a growing number of Republican senators are demanding to see the House Ethics Committee report into Trump's choice for Attorney General, former Congressman Matt Gaetz.
I believe the Senate should have access to that. Now, should it be released to the public or not? That's I guess that will be part of the negotiations, but that should be definitely part of our decision making.
While the Justice Department declined to pursue any charges, the bipartisan committee had been investigating Gaetz for allegations of sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. Sources tell ABC News a woman testified he had sex with her when she was only 17, something Gaetz has denied, as well as the drug claims. In a statement, Gaetz saying these allegations are invented and would constitute false testimony to Congress. This false smear following a 3-year criminal investigation should be viewed with great skepticism. But the investigation ended when Gaetz abruptly resigned from Congress last week, hours after Trump tapped him to be his attorney general. At the time, House Speaker Mike Johnson was non-committal on whether the committee's report should be released. But now,
it should not come out. And why? Because Matt Gaetz resigned from Congress. He is no longer a...
That's weird. That's weird. That's sus. It should not come out. This report should stay hidden. Please. It should not come out. He resigned. Sorry. You can't say it. You can't, after spending years and years on this report, you can't reveal the contents of it because he resigned. That's cool.
Member.
Trump is making it clear he plans to overhaul government agencies, tasking billionaire confidant Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to lead a newly created Department of Government Efficiency.
We expect certain agencies to be deleted outright. We expect mass reductions in force in areas of the federal government that are bloated. We expect massive cuts among federal contractors and others who are overbilling the federal government.
Ramaswamy and Musk there by Trump's side at the fight this weekend. So too was his pick for Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, one of the nation's top fracking CEOs. Wright has fiercely criticized the existence of a climate crisis.
There is no climate crisis, and we're not in the midst of an energy transition either.
That's crazy. Elon Musk, hey, Elon Musk, put me in charge of the Pentagon. I'll slash $400 billion easy. That'll get you 20% to your goal of $2 trillion right out the gate. I went to Wharton 3 years before you. I own a media company, so I know how to run a business. If you really want to put me in, coach, specific suggestions are welcome. Oh, my Lord. Unc, stop it, Unc. You are going to get assassinated. What the hell is going on, dude? The liberals have lost the plot. Okay, they're shaky Gurga. Don't do it. Yeah, he's gonna audit the Pentagon after fucking multiple decades of not being able to figure out where the $8 trillion black hole within the Pentagon is going to. Thanksgiving going to be wild this year? Yeah. Yeah, the climate crisis isn't happening. It's fine. Please don't look at Florida. Okay? It's normal. Florida likes being underwater. Okay? The climate crisis isn't happening. Parts of North Carolina that are elevated in the mountainside are supposed to be underwater. That's just how things work. It's called weather, guys. Come on. It's called climate, right? Hey, please. Asheville, North Carolina, that area is supposed to be underwater. It likes it. It likes being underwater. It feels good as fuck for Asheville, North Carolina to be underwater, actually. Please. Yeah. Have you ever considered how good it feels to get wet like Florida does? Yeah, 100-year droughts or floods happen every year. That's right there in the name. Okay? Yeah. Whenever climate scientists, which are, by the way, woke and gay, so obviously we don't believe them, okay? Whenever they say, hey, guys, it's kind of crazy that this once-in-a-lifetime weather event is occurring now twice a year, you should look away. They're just lying. Yeah, if the climate didn't change, we'd get bored of the climate. Who wants seasons in the normal way that people experience them? Even the Weather Channel acknowledges how fucked we are.
2024 will most likely be the first year the world surpasses that critical 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit of warming. At 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit of warming, we could soon see breakdowns in the ocean circulation systems. That means ocean currents begin to slow, resulting in major shifts in our global weather patterns and dramatic impacts on everything from farming to sea life. Also, an alarming reduction in global sea ice and glaciers, resulting in further warming and sea level rise.
It's a good thing that we are also nuking the Department of Education so that at a time when Americans just straightforwardly say science is woke and gay and I do not care about it because they're lying to me, I've done my own research. We can now have more people join that cause of claiming science is woke and gay and that we shouldn't believe in any of that. And we should instead, believe other things that someone made up. We should believe charismatic individuals who are just making stuff up instead of people who have spent countless hours trying to figure out what the fuck is going on and make assessments about the future. Oh my God.
And global weather patterns may become even more extreme. This means more intense flooding events, bigger wildfires, more extreme droughts, and more intense heat waves. Scientists warn that...
Says the Dems, you guys push agenda in education. Like, what the fuck do you guys think? Dude, exactly. Yes. No, the agenda is called learning, okay? It's called reading a fucking book. That's the agenda. I'm sorry that it happens to correspond to a certain degree to what the liberals present themselves as defending, okay? And don't worry, the liberals have also dropped the ball spectacularly. Don't worry, Kamala Harris was talking about how she's going to do drill, baby, drill, okay? So it's not my fault. They're pushing an agenda as schools. Yeah, the agenda is called learning. The agenda is called critical thinking. The agenda is called... I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what else to say, okay? What the fuck? Read a book. I don't know how to explain it either, or I'll get banned. No, I will not ban you for saying something stupid. I hear a fuck ton of stupid shit from people on a daily basis. I will only ban you if you just like directly start targeting members of this community and start fucking saying, you know, trans people are morally degenerate or some shit. As long as you can explain it normally, even though it is a false understanding of reality, okay, you won't get fucking banned. I mean, I fucking hate all these anti-intellectuals. I'm sorry, but like, go to college, don't have money for college. Literally, exactly. Let me get a federal loan. I'm sorry. No, it's just, I don't even fault people. I don't even fault people for, you know, being anti-education. They are a victim of circumstance. Okay. They are a victim of their own material conditions living in the United States of America. Okay. That's it. That's it. We are a nation that is actively making our own population dumber and dumber year over year. So we prioritize climate on economy. Trump's better by far. What if I were to tell you that there is a reasonable middle ground, okay, where you can still make economic improvements like a federal jobs program, for example, okay, not dissimilar to one that FDR had engaged in, right? In the New Deal that is, you know, very popular and looked back at fondly by everyone. We live in the aftermath of the New Deal, and we still benefit from it tremendously, as a matter of fact. What if I were to tell you that there is an economic solution that doesn't actually destroy the American economy and simultaneously moves us towards renewable energy? What if I were to tell you that there is a country that is out competing us in that field pretty aggressively, and that country is called China? Not only is oil and gas a finite resource, as in it will end at one day, a reality that even the oil and gas giants, the fossil fuel industry acknowledges, which is why they try to leverage and hedge their bets by purchasing some of these fucking renewable energy companies so that they can still, you know, they will still be able to dominate the energy sector when inevitably we move in that direction. What if I were to tell you that closing your eyes and closing your ears and going, la, 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 I can't hear you, we need to fucking keep melting this goddamn planet, is probably not a sustainable nor smart solution to the problem? We should focus on the economy instead of climate change. Also, why is my house underwater? That is the Florida conundrum. Climate change is not real. We should look away. It's not real. And then it's like, why can't I personally get insurance, flooding insurance of my house? If they take away education, freedom of press, net neutrality, cover up the truth of the damage that the current economy is doing, what do we do to help keep the information flowing? I don't know. We just keep pushing, I guess.
Beyond the 2.7 degrees threshold, coral reefs begin bleaching at rates beyond repair. So while 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit may seem like a small number, the impacts that number carries is potentially life-changing.
Yeah. The government can control the weather. Okay, this guy's, he went back to Google so we can figure out a good counter to what I said. Anyway, yeah.
Wright, who has no government experience, has argued the impacts of climate change are overblown. But scientists agree humans are causing global warming and climate change. This year is shaping up to be the hottest on record, with more extreme weather events made worse by climate change expected. And
nah, dog, that's just normal, bro. It feels good. It feels good as fuck for the areas impacted like this. It's like they're cleaning it. You know what I mean? Like, think about it this way. Your car gets dirty, you get it washed, right? Like, that's kind of what's going on here. Is that the attitude? Is that what we're going to be doing in the future? You know, we're just power washing a lot of these places. Yeah, it's like going through a cleanse. I've got relatives that say Asheville floods were a result of God's punishment because of the liberal hedonistic center of North Carolina. Jeez, Lord mercy.
Expected. And leading health experts continue to sound the alarm about Trump's choice to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. A prominent vaccine skeptic, Kennedy is deeply suspicious of mainstream medicine and has vowed to reshape the U.S. health system.
I am outraged because lives are at stake here. To have someone leading
I hate this conversation because, like, parts of what Robert F. Kennedy says about American food is objectively correct. Okay? Parts about regulatory capture, also correct. He is the worst person to say it, however, and the media also routinely drops the ball. One passage that is burned into my mind was when RFK Jr. was talking about, like, I guess Fruit Loops or whatever and how different it is in Canada, right? His assessment on certain fronts is completely correct, but his solution is incorrect. Okay, that's number one. Number two, when he talks about Fruit Loops in America versus Fruit Loops in Canada, he'll say, oh, they have, only 2 ingredients. He's wrong about that, right? In Canada, it's not just 2 ingredients. But the media will turn around and say, and I can't, what was the article? Like, I need to find this piece that was criticizing RFK's Fruit Loop conversation, okay? Where they were like, the difference between Fruit Loops in Canada and the chemicals that are used in Fruit Loops in the United States of America. Oh, here, this is it. This is what I was talking about. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy has singled out Fruit Loops as an example of a product with too many artificial ingredients, questioning why the Canadian version has fewer than the U.S. version. But he was wrong. The ingredients list is roughly the same, although Canada has natural colorings made from blueberries and carrots, while the U.S. product contains red dye 40, yellow 5, and blue 1, as well as butylated hydroxytoluene, or BHD, a lab-made chemical that is used for freshness, according to the ingredient label. So it's not the same thing. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck is the fact check here? So everyone on every side of the equation is failing spectacularly. RFK Jr. identifies a commonly held position that he is championing here and gaining prominence. The media is not accurately covering the frustration that I have, for example, with what RFK Jr. is presenting as a solution to the problem. Okay? And the issue with the circumstance is, like, when they write stuff like this, people read it and go, what the fuck are you saying? Like, yeah, no, that's what he's pointing to. Like, you can't say these two things are the same with some minor differences. And then the minor differences is exactly what he's pointing to. The real problem here isn't RFK saying he wants to make food healthy. That's a good and honorable goal. The real problem is he is not going to do that with this current administration, okay? Because his solution is deregulation, not correct regulation and anti-corruption, but instead deregulation. When you deregulate, you don't arrive magically at a Canadian-style fucking form of a regulatory agency. They have more regulation there. They have more regulation in Europe. That's the reason why they don't have these fucking chemicals in their food. And it's not even just these chemicals. Okay? It's not. There are massive, massive problems with the food that Americans consume. New York Times edited the article because of the tweet. Oh, shit. Because of an editing error, an earlier version of this article incorrectly described Mr. Kennedy's recent comments on Fruit Loops. He was comparing the total number of ingredients in the U.S. and Canadian version of the cereal, not the number of artificial ingredients. it's sad because I eat very healthy, with the exception of the diet sodas that I consume that are not entirely unhealthy, or there's a lot of fucking back and forth on, you know, how unhealthy some of these chemicals are. Okay. But overall, okay, I eat a healthy, balanced diet that I track, okay, pretty aggressively. I track my micronutrients. I track my macronutrients. I try to make up for specific micronutrients that I might not be getting from my my diet overall. Crumble cookie is so stupid. Yes, dude, it's normal to fucking, you know, go crazy sometimes. Like, what are you talking about? Eating a couple crumble cookies over the weekend while it's packed to the fucking gills with sugar is like eating unhealthy every now and then is not going to kill you, okay? That is literally a part of moderation. It's fine. You can do that, okay? And I say this as someone who, you know, is very careful about what I eat. Jesus Christ. Super healthy, set in front of a literal tower of nicotine. Nicotine is an infinitely healthier substitute to tobacco products. What are we talking about? I mean, come on, don't make me have this conversation over and over again. Okay, everything in moderation. Everything in fucking moderation. God forbid a grown man has a sweet treat every now and then. Exactly. Thank you. Anyway, the point is, I say this as someone who also, you know, splurges every now and then. I say this as someone who has changed my diet specifically so that I can have a sweet treat at the end of the day, an ice cream sandwich. Okay. And the results speak for themselves. Okay. I went from being 285 pounds and losing all of my muscle mass at the peak of COVID lockdowns to 225 pounds and, you know, getting back all of that muscle mass. I say this as someone who works out every single day of the week. I train, I weight lift, and I train 4 times a week. I do cardio and play basketball 3 times a week. Okay? I care about this shit. So it is very frustrating when I hear about I hear from people who don't care about this shit, who spread a fuck ton of misinformation on it. Okay? The problem is it's different strokes for different folks, and our entire food industry is, for example, heavily subsidized due to heavy subsidies on corn products. We utilize high fructose corn syrup. This is part of the reason why America has a diabetes epidemic. This is the reason why America has an obesity epidemic. Another part of the problem is with our highly processed foods is that there are plenty of food deserts, and also none of our cities are fucking walkable. We have a car-reliant infrastructure. If you look to countries that have adequate public transit, people are walking around a lot more, okay? When you walk around a lot more, you are forced to, you know, have a healthier lifestyle overall. That's it. Like, these are broad generalizations, but you know, there is truth to what I am speaking of here, okay? All of these things play a big role in the obesity epidemic in the United States of America, okay? I hate this shit. I hate the coverage of it, and I hate that, like, RFK Jr. is considered a champion of health when he is, genuinely anti-medicine and in certain instances, anti-science.
HHS, who is one of the biggest deniers of vaccines in our country, would undermine the confidence in that program and likely would cost lives.
Even the conservative editorial board of the Rupert Murdoch-owned New York Post writing the overriding rule of medicine is first, do no harm. We're certain installing Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to head Health and Human Services breaks this rule. Kennedy, who has railed against processed foods and criticized Trump's diet, seen this weekend posing with the president-elect over a meal of McDonald's.
Now, overnight, Trump naming Brendan Carr to be FCC commissioner. He's served there since 2012, received high praise from Elon Musk, and notably wrote a chapter of the Project 2025 policy book on how he would run the FCC. The big question for all of these nominees, of course, can they get confirmed in the Senate? And if not, will Trump urge the Senate to waive its confirmation responsibilities to push them through via recess appointments? George?
Yes, this is a real attest to the Republican-led Senate. Okay, Mary, thanks very much.
This morning, President-elect.
Yeah. Also, Donald Trump has officially confirmed that he is going to do mass deportation with use of military assets. It is virtually impossible for him to conduct mass deportations with the current existing ICE structure. There's simply not enough people to be able to engage in this. And now he is talking about deploying the American military on U.S. soil. This is legitimately terrifying. Okay. I mean, I'm eagerly waiting for an apology from my dad who said this was just a campaign thing and he wouldn't actually do this or be allowed to do it by the course. Surely this apology will come in any minute now.
Elect Trump signaling a major move on immigration, responding true to a post on his social media platform, saying he will declare a national emergency and use military assets for a mass deportation program, a program he pledged to implement during his campaign, which focused in part on immigration and the southern border.
The Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
And he's promised to use the military as enforcement in the past.
We must use any and all resources needed to stop the invasion, including moving thousands of troops currently stationed overseas.
Now, as Mr. Trump nods to his immigration plans and prepares for office, he's also facing a fight in Washington on some of the picks for his new administration.
A standing ovation.
After taking in a different kind of fight at a UFC match with allies this weekend. The spotlight now on his choice to lead the Pentagon. Former
Aiden Ross begging Trump to deport you as we speak. Yeah. I'm technically I am on the list, I think, of potential deportation nominees, but I'm on the tail end. For certain parts of my commentary, I'm on the first in line. But for other parts of my denaturalization process, I'm on the end of the line. So, being openly anti-Israel puts me in the top slot, as Project 2025 has a specific branch dedicated to Project Esther, which dictates that they will go after anyone and everyone that criticizes Israel, hurts Israel's feelings, and hit him with RICO charges. And actively work to deport them from the country. But on the other side, I'm on the tail end of the list. If I wasn't an outspoken critic of the nation state of Israel, I would be on the opposing side, or not opposing, but on the other side of the deportation process, where I'd be in the last part of the denaturalization. The crazy stalkers don't need to know that. Yeah. Now, people go, oh, well, this violates Posse Comitatus Act, federal law. signed into law on June 18th, 1878 by President Rutherford B. Hayes that limits the powers of the federal government in the use of federal military personnel to enforce domestic policies within the United States. The problem is, you know, yeah, what are you going to do? Take it up to the fucking Supreme Court? What are the safeguards here? What are the safeguards that we currently have? What are the legal safeguards that we currently have? I'm about to put some trash in my neighbor's garbage can. Don't do it! There are no checks and balances against this. The Supreme Court is completely in the tank for Donald Trump. So much so that they've given Donald Trump additional protection from legal scrutiny. Okay? So everything that he says he's going to do, look forward to him actually successfully implementing. Okay? There is no reason to believe that Donald Trump this time around is not going to be able to follow through with a lot of these promises. Yes, it goes hand in hand with how he wants to use the Alien Enemies Act to turbocharge deportations. Trump is promising deportations under the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Okay? Former President Donald Trump, whose bid for the White House has been dominated by his increasingly hardline anti-immigration rhetoric, is vowing to use an obscure centuries-old law to expedite the removal of undocumented immigrants from the United States. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil, he said at a recent rally in California. Ironically enough, a lot of the states, if they refuse to collaborate with the federal government on this sort of thing, refuse to give the federal government information on where migrants are, for example, undocumented migrants are, will trigger a massive constitutional crisis, because then they would have to fight against each individual state. It would literally be civil war. Trump is promising that if reelected, he will use the act to initiate a federal effort called Operation Aurora, named after the Colorado town that he claims has been taken over by Venezuelan gangs, which residents and local officials dispute, to target undocumented migrant gang members for arrest and deportation. He has also suggested that the act could be used to end sanctuary cities, which limit cooperation with federal immigration authorities, telling Fox News' Harris Faulkner that we can do things in terms of moving people out. It's also name-checked in the Republican Party's official 2024 platform, Agenda 47, which says it will invoke the law to remove all known or suspected gang members, drug dealers, or cartel members in the United States, ending the scourge of illegal alien gang violence once and for all. Now, why is this important? Why is this important? Why are they using this kind of language? Before you say, excuse me, I don't want violent drug dealers to operate inside of our national boundaries. They are engaging in a direct violation of the law. The local law enforcement authorities that do collaborate when it comes to, murders and drug dealing and federal offenses already do prosecute these people. And then the federal government does deport them after the criminal trial is over. Saying you're going to do this to suspected drug dealers opens up the boundaries of what the existing law is. Just so you understand, they're using MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, which is the new MS-13, the Venezuelan version, to say they are going to go after every single migrant. They are not going to go after criminals because the government, the local authorities, and the federal government already does go after criminals. Cry me a river, you say? Oh my God. For a lot of people that have completely checked out, I think, of, hoping that anything good will happen, they are just running on fucking fumes, okay? They're angry. They don't know what the fuck they're angry about. And they are specifically saying, no, it's good. Let's just punish those who are even less fortunate than we are, and then maybe I will feel better. You will not feel better, okay? You will not feel better when this happens. you will actually suffer even more when this happens, especially when, if you are the most selfish person and don't give a fuck about the fact that this would mean that 1 in 15 families that are mixed status households would actually have an immediate family member forcibly ripped and removed from their immediate family members for no crime other than existing on U.S. soil and participating in the American economy. If you don't care about the inhumanity of that situation, you will care when your economy is imploding. Okay? It is ironic that so many people said they are voting for Donald Trump because of food prices, not realizing that undocumented migrants are responsible for damn near the entirety of America's agricultural production. This is precisely the reason why when Donald Trump uses the Bracero program or Operation, WB, won't say it, okay, that's what it was called, when he hailed that as a fantastic, thing to do that he was going to bring back in a big way, right, under the Eisenhower administration, the American government engaged in mass deportations of 1.2 million, I believe, if not even more than that, mass deportation of 1.2 million people of Mexican background, including but not limited to American citizens of Mexican descent, for the record. Okay? And in that process, Texas and many other places that relied on Mexican labor, farmhands, and the like were actually openly defending through violent means against the federal government their fellow laborers. Things will change very quickly when you start recognizing that this is going to genuinely destroy American agricultural production. Did Hasan just say a slur? What? No, I didn't. I purposely didn't say the name of the operation. Bros are horny for clips. Yeah. So excited. He's like, ooh, maybe I can get him canceled now. Estimated 350,000 to 1 million deported, up to 60% of Americans. I'm sure the real number is way higher than 1 million. Those agricultural production facilities took the risk of hiring illegal immigrants, knowing that they may get deported for violating the law due to illegally immigrating here. The production may get slashed, but that is the result of cheap corporate greed. Yeah, the problem is there is no way to fill this role. You understand that, right? The real solution is not to forcibly remove millions of people that are participating in the economy in very meaningful ways, in much more meaningful ways than you, I'm loco. Okay, the solution is to document these people and allow them to participate in even more meaningful ways in the American economy and allow them to actually demand fairer wages, for example. If the price of eggs are going to go up, if the price of avocado is going to go up, regardless, I would rather have it go up in a more ethical way, in a more sustainable way in the interim period than one that will completely destroy the American economy. Okay? If you voted for Donald Trump personally because you thought he was going to lower the egg prices, for example, you are in for a very hard, very shitty surprise when you realize that the price of eggs are going to shoot up to $20 fucking when there's no one to, work in the poultry facilities. The only difference is absolutely zero people are so racist that they will forego their treats, okay? That's it. Everything that Donald Trump has ironically advocated for is actually inflationary, even though he was seen as the solution to the inflation crisis that Americans were experiencing. Wage growth did not outpace the cost of goods, the cost of goods going up. Tariffs, on the other hand, is inflationary, and so is mass deportation of 20 million migrants. Poultry and produce farms will become the new work camps to extract free labor of undocumenteds? Yes. Source for what? Anyway, those were the old days when they had tough politicians build a crowd of supporters. Think of that. 1798. Oh, it's a powerful act. You couldn't pass something like that today. Let's continue.
Fox News anchor Pete Hegseth. His attorney confirms to NBC News Hegseth paid a settlement to a woman last year after she previously accused him of sexual assault in 2017. But the attorney says Hegseth maintains his innocence and that the encounter was consensual.
Do you think that this matter could sink Pete Hegseth's confirmation?
It could. We'll figure out if he can get confirmed or not. And I do think that Pete's a good pick for this position.
Mr. Trump has told advisors he plans to stand by Hegseth after a recent conversation with his nominee, according to the New York Times, citing two people briefed on the discussion. Also facing new
Like, the way I see this working, by the way, and there's a reason why, like, the price or the stock prices of private prisons shot up after the Trump victory, is the way I foresee this happening is private prison facilities are going to come back in a fucking massive way. Okay. They are going to build new private prison facilities, work camps, basically. And all of the migrants that they put into these work camps are going to have to work for free at gunpoint to engage in this, agricultural production that they were already doing for pennies on the dollar, but this time they'll have to do it for free. This is my speculation, okay? My suspicion is we already have slavery in this country. It is constitutionally protected as a form of punishment, and we will utilize it. Slavery is illegal? No, it's not. Slavery is very much legal, please. The 13th Amendment that is supposed to abolish slavery actually still maintains slavery as a legal form of punishment. Okay? It is still abso-fucking-lutely legal. It's legal in virtually every state, okay? California, as a matter of fact, just reconfirmed its legal status in a ballot measure. California voted to keep slavery as a legal form of punishment 2 fucking weeks ago.
Backlash, the president-elect's choice of now former Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz to lead the Department of Justice, with multiple sources telling NBC News he faces a very difficult...
For the record, before people say, what are you saying about agricultural workforce? Okay. What do you mean about agricultural workforce? Immigrants in American farms. In 2019, more than half of all hired farm workers in the United States were immigrants, or roughly 450,000 workers. In many states known for their fresh produce, immigrant farm laborers make up large shares of miscellaneous agricultural workers. In the state of California, 79.3% of agricultural workers are foreign-born. They're either on on a specific migrant worker visa, or they are undocumented workers. Okay. In Washington, it's 77%. In Oregon, it's 73%. In Florida, it's 70.9%. In Arizona, it's 69.8%. In North Carolina, it's 64.3%. Okay? The share of miscellaneous agricultural workers in crop production that are undocumented as of 2019 is 30.9%. If you forcibly removed even 31% of the entire labor force in the agricultural sector, what do you think that would do to prices? What do you think that would do to supply? What do you think that would do to the supply of readily available agricultural goods? Yes, I know. Cal matters. California rejected the ballot measure to California rejected the ballot measure to I mean, this is horrible. Remove slavery exception. 53% of Californians voted to maintain slavery as a form of punishment. Now, for the reason, for people who are saying, why the fuck did that happen? It is because, number one, there was a big ass fucking campaign, okay, against removing it. And number two, it didn't have slavery in the way that they wrote it. They wrote it as, I think they wrote it as like servitude as a form of punishment. That was the reason why a lot of people were confused. It was written as indentured servitude. Or involuntary servitude, not indentured servitude, sorry. In other states where they openly write it as slavery, these ballot measures actually pass. They abolish slavery. But when you write it as involuntary servitude, people don't fully understand what that means, especially when there are active. Yeah. Tennessee wrote it specifically as slavery, and it was banned by 80% of the vote. Tennessee voters officially banned all forms of slavery in the state. Tennessee has officially banned all forms of slavery. Voters on Tuesday approved a ballot measure, this was back in 2022, that removes language of allowing slavery and involuntary servitude as forms of punishment for those convicted of crimes. The measure got 80% of the vote. Okay. Anyway, words matter. Okay. The way people apply language in this situation and weaponize it matter.
Difficult path to confirmation. Gates resigned his seat last week, ending a House Ethics Committee investigation into whether he engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. Allegations.
If you keep scrolling, it shows the number of Americans that kept doing agricultural jobs, 0.01%. What do you mean?
He denies. While some in both parties want the committee to release its report, House Speaker Mike Johnson disagrees, saying Gates is now a private citizen.
I think that would be a Pandora's box.
Hallie, let's go back to this news that just broke overnight. President-elect Trump confirming that he wants to declare a national emergency, and then that would enable him to use the military. How might that work? How much would it cost?
Let me take the second part of your question first, Savannah. How much would it cost? The answer is a lot of money, but we can't get super specific because it's not clear how much. There's one estimate that suggests it could be something like $90 billion a year. That's from an immigration rights group, which also questions the impact to the economy more broadly, saying that the annual GDP could take a hit because of the removal of workers, especially in the construction and hospitality industries. But President-elect Trump and his allies have argued this issue is so important. It was so central to his campaign that it goes beyond cost. Mr. Trump, remember, Manafort told NBC News right after the election that there's no price tag on this because there's no choice other than to do it. He would need Congress to approve the money he needs. But remember, both the House and the Senate will be in Republican control next year. As for the practicalities, how does this actually work? Again, real question marks there. Mr. Trump was pressed repeatedly during his campaign for answers on the specifics, but that's still not clear. We are, of course, out to the Trump transition for any more details on the plan. Savannah?
All right. Hallie Jackson leading us off from Washington. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel, Today All Day. To watch, head to today. All right.
Heated confrontation between Elon Musk and Trump advisor Axios reports. But before we get to that, before we get to the drama, okay, what? Have you seen this yet? I did. The AOC thing. I did. It was really funny. They're calling her an anti-Semite. Okay. No price tag. Has any Democrat ever said anything like that ever? Why is this what is essential but not healthcare? What is wrong with the Democrats? I hate it. Yeah. So before we move on to the internal drama here, okay, I do want to show you, and before we talk about like the Amsterdam mayor saying that, oopsie, maybe it wasn't a pogrom that occurred in Amsterdam and that I was right, because, you know, I was just looking at the actual facts and not hysterically screeching. So, before we get to all of that, let's talk about something different. Let's go back to my favorite MSNBC morning show. Now, if you have an assortment of clips from Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough, I would love to see them, because if I recall correctly, not that long ago, as recently as like last week or a week prior, Joe and Mika were calling Donald Trump Hitlerian, Adolf Hitler. Now, they have a very different attitude about Donald Trump. If you want the full video, it's on the playlist. No, before the full video, I want Joe Scarborough and Joe Scarborough talking about Donald Trump and resisting Donald Trump. Let's find a clip. Let's see if I can find one real quick.
Mr. Schmidt, this is your extraordinary.
No, this isn't Joe Scarborough. Hold on. Because Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski had openly stated time and time again.
One show that's more responsive.
That's
okay. I don't want. I want clips. I want the clips. Does anyone have clips? Can you find me some clips of Joe Scarborough talking about Trump being Adolf Hitler? Because I know that it exists, because I remember watching it. Okay. Oh, here, perfect.
People in the media have a responsibility to really tune out the voices of the haters, of the people that are constantly double and triple checking and shilling for him and suggesting that somehow they're being biased, bending over backwards, treating him like a normal candidate. He's not a normal candidate. He is running to end American democracy as we know it. He's an authoritarian who a court in Colorado 2 days ago ruled that he led an insurrection against the United States government. He's charged with leading schemes to help overthrow the United States government. So if they want to frame it that way, that's fine. If you want to be fair, then you will frame this as Joe Biden being the candidate that supports American democracy and Donald Trump a candidate who supports a new form of government here that's authoritarian. It's really that simple. And by the way, Reverend Al, when people go, oh, you can't compare him to past Nazi leaders, you can't compare him to this past Nazi leader or that past fascist leader, because he hasn't done that. Well, what hasn't he done? He hasn't done the things that the American judicial system did not allow him to do last time, but may very well allow him to do this time, or a judicial system that will be ignored by Donald Trump and ran over by Donald Trump to create the greatest constitutional crisis of our lifetimes. Just because he hasn't done it yet doesn't mean he won't do it when he gets a chance to do it. And if he is voted into office, then a lot of these people that are talking about literal or figurative or whatever the hell they're saying, you're going to look like idiots. Because he will get away with, he will imprison, he will execute whoever he's allowed to imprison, execute, drive from the country. Just look at his past. It's not really hard to read. The only thing that stood between him and the destruction of American democracy was the federal judiciary.
No doubt about it. And I think.
Damn, man, these guys are popping. I mean, they're popping off. They're popping off. They're so right. They're so right about this, okay?
He's constantly trying to distract. He's constantly trying to change the subject. He wants to talk about anything that will stop him from talking about policy because he doesn't know policy. He's never known policy. He never will know policy.
It's just like, damn, they're really popping off on this stuff. Let me see. Hold on. I want to see more from Joe talking about, before Donald Trump becomes president. Let's see what else he had to say.
Won in 2016, and that was because of white voters. And I think part of this race-based fear rhetoric is that on some instinctive level informed by the top lines of polling is that he thinks white people aren't scared enough in these places in the upper Midwest. And so you talk about Haitians taking over Springfield. And in a lot of these speeches he gave over the weekend, they were in those states where he's trying to scare the crap out of white voters to try to get them back because he can't believe that Kamala Harris is doing as well with them as she is.
And again, saying they're going to come to your kitchen or your house and slit your throat. That's where he's gotten. Can you imagine? First of all, it's hard to project this onto any other country because of the unique place and the unique role that the United States plays in global affairs. But could you imagine us following a campaign in the UK, in France, in any major industrialized country where somebody who is tied is running around talking about the eating of dogs and cats, talking about people coming to your houses and slitting your throats, talking about celebrating a day of violence, talking about being a dictator for a day. We could go down the list. It really is, I think, because.
Wow, these guys are really popping off about Donald Trump and the very real and immediate danger that Donald Trump presents to the future of America. Donald Trump is hailing a modern version of American fascism and actively talking about how Donald Trump is doing that. Here's Joe calling him a danger to democracy and a liar.
Do you not call it a threat to democracy when Donald Trump says that he wants to execute the chairman of the Joint Chiefs for treason? Is that not a threat? Saying that your vice president deserves lynching? Saying that to your legal counsel?
So why am I showing all of this? Well, lo and behold, now that Donald Trump is president, Joe Scarborough on his morning show spent basically every waking moment blaming the libs, blaming the progressives, talking about trans people, talking about how woke was the reason why Donald Trump became president. And then this morning, as of today, it turns out, Joe Scarborough went from saying Donald Trump is Hitler to hailing Hitler personally Literally. They went from calling Donald Trump Hitler to hiling Hitler in less than a week. These people hate progressives who advocate for free college and free healthcare more than people who want to do mass deportations. They've only been complaining about the left this past month.
Over the past.
Lo and behold, Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, two people that were directly connected to Donald Trump in very meaningful ways for years and years and years, have rekindled that relationship once again. Rekindled that relationship once again. It turns out they don't mind how much of a fucking fascist Donald Trump is.
Last week, Joe and I have heard from so many people, from political leaders to regular citizens, deeply dismayed by several of President-elect Trump's cabinet selections, and they are scared. Last Thursday, we expressed our own concerns on this broadcast and even said we would appreciate the opportunity to speak with the president-elect himself. On Friday, we were given the opportunity to do just that. Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications. My father often spoke with world leaders with whom he and the United States profoundly disagreed.
Her father, which I can't say his name, it's impossible, Zbigniew Brzezinski, okay, famously also talked about Big Z himself, famously also talked about how wonderful it was that they had radicalized the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, giving the USSR its own version of Vietnam. When directly asked the question about the threat of Islamist fundamentalism that the American government had actively spearheaded, okay, he said, what's more dangerous? We were able to bring the USSR to heel by activating these radical groups inside of Afghanistan, forcing them to do their own version of Vietnam that ended up destroying the USSR. A couple radical Islamist fundamentalists with arms is not that big of a threat. Now, of course, he said that before 9/11, famously. After 9/11, he, I wonder what his opinion was. I think he ran away from that interview. Okay? But that's neither here nor there. Big Z is just one of many different villains that has worked in the American administration. But he's dead now, and it doesn't really matter. So let's get back to the matter at hand, Mika and Joe. I showed you guys all of the times when they were like, this guy's Hitler, this guy's Hitler, this guy's Hitler. And now they're saying they're having a cordial relationship that they have restarted with Adolf Hitler. So the question remains, were they lying when they said Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler? If you're a right-winger, you're going to point to this and say, of course they were lying. See? There it is. These guys don't believe anything that they're saying. And the right-wingers are, to a certain degree, correct. That they don't necessarily believe that Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler. They are correct on that. However, as someone looking at this from the outside, I do believe that Donald Trump is a fascist. I just simply think they don't care. I think they do not care that Donald Trump is a fascist because they want to keep their cushy media jobs. They want to keep their waning influence, okay? And as ratings fall apart in a disastrous fashion for the likes of MSNBC and CNN, these brown nosers are trying to desperately cling on to any crumb of relevance they can. If they didn't care, why would they keep ringing alarm bells about it constantly before, though? Great question. But if they do care, why are they now capitulating? That's it. It's because liberals are showing their bellies, okay? Understand. This is why I said, looking at exactly what German liberalism looked like in the buildup to Nazi Germany, okay? German business owners, German capitalists, and their participation within the rise of Nazi Germany as his rise to power, okay? Liberals actively collaborated with the Nazi movement against communists, trade unionists, and socialists alike. And history is unfolding once again. It's repeating itself once again. These are the liberals that have now decided, okay? These are the liberals that have now decided that they would rather collaborate and collude with the fascist resurgence in this country than to actively resist it. This is why I also said things will be different this time around. Okay? When many people were talking about resistance liberalism and what that's going to look like, is it going to look exactly like 2016 when everyone immediately actively started talking about how they were going to resist against the Trump administration the first time around? I told you that it's not going to happen. Donald Trump has been president for 4 years already. These people are just going to treat him like any other Republican president. And in some respects, he is just like any other Republican president. And in many cases, he's not. He's a logical conclusion to right-wing reactionary attitudes, sentiments, and anger. Okay? And the resistance, never Trump Republicans, the resistance liberals are not going to be as active as they were in the media. They are going to look to find common ground with Adolf Hitler. They are going to look to find common ground with Adolf Hitler and purge Adolf Hitler's enemies. Okay? Understand that that is where we are at. Okay? I'm not going to watch a 30-minute podcast from Three Arrows about America's coming Weimar moment because unfortunately it's not great to watch on stream, even though this is a fantastic piece. I like Three Arrows quite a bit. As you guys know, we've collaborated many times in the past. I do not believe. I think what is happening right now in liberal media is not an immediate resistance against like what Trump presents, but a normalization of Donald Trump. I think you will see this more and more. You will see more and more people normalizing Donald Trump and maybe even claiming, well, he's the president. We have to work with him. We have to work with what we have. Okay? And not only will they not resist in the ways that they tried to last time around, I think they're going to normalize it and look for an outgroup. Look for a common enemy. And for a lot of these people who are already former Republicans themselves, like Joe Scarborough literally is a Republican, the common enemy will be marginalized people, defenseless people, trans people, undocumented immigrants, and the left as a whole. Okay? This is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany to a fucking T. This is exactly what happened. I would like to watch, not the Three Arrows one, but I'm sure there is another YouTuber like fuck. I'm sure there's another YouTube essay that we could watch that has like more, visually stimulating stuff.
And
here is the MRC Media Busters.
Is the time to sound the alarm? When is the time to start saying, well, does this look like Germany in 1932?
This is not a reach. I could go back and talk about Nazi Germany, and I do it without any concerns whatsoever. And if people can't start drawing the parallels, well, you're just stupid, or you have your head in the sand, or you're one of them. We still have an electorate, 70 million plus, that will be voting for a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who has said just in recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face, a man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview, a man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one.
On Friday, we were given the opportunity to do just that. Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler, but here's why we're hanging out with Adolf Hitler. This is the 1 hour long, but it's amazing. The German Revolution of 1918, how it all began. Yeah, I think like the part that I am specifically talking about is the active collaboration amongst liberals with Nazi Germany. And I want to draw comparisons to what's going on currently. Okay? That's what I'm looking for. And I know that there's YouTube essays on it. I've watched YouTube essays on it before. Because there's a lot of historically muddying the waters in the way that people present the buildup to the buildup to Nazi Germany and the momentum from Nazis and how people resisted the growth of the Nazi movement and the prominence it found itself in. And I think that, I think that a lot of people don't realize. A lot of people don't realize the role that liberals played in maintaining the current order, the current hierarchy, and maintaining capitalism. Okay? To be honest, I don't see your point. You keep showing a clip of them saying they talked to him. So what? Are people not allowed to talk to him? If you say Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler, then you're basically saying you're talking to Adolf Hitler and you're reigniting your relationship with Adolf Hitler. You're not supposed to do that. Okay? What a ridiculous fucking take. You either are openly demonstrating that you don't care that he's Adolf Hitler, or you're saying that you were lying about him being Adolf Hitler this whole time. Republicans will look at this and go, they were lying about Trump being Adolf Hitler. I look at this and go, they do not care that Donald Trump is a fascist.
That's a task shared by reporters and commentators alike. We had not spoken to President Trump since March of 2020, other than a personal call Joe made to Trump on the morning after the attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. In this meeting, President Trump was cheerful, he was upbeat, he seemed interested in finding common ground with Democrats on some of the most divisive issues. And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times, especially between us, I guess I would ask back, why wouldn't we? 5 years of political warfare has deeply divided Washington and the country. We have been as clear as we know how in expressing our deep concerns about President Trump's actions and words in the coarsening of public debate. But for nearly 80 million Americans, election denialism, public trials, January 6th were not as important as.
Those are not the worst parts of Donald Trump's potential second coming. The worst parts of Donald Trump's second coming is not January 6th, okay? It's mass deportations, you fucking idiots. And it's very obvious that this is the reason why the Democrats never found a successful narrative that penetrated public consciousness on the dangers that Donald Trump represents. Because they like all the bad shit that he wants to do. They like all the shit that he is truly Hitlerian over, okay? They agree with it. That's the problem. They don't have a problem with mass deportations, okay? What is this? Do people like Mehdi Hasan know that billionaire donors are actually pulling the Democratic Party to the left? The average Democratic voter is considerably to the right than the average Democratic donor, whether small donor or large. I have no real opinion here, and it wouldn't mean anything anyway. But the people in the in-groups find me extremely annoying, and the feeling is mutual. But this is a dynamic that's seen in basically every party. It's good we're reckoning with them now, but it's not why Harris lost. And for what it's worth, the average billionaire Democratic donor is considerably to the left of the average Democratic voter, as well as it when it comes to social issues. Wow, this got a lot of traction. I have nothing to say beyond the fact that this has been studied quite extensively in each case. Top donors are less centrist. This is not an issue. Donors are generally more educated, engaged, and partisan. Even when looking at billionaires, you can easily see the stances of Dustin Moskowitz, Tom Steyer, etc. To see that the study's findings hold quite a bit of merit here, too. Yeah, dude, the top billionaire donors in the Democratic Party actually personally want Medicare for all. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Yeah. They want to destroy billionaires. That's what they want to do. The top liberal donors are significantly more progressive is ultimately a fucking meaningless term at that point. Okay? It is straightforwardly a meaningless fucking term at that point. What are they progressive on? Are they progressive on things that actually the overwhelming majority of Americans would benefit from? Fuck no. The argument is the people want left economic populism, okay, and the Democratic Party doesn't actually offer that, okay. They said social, not economic. Lol, exactly. For those curious, this is how it looks like in the research paper when you limit the top 1% donors only. The same findings hold. Yeah, the methodology of this is what's important. The top 1% of donors, how many are billionaire donors? The phrase you used in the original tweet that I think set everyone off. So the top 1% of donors is more multimillionaires than it is billionaires. However, when you take a look at open secrets and scroll through the top donor list, you can literally just compare Steyer, Moskowitz, etc. to the average Dem voter to see how it generalizes. Even those guys are, on the whole, far more partisan, more free trade and anti-tariff, and more committed to things like gun control and abortion than the average voter is. Cuban and Hoffman get blowback, but they're to the left of the average voter in line with Dem partisans. I don't think the study fairly captures the influence these donors have, how they exert it in the party, and how it really relates to personal ideologies. But the idea that they are more committed to Dems' core issues than the marginal average voter makes sense. The problem is what the Dems are committed to in terms of their core issues. That is the problem here. The problem is the Democratic Party presents aesthetic progress by simply saying we are, pro-abortion. We are pro gay rights, trans rights, all this shit without actually ever really doing anything about it, but simply making that the pivotal part of their campaign strategy. Okay. And then in the first sign of resistance against that sort of thing with counter messaging coming from the right, they immediately buckle and fold. Okay. The real way to do this is not by hammering on silly aesthetic identity politics markers, okay? Like saying Latinx, which the Democrats aren't even fucking doing anyway, so it doesn't matter, okay? The real way to do this is by saying we have to fix people's material issues, okay? We have to uplift the American working class, regardless of their fucking background, okay? That's it. Bro can't even find the things Dems are pro anymore. Exactly. I can't because they're not pro anything. The only thing they are is marginally less bad than the Republicans. That's it. They want to be a boring version An annoying, boring, gay version of the Republican Party. Who the fuck wants to vote for that? It's so stupid. Yeah, we want to be Republicans, but soy. Okay, good job, dude. Yeah, that'll be a fucking captivating message. And how are we going to show that? By basically running alongside Liz fucking Cheney with no active constituency in the fucking Republican Party anyway. Yeah, the only thing the Democratic Party is professional at is professionally losing. Okay? The Weimar Germany Noam Chomsky video is probably both short and also prescient. Hold on. Yeah. The New York Times' first article about Hitler's rise is absolutely stunning. Hold on. Let me find the Noam Chomsky clip. Here, U.S. Weimar Germany clip. 3 minutes, very fitting.
The world is thinking.
I'm not really thinking about the entertainment aspect of the media, though yes, it's significant. I'm thinking about the part that has substantive content, crazy content, but it is substantive. It does give answers. I mean, to people who for the last 30 years have seen their wages, income stagnate or decline, benefits decline, services decline. There's nothing for the children. You know, the world's out of control. These are the people who, on polls, maybe 80% of them, say the country's going in the wrong direction. The government's run by the few and the special interests, not the people, and so on. You know, they're not wrong. This is all happening to them, and the answers that they're getting from, say, you know, Rush Limbaugh, Michael Savage, the rest of them are, well, we have an answer. The rich liberals own everything. They own the corporations. They run the government. They run the media, and they don't care about people like you. They don't care about the flyover people between the East Coast and the West Coast. They only care about giving everything you worked for away to, you know, to illegal immigrants or, you know, gays or something. So we got to protect ourselves from them. And furthermore, they run the government. When they
Noam Chomsky was saying this in 2009, chat, just so you understand. Being a leftist is being right, but too early. Noam Chomsky has never stopped talking about this stuff, by the way, as well. He was talking about this in 2009.
Put up a health program. It's not to give you health. It's to kill your granny. You know? And that's an answer to something. It's a terrible answer, but it is an answer. And if you do suspend disbelief, you forget about what's happening in the world, really, it's a coherent answer. Now, they're not hearing anything else. And the memory that comes to my mind, again, I don't want to press the analogy too hard, but I think it's worth thinking about, is late Weimar Germany. There were people with real grievances. The Nazis gave them an answer. It's the fault of the Jews and the Bolsheviks, and we got to protect ourselves from them. And that'll take care of your grievances.
And now it's the fault of immigrants and gay people and trans people.
And we know what happened. Germany in the 1920s was
Palestinians,
the peak of Western civilization. In the arts and the sciences, highly democratic, functioning democratic institutions. A decade later, it was, you know, the pits of human history. Again, the analogy is it's not close, but it's frightening. And unless an answer can be given to these people, unless they can be led to understand what's really happening to them, we could be in for trouble.
Let's watch the second thought video on liberal collaborations with
This
Nazis.
episode is brought to you by Audible. Start the timer. I've got like 20 minutes tops to cover socialism, communism, corporatism, fascism.
Actually, no, this is too broad. I wanna dial in specifically on here. Let's look at the United States comparisons on how this.
In the United States, the middle class has played a central role since its very inception. America is often referred to as a nation of small businesses, and small business is a big part of American ideology, often standing in as a symbol of individual freedom and independence. Thomas Jefferson's ideal citizen was the self-sufficient and independent landowning farmer, an ideal that retained its appeal even as it soon became obsolete in the face of expanding markets. And during the Cold War, small business owners and their ideals in both urban and rural areas were used as a bulwark against the spread of communism. To this day, small businesses play a very significant role in America's self-understanding and are generally viewed very positively.
One day I want to own my own business, be my own boss. Probably nothing embodies the essence of the American dream more than that thought.
There's a lot of idealization and romanticism surrounding small business, both on the right and the left. Small businesses are seen as personal, relatable, and admirable. In a 2017 poll, 70% of Americans said they have a great deal or a lot of confidence in small businesses. And I get it. In our world, small businesses bring a lot of local color to many places and allow for products and experiences that you couldn't get anywhere else. But we shouldn't let such romanticism blind us to the many problems that small businesses often come with, because they are still businesses in the end, and that means profit is their primary motive. In the United States, small businesses on average pay lower wages, provide worse benefits, are exempt from crucial labor protections, and due to their small size tend to make unionization difficult, which tends to leave small business employees with little to no bargaining power. In the US, federal law requires businesses to provide medical coverage after discharge only if they have 20 or more employees, and family and medical leave only if they have 50 or more employees, thus exempting many small businesses. And anti-discrimination laws, whether against race or gender, only apply if you employ 15 or more people, all of which often allows small business owners to be petty tyrants towards those they employ, and they will sometimes use their status as small business owners to justify overworking and underpaying people. Whether small or big, businesses compete in the same market, in which success requires ruthlessness. And to this day, the American petty bourgeoisie have a significant effect on the divisions between the political left and the right.
If you want to make America a better place for everyone, especially for minorities, forget social activism. Instead, start a business.
They not only provide opposition to labor-oriented reforms, they also have served as the mass base for today's right-wing populism, which, as we shall see, reveals several of the same class patterns that we saw in German fascism. Consider the Trump campaign and the MAGA movement. For the purposes of this video, I'm not going to discuss whether it is fascist or not, but it is today's leading form of right-wing populism in America. The media often describes MAGA as a movement of the white working class, and while its ranks do include many white workers, I think this label overlooks the movement's middle-class character. Data from primaries in 2016, for instance, show that much of Trump's support came from middle-income voters, whose average earnings were a lot higher than those of the average American. And while income should not be equated with class, it does serve as some preliminary indication. But as a way of zooming into the class dynamics at play, I'd like to focus on the January 6th Capitol riot, as it's a particularly extreme expression of the MAGA movement. And just as we'd expect, the petty bourgeoisie, namely small business owners and the self-employed, were overrepresented among the Capitol rioters. There was a floral shop owner, a CEO of a skydiving company, owner of a chiropractor practice, owner and president of a tax guidance company, owners of real estate companies, owner of a car dealership, self-employed insurance agent, CEO of a data analytics marketing firm, and I could go on and on. This social group was much more likely to be found among the Capitol rioters than among the general voting population, and were even more overrepresented among those Capitol rioters who were violent. Trust me, once you recognize this trend, you never stop noticing it. While blue-collar workers were present, white-collar workers were a lot more common, and were also likely to be relatively high-ranking managers, who some categorize as petty bourgeois as well, because
Yeah, so this is what I talked about a lot. This was an HVAC business owner riot, right? Like, that's what it was, for the most part.
Because of their increased status and the power they have over subordinate employees. So it's completely misleading to see this event as a representation of the white working class, let alone the general working class. After all, the rioters came from all over the United States. which means that these were people who were well off enough and had enough economic power to take time off work, pay for traveling expenses, whether by bus or plane, as well as a hotel to stay in, just to attend a Trump rally, which is already some indication of its class character. These were people who were drawn to the MAGA movement because they identified their individual freedom with the freedom of business, and saw all government efforts to help and assist the working class and the unemployed as obstructions to their personal success, explaining their common resentment towards welfare recipients, for instance.
Because owning your own business represents freedom. You are independent. You are free. And that's exactly the reason big government despises.
The American modern right-wing movement also is very good at universalizing their outwardly awful policies. They never say, we are here to defend big businesses. They say, small businesses are the backbone of the American economy. We're here to support small businesses. When in fact, their policy agenda is greatly beneficial for big businesses. Okay? That's why when Republicans talk about tax cuts, they always talk about tax cuts for the middle class. We're going to do tax cuts for the middle class. We are going to help out the middle class. Deregulation is going to help out the middle class, small businesses. That is a lie. What their open goal, and as Trump demonstrated in his 2017 tax cuts, is to cut taxes for the wealthiest in American society and the corporations, because of the corporate tax rate. There's a reason why in the Trump tax cuts that came in the last Trump regime, the tax cuts made for the top earners in this country and the corporate tax rate were actually permanent, whereas tax cuts for the middle class and everything under the top marginal tax rate was actually slated to sunset. All of those tax cuts are supposed to sunset in 2026, I believe. Just so you understand, that's not what the video is saying. I don't care what the video is saying. I'm giving additional context to the way in which America propagandizes American politicians and American political movements oftentimes propagandize certain positions that are inherently harmful to the middle class, which is a very specific designation that is supposed to take you away from understanding the class dynamic from worker and capital owner to begin with, okay? But it's just something you need to understand. Both parties are also capitalist. Both parties also represent the interests of corporations. That's precisely the reason why the Democratic Party is directly at odds with its base of support.
Despises small business.
And yet, at the same time, as we saw with German fascism, this also comes with attacks on big capitalists, often represented by people like George Soros and Bill Gates, which often comes along with various conspiracy theories that don't stray far from anti-Semitism. Conspiracy theories about the collusion of left-wing protesters and labor unions with powerful elites like George Soros. That very same flavor of middle-class paranoia, a phenomenon that is difficult to make sense of if we don't recognize its petty bourgeois character. This also helps us understand America's right libertarians, who otherwise also seem hopelessly contradictory. Why is it that so many of them, who are supposed to be anti-government, end up moving towards fascism? Once again, the right libertarian movement is populated with a lot of petty bourgeois individuals who identify their freedom with unregulated business activity and attack the government for its obstruction of this freedom. And yet, whenever their business begins being threatened either by the demands of organized labor or simply by the ruthless tendencies of the market, they end up wishing for a strong government which would wield its iron fist in protecting their business against these threats. Recognizing it also helps us immensely in making sense of different responses to the COVID pandemic. Among the anti-lockdown protesters, the kind who equated social distancing with communism, the petty bourgeoisie were, you guessed it, overrepresented. In Minnesota, as one example,
the subtle line appealing to middle-class frustrations is the standard of living for what we think is middle class is only achievable for small business owners. Both parties never appeal to the working class, but only an amorphous, intangible middle class that hasn't existed for decades. Exactly. There is no real, straightforward worker. I guess there is to a certain degree. It's like the professional managerial class. Okay? There, to a certain degree, the professional managerial class, is a part of that equation. We're talking about we're talking about people with college degrees and whatnot. The Democratic Party captures the attention of that base. The Republican Party, on the other hand, captures the attention of the small business owners who actually receive what it looks like to be that mythical middle class. But ultimately, the notion of like a group of individuals that like work in a fucking factory and have a house and have a comfortable, meaningful existence with a single income, like single income households with one person working as a wage laborer and being firmly in this like middle class standard is non-existent in this country.
Those pleading to reopen the state during the pandemic were overwhelmingly small business owners, proprietors of hair salons, massage parlors, a bowling alley, vacation rental, etc., who put up slogans such as "small business is essential." And this makes sense as the lockdown was impeding the profitability of their businesses, in some cases to the point of bankruptcy. Also, in some cases, impeding their ability to spend their disposable income. Some protesters, for instance, expressed their dissatisfaction with the lockdown on account of not being able to get a haircut or not being able to go to a golf course, which is not a particularly working-class concern. The fact that the lockdown was indeed threatening many small businesses incentivized the spread of various conspiracy theories, again expressing that middle-class paranoia, claiming that the virus was man-made or that it did not exist at all and was simply a tactic to push America towards communism. The working class also had a strong response to the pandemic, which came with an increase in worker strikes, and their demands could not be more different from those of the petty bourgeoisie. The striking workers, who were very well aware of the dangers of the pandemic and were at high risk of infection, demanded not only improved working conditions, but improved safety measures, improved access to safety equipment, and increased precautions against the spread of COVID. Nothing could show more clearly just how important it is to differentiate.
And there are far more of these people, albeit their organizational capacity is infinitely more limited because they do not have the freedom that like a small business owner has. But there are far more of these people out there, working class people, wage laborers, than there are small business owners, okay?
Differentiate between the working class and the petty bourgeoisie if we want to understand the nature of different political movements and actions. This is not to say that some small business owners did not have legitimate concerns. The US government definitely did not act quickly and sufficiently enough to help those whose livelihoods were severely threatened by the lockdown. One legitimate concern was the fact that given America's privatized healthcare system, many small business owners depend on the profitability of their business in order to pay for health insurance for themselves and their family. The fight for universal healthcare is an example of an issue over which the workers and the lower middle class could potentially unite. Now, while we do see these very clear patterns in the relationship between class and politics, it is also true that today people vote according to their class a lot less than they did 100 years ago. Yeah. And many of today's political divisions are drawn along lines of race.
Are YouTubers small business owners? Yes, absolutely. Yes. Technically, myself included. It's an owned and operated business. So I still get paid for my labor and not for making others work for me. I don't own like a channel overall where like other people are working under me and working like there is no way that I can continue making money if I just stopped streaming. Okay? But yes, technically YouTubers, especially many other YouTubers that have like, you know, ginormous fucking businesses do this. Like they are firmly within the small business owner category.
Gender and culture. And that is something that was actively and purposefully achieved by the ruling class, which has always tried to produce internal splits within the working class and to bring workers over to its side using cultural issues, a tactic which in recent decades was especially pioneered by Republicans. And this is a problem because it points to a lack of class consciousness among workers, which leads them to lash out against fellow workers.
What do you mean, plenty of ways for you to make money if you don't stream? Yes, of course. But most of them, like there are a million different ways that I can continue earning money off of the pre-existing the capital that I have. Capital accumulation is an avenue for me. Okay? Yes, but that would change the dynamic of the way I earn currently. That would turn me into a capitalist rather than someone who still has to work to earn his income. A lot of people misunderstand how this dynamic works, and they think, for example, athletes, very wealthy, right? They get these massive contracts. right? So they go, excuse me, athletes are bourgeoisie, okay? And many of them are, but not in the way that you think they are, okay? Athletes' massive contracts that they get from the sports franchises they work for is still very much wage labor, okay? A lot of them then take those contracts and turn around and start their own businesses in which they become capital owners, business owners, and therefore capitalists, okay? LeBron James's endorsements and also his wages that he gets from the Los Angeles Lakers puts him in a wage laborer category, okay? Whereas LeBron James's many investments into other businesses puts him in a capitalist category. That is how this works.
Workers, rather than those who actually exploit them. This is not to say that the Democrat Party is free from blame either, as it has been consistently disappointing the poor and working class for decades, and has been thereby leaving people feeling like there is no worthwhile alternative. The decline of class consciousness has been further intensified by what I would call the petty bourgeoisification of the working class, the attempt to disarm class struggle by making workers identify more with the petty bourgeoisie than their own class. This is seen when working class people see themselves as temporarily unsuccessful business people rather than workers, entrepreneurs on the grind rather than sellers of labor power. And this is exploited by various companies. Consider, for instance, Uber, which has utilized the slogan, "Be your own boss." Although Uber drivers are gig workers who are materially generating profit for Uber, Uber tries to convince them that they are in fact self-employed bosses. Thus, while offering them terrible working conditions, they sell them the promise of being petty bourgeois. And all of these problems are further confounded by a lack of genuinely working class organizations, ones that would build working class autonomy. And history shows us that few things are as effective in combating fascism as organized labor. And now I'd like to thank my patrons, who fund my petty bourgeois existence. 404 error, just undo it.
Is a good example landlords? Yes, landlords would be passive earners. Passive income means you do not have to go out and directly work to get a wage, okay? You do not have to go out and work to get a wage from someone else who is paying you. Passive versus active income.
Abundance dinner happened this weekend.
Anyway, this is Matt Christman talking about the rise of American fascism.
Just passed completely unremarked upon, but that wasn't the case because, the comedian they booked, Michelle Wolf of The Daily Show, the headlines the last 48 hours, just nonstop debate about whether she was mean to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, whether it's okay to be mean to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, what is comedy, are comedians heroes, and should the whole White House Correspondents' Dinner be hit with Agent Orange?
Living in hell is a lot more boring than I thought it would be.
Yeah, this is a conversation that is designed to dominate everything on your social media and in the news and the news media talking about itself and entertainment, and I want to turn it all off. I don't care. I don't care about any of it. It's just anyone taking a really hard stance on any of this is just I just don't know what to make of it.
Well, the most insane thing is that as they say on Battlestar Galactica, all of this has happened before and all of this will happen again, because this same fucking debate happened. People have pointed this out. The same thing happened 10 years ago with Colbert when he was at the Correspondents' Dinner, I believe 2006, and he roasted Bush to his face. And everyone was horrified, and there was a whole debate about, did he go too far? Is there such a thing as too far? What are comedians supposed to do? But real heads know that this actually also happened 20 years ago. Because in 1996, Don Imus was the...
Bro, the chatter who sent this to me is so fucking lame, dude. This has nothing to do with what we were talking about. You just wanted me to play a clip of Matt Christman, who I love, and the Chavo Boys. Some of you motherfuckers really abuse your linking privileges. I swear to fucking God. What does this have to do with how liberals collaborate with fascists historically. Stop sending me the 3 Arrows video. I'm not going to watch a 30-minute video from a podcast, okay? I know it's great, but it is not good for... This is the guy. Matt Christman is relevant here, explaining the American dynamic of fascism and nails it from 4450. He did not talk about American fascism at all in 4450. What did the chatter say? No, man, keep listening, I swear.
At the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and he did a bunch of jokes about how Bill Clinton was a horny freak, and that caused a giant wailing and gnashing of teeth. There was no Twitter, but if there had been, everyone would have lost their shit. It's the same fucking argument over and over, and nothing ever changes about it. It's enough to make you go and...
Wow, you guys are so hateful, it's wild. Why do you encourage so much hate in your chat? I feel like it doesn't accomplish as much as your usual empathy does. Brother, you have to also present enemies, ideological enemies, people that want to do harm to others, as exactly what they are. I will never lie to you. I will always tell you what my own personal convictions look like, what my own personal opinion is. Okay? And I will continue to do so in an unflinching manner. Do you understand? This is not an encouragement to hate. This is actually directly calling out who is spreading hate in American society. Okay? If one party is actively pushing to mass deport, if one party is looking to actively push mass deportation, fight fire with fire, I get it, I just don't agree. No, I'm not fighting fire with fire, you dumb fuck. What is wrong with you? God damn, you are the fucking white moderate that I'm talking about. That is so, that just like endlessly refuses to understand nuance in the situation. Listen to me. Listen to my words. Do you think there's a difference between good things and bad things? Okay, if you do, then you have the capacity to understand that mass deportation is very bad. Okay, that's my position. Maybe you disagree with it. We can have a conversation around that. And if you think mass deportation is objectively fascist, if mass deportation is objectively fascist, then obviously you can't, you have to openly recognize that this is American fascism that's laid dormant for many years and is very active now. Yeah, I'm being mean. I'm being mean to people who want to do harm to others. Like,
speaking on behalf of a hegemonic liberalism that is going to get us all fucking killed.
It's got a lot of money.
I agree. Don't talk to them, but because they're distraction from the real fucking problem, which is that fascism arises because of the collapse of institutional legitimacy of liberal institutions. And that's how we got fucking Trump. It's how we're going to get what's coming next after him. That's going to be even worse. Because if you think there's not going to be more ecological and economic catastrophes in the future that liberalism is wholly unsuited to fucking deal with, and that failure is not going to lead to fascism filling that fucking hole, you got another thing coming. And that's what these guys are. These guys who marched in Charlottesville, these are the people who are aware of the unspoken premise of this sort of zombie neoliberalism we're living in, which is that we're coming at a point where there's going to be ecological catastrophe, and it's going to either require mass redistribution of the ill-gotten gains of the first world or genocide. And these are the first people who have basically said, well, if that's the choice, I choose genocide. And they're getting everybody else ready intellectually and emotionally for why that's.
That chatter linked 44 as the minute marker. I went back to 7. There's a difference between the 7th minute where he's actually kind of talking about it. It was 20 seconds away. Sorry, I missed the timestamp.
That's going to be okay when it happens. Why? They're not really people. When we're putting all of this.
Hasan Abi, dude, don't get me wrong, dude, but you are doing this to monetize this, dude. I mean, your shtick gets you bucks, dude. Please, dude. yes, dude, that's why I'm doing this. Except I could be doing that with a much greater amount of much greater amount of money that I could be making, and also simultaneously getting a shit ton less scrutiny if I were to do this for a grift. If I was a grifter, I wouldn't be grifting to the left, okay? Because dumb fucks like you do not have this kind of attitude or opinion towards the right. You think that they're honest brokers of the truth, okay? It is infinitely easier to grift to the right. Shut the fuck up. There is a reason why there aren't that many people like me who are both openly leftist and also very successful, okay? The American institutions and the American public is unimaginably hostile to any sort of progressive politics, okay? You can fucking sit here and chirp about like how much money I have all day, every day, and that is just simply a way for you to not understand the things that I'm talking about. Oh, I don't have to listen to him. I don't have to listen to him because he makes money, which I think is somehow at odds with the way he is presenting, with the way he's presenting the things that are harming me right now. He's trolling, dude. I know. But this kind of stupid attitude is definitely, infinitely more popular in the broader public than you think, okay? It might not be a popular sentiment in this community, but that's it. Wow, you must be so poor grifting for the left. No, you dumb fuck. If I have the capacity to explain a concept that is impossible for Americans to fucking understand under normal circumstances, don't you think it is infinitely easier for me to actually shill right-wing sentiment, right-wing thought? Why are there no prominent examples of people actually having thriving careers after they fucking move to the left? Okay? Why are there infinitely more examples of people always hitting the fucking right-wing pipeline? Why? There's no way I can read these posts, dude. Okay, dude, take 5 minutes off and you know, come back later. This is simply a way for people to refuse to take in the message. And it's just a way for people to go, nah, I don't fucking agree. I don't agree with anything this guy's saying. Not because I'm going to internalize what he's saying and maybe put forth a convincing counter argument, but instead I'm going to literally just, force myself not to listen to anything he's saying and be uncharitable because I have perceived hypocrisy here. That this person and his existence is at odds with his worldview when there is no such contradiction there. Okay?
Money into more fucking walls and drones and bombs and guns to keep them away, and so that we can watch them die with clear consciences. It's going to be because we've been loaded with the ideology that these guys are now starting to express publicly. On the other side of them, you have people who are saying in full fucking voice, no, we have the resources to save everybody, to give everybody a fucking decent and worthwhile existence, and that is what we want, and that is the fucking real difference between these two. So you can tell that to the next asshole who tells you that they're actually two sides of the same coin.
And my question is now.
Anyway, now we watched Why Middle Class Supports Fascism with Why Middle Class Supports Fascism with Cuck Philosophy. There's also the German Revolution, which I'm not going to get into too much. I think Best D Marks had a video on this as well. Specifically on the way that like liberals have turned around and showed their bellies and actively collaborated with Nazis. There are a number of different documentary style videos on this process. Unfortunately, many of them are super long, and I want to just like arrive at, social democrats, for example, and the role that they played in actively suppressing the communist anti-fascist movement in Germany. That is what I'm looking at. Okay, that is what I'm looking for.
Ebert and Gustav Noske. Gustav Noske was a party functionary that had become a prominent deputy, an enemy of proletarian internationalism. He had declared at the Reichstag during World War II that socialists were not, quote, vagabonds without a fatherland. He had tried to convince the bourgeois parties to give the German workers good reasons to become soldiers and thus give their lives in the imperialist slaughter. Noske declared himself a supporter of Oswald Spengler's proto-fascist Prussian socialism. Hitler wrote about Noske in 1933, saying he is, quote, an oak among these social democratic plants. When the news of the Kiel uprising reached the imperial government, Prince Max sent a reliable social democrat to calm the revolutionary fervor, and that man was Gustav Noske. Aside from a few politically conscious workers, the majority of the revolting masses were still confused about the various currents and what differentiates them. Another consequence of not constituting the Communist Party at an earlier point. Yes, the majority Social Democrats had supported the war, but now they were seemingly on their side. Maybe they had acknowledged their mistakes. Many striking workers were not socialists, and they did not yet differentiate between the parties calling themselves socialist. Many of them did not believe, or rather did not want to believe, that the SPD leadership was determined to defend the old system. Hence, the councils were not exclusively made up of revolutionary socialists. For instance, German sociologist Max Weber was part of the Workers' Council of Heidelberg, and he was pleasantly surprised that most members there were moderate liberals. Nonetheless, people were radicalizing quickly, and that process had to be reversed. Noske, a cunning and talented politician, eventually managed to sway the people to his side. He was so successful in doing so that the crowds proclaimed him governor of Kiel. Noske promised to meet the most urgent demands of the workers and soldiers of Kiel, such as pardons of mutineers in return for a more calm atmosphere. The next day, Noske called Berlin, saying he, quote, had only one hope, a voluntary return to order under social democratic leadership. Then the rebellion would collapse. Noske slowly but surely restored authority of the former officers and the police, and Prince Max was full of admiration for what Noske had accomplished at Kiel. Quote, the man has done superhuman things. Prince Max later wrote in his memoirs, quote, the fate of Germany depended on Ebert repeating his party comrades' achievement on a large scale, that is, rolling back the movement throughout the country. Appeasement through minor concessions and false promises. This trick was to be successful in undermining countless working-class movements in the coming decades all over the world. At the time, very few anticipated the tragedy that was about to ensue. It is reasonable to assume that not even the ruling classes themselves were confident they could turn things around. In the 7 days after November the 3rd, revolution was a certainty for much of the working class. The German monarchy had collapsed, and there was no parliament with any claim to power. The only organs with any authority were the workers' and soldiers' councils, and the new government in power called itself socialist, so it is no surprise that many regarded the revolution as completed. Unfortunately, it wasn't. For a revolution to be completed, toppling the old order is not enough. Establishing a new one is the other, in many ways, even harder part. But the masses who had managed to take over city after city had no cohesive plan for what to do with that power. The revolution had been largely spontaneous. It had no centralized leadership, but the counter-revolution did. Now, the trick of Noske in Kiel had to be repeated in many other places, and most crucially in Berlin, where the revolutionary movement had arrived on November 9th. Time was running out. As the new chancellor of a non-existing government, Friedrich Ebert planned to, quote, steer the revolution into orderly channels and defend the rule of law from anarchy. But these maneuvers were not enough to defeat the Marxists, because the workers' and soldiers' councils were still the main authority throughout the German Reich. They had to be won over, and so it was crucial for the MSPD to build a coalition with the USPD to form an executive based on the councils. The independents themselves had not full control over the councils, and so it was in the interest of the USPD right wing to form unity with the MSPD. Hugo Haase was especially interested in social democratic unity because power was shifting quickly to the left wing of the independents, led by Georg Ledebour and the Spartakists. The two parties wanted to...
This is an era where liberals, social democrats alike basically looked for or took advantage of the destabilized Germany in an effort to secure as much power as possible and undermine the communist movement that was the most significant anti-fascist movement in Germany in the lead up to the Nazi rise of power. Okay? This is why I'm saying that what happened throughout history is happening once again, where they don't even have, in America, we don't even have fucking social democrats, really. We just have mostly liberals who are a more moderate version of the fascist movement in the United States of America. And history is repeating itself once again. Instead of actively undermining and trying to combat the growing fascist movement, liberals, and the reason why we arrived at this conclusion is because we were talking about what do you call it? We're talking about Mika and Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski and many of these other institutions. What they have paid attention to and what they've been attacking and undermining since Donald Trump won the election matters. This is why I told you immediately after this election that no, that was part one. I don't think I reacted to part two completely. But my point is this, okay? They very quickly were like, it's actually woke and trans people and our inability to like address the right-wing demands that the American public has that the Democratic Party lost, when the Democratic Party had not done those things at all. As a matter of fact, the Democratic Party had moderated itself so hard that they had become a marginally less bad version of the Republican Party, and they still fucking failed. And instead of licking their wounds and analyzing and doing a proper autopsy on what the real issues were, they immediately started shitting on progressives. They immediately started shitting on trans people. They immediately started shitting on leftists, people who... What? Hello, my fellow Hasan Abi heads. Why do you support Hamas? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Okay, take a day off. This is why I actively talked about Bill Maher's sentiment yesterday. What Bill Maher was talking about was so ridiculous, because what Bill Maher was saying is no different than what Republicans have been saying. What you were hearing from MSNBC and CNN alike was no different than Fox News or even the likes of Ben Shapiro. The idea that like wokes and pronouns and Latinx is what caused the Democrats to lose this election. Okay? It was deeply unserious and completely ridiculous. Okay?
As the issues that moved them to send Donald Trump back to the White House with their vote. Joe and I realized it's time to do something different. And that starts with not only talking about Donald Trump, but also talking with him.
Yeah. Thank you for demonstrating the endless liberal attitude that if you can't beat him, you join him. Okay? That is the point. Nothing has aged worse than this thread. Hate to be that guy, but resistance liberalism is probably the most successful anti-fascist campaign in America since the 1940s. Yes, it doesn't follow the normal mold of also being a left-wing movement, but it is fundamentally an anti-fascist movement, this guy said on October 25th, 2024. It combines people from across the political spectrum, unifying them on a single goal, defeating fascism. Like, I genuinely don't know what else you can call a coalition that spans from AOC to Dick Cheney than an anti-fascist coalition. This is a fast track way to be wrong. If you are just like ideologically rudderless, if you simply are repeating whatever the fuck the party is saying without ever having an opinion of your own, you will be lost in the fucking sauce. You will say things like Dick Cheney is an anti-fascist. Dick Cheney is a fucking fascist. Dick Cheney is a bigger fascist than Donald Trump. What the fuck are we talking about? At least Donald Trump, last regime. Last regime Donald Trump was a proto-fascist. Dick Cheney had always been a bigger fascist than Donald Trump's last regime. Anti-fascism at its core is a movement that is opposed to fascism. Resistance liberalism clearly falls well within that mold. It has an express goal to defeat fascism, i.e. Donald Trump. It does not have a consistent economic, social, or international policy regimen. Its only unifying policy is opposition to fascism. Resistance liberalism is an anti-fascist coalition. It just doesn't take the aesthetics of a normative anti-fascism. And because of that, it has been much more successful than it might have otherwise been. I know some people wanted a grand anti-fascist coalition that unifies the left, makes it popular, and cements social democracy and the general left permanently in American politics. Instead, we got a highly educated, highly suburbanized, largely upper middle class, white, wealthy white anti-fascist movement that has been incredibly electorally successful. Now, he was saying this on October 25th, 2024, in the lead up to this election. And what is so insane about this statement is that the anti-fascist movement that he was talking about was also playing along with their own version of mass deportation, just a lighter version of that. So how the fuck were they anti-fascist when they were just like marginally less bad than Donald Trump? Yes, this thread is a response to David Austin Walsh tweet that I thought was really quite dumb. I added more here, by the way. This is why I say, if you want to come across as more knowledgeable, okay, read a little bit and develop a materialist perspective. Because historical materialism will usually land you on the right side of history and will allow you to make better assessments of what is to come. Okay? Liberalism is rudderless. And many Democrats simply are just at the whims, at the mercy of right-wing Republicans that at the very least ideologically want to move the country towards fascism. Liberals are completely unequipped to fight against this. And that is why you're seeing so many of them refuse to fight against this and instead capitulate to the same exact right-wing framing on the matter over and over and over again. On November 21st, 1922, the New York Times published its very first article about Adolf Hitler. It's an incredible read, especially its assertion that Hitler's anti-Semitism was not so violent or as genuine as it sounded. This attitude was apparently widespread among Germans at the time. Many of them saw Hitler's anti-Semitism as a ploy for votes among the German masses. Okay? But the really extraordinary part of the article is that the 3 paragraphs on anti-Semitism, Brown acknowledges Hitler's vicious anti-Semitism as the core of Hitler's appeal, and notes the terrified Jewish community was fleeing from him, but goes on to dismiss it as a play to satiate the rubes that he bolded himself. He's credibly credited with being accused by lofty, unselfish patriotism. He probably does not know himself just what he wants to accomplish. The keynote of this propaganda, in speaking and writing, is violent anti-Semitism. His followers are nicknamed the Hakenkreuzler. So violent are Hitler's fulminations against the Jews that a number of prominent Jewish citizens are reported to have sought safe asylums in the Bavarian highlands, easily reached by fast motor cars, whence they could hurry their women and children when forewarned of an anti-Semitic St. Bartholomew's might. Ne yapıyorsun anne? Ne oluyor burada şu anda? Okay. But, Kaya, please. No, please. Hey, what are you? How are you? Not about it, dude. My mom is having a party right now. But several reliable, well-informed sources confirmed the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was not so genuine or violent as it sounded, and that he was merely using anti-Semitic propaganda as bait to catch masses of followers and keep them aroused, enthusiastic, in line for the time when his organization is perfected and sufficiently powerful to be employed effectively for political purposes. A sophisticated politician credited Hitler with peculiar political cleverness for laying emphasis and overemphasis on anti-Semitism. saying, "You can't expect the masses to understand or appreciate your finer, real aims. You must feed the masses with cruder morsels and ideas like anti-Semitism. It would be politically all wrong to tell them the truth about where you are really leading them." Now, Brown's sources in all likelihood did tell him Hitler's anti-Semitism was for show. That was a popular opinion during Nazism's early days, but that speaks to how unprepared polite German society was for a movement as sincerely, radically violent as Hitler's to take power. One other thing, if violent anti-Semitism was such a winning issue for Hitler, what does that tell us about the state of public opinion in Bavaria in 1922? You can basically substitute anti-Semitism in this conversation with anti-immigrant sentiment, xenophobia, and white nativist anti-immigrant attitudes. Okay? It is a one-to-one comparison to what we are experiencing right now. The problem in this situation, the problem in this circumstance is that there is no growing revolutionary movement that is a counterbalance to fascism. Okay? There is no threat. There is no threat to fascism. Okay? It's just neoliberalism, which is looking for a way to basically create a managed version of the same, like a less volatile version of the same fucking violent desires that the right have. There is no anti-capitalist alternative. And when there is no anti-capitalist alternative that is reaching prominence, okay, the only kind of quote-unquote anti-capitalist sentiment, left-wing populist sentiment you hear is from the likes of Tucker Carlson, is from the likes of Josh Hawley or J.D. Vance, okay? That's it. These are the prominent voices on the right that present themselves as left-wing economic populists. Meanwhile, it's bullshit. Their populist sentiment is a lie, okay? Meanwhile, the entirety of the liberal spectrum of politics in the United States of America is fighting amongst itself from a right-wing attitude as well. Yeah, the threat is China. Yeah, sure. No, it's not. Okay? No, it's not. China, as it stands currently, all things considered, as much as I am, as much as I work to dispel many of the falsehoods surrounding the way that Americans think China operates and China is, China has never really presented itself as a counterbalance. There is no like ideological socialist desire in China. China cares about China only, okay? Anyway, that's it. Some of China's immediate material desires correspond to developing certain underdeveloped parts of the world. Okay? But that is not done that is simply done in a pragmatic way. That is not done for any sort of real ideological purpose. They do not care if the countries that they're developing are run as like fascist authoritarian administrations. They do not care about any of that stuff at all. They just want a new market that they can sell products to. That's it. Now, while it looks like the Chinese hegemonic superpower status that they're reaching at an alarming rate for Americans is seemingly at odds with like American imperialism, they have not really done anything to combat American imperialism whatsoever. There are immediate, like one immediate example I will always use is the Maoist movement in the Philippines. Okay? The Maoist movement in the Philippines, which is a massive country in and of itself, is somewhat vibrant, okay? And they are at odds with the Chinese government. If China truly was interested in even disrupting American imperialism, they would, just like America has worked with nascent fascist movements, beefed them up, offered them logistical support in an effort to destabilize countries that are moving towards social democracy or democratic socialism or communism, God forbid. China would utilize the Maoist movement in the Philippines. China has, on the other hand, worked actively against the Maoist movement in the Philippines. This is the reason why I say that China has no ideological goals or even any interest in genuinely disrupting American hegemony. There are plenty of opportunities for China to, if they were truly invested in like socialist revolution and the revolutionary potential of the third world, they could be doing something about it in a way that the USSR did. They are not. Historically, China has always just cared about China. They happen to be moving in the direction of socialism further along than many other nation states. That much is true. I do agree with that. But they're not necessarily ideologically invested in any sort of like global socialist, global communist movement at all. Anyway, they've always had a wild foreign policy, even under Mao. True. So no, they are not an ideological counterbalance at all, nor are they interested. The entire globe could be straightforwardly fascist as long as China remains the way it does and becomes a global superpower, which it has, and they can sell products to the global fascist movement in the Western world. They will continue to do so. Like they have historically always been, maybe not historically, but when in moments that matter, like the example that I use in the Philippines, China has not even used things to its advantage. They're too afraid of directly going into battle. I think they probably look at the USSR and its international movements, its interventionist policies, as a failure to implement socialism in one state. That's it. Why are you insinuating that their foreign policy is bad? Their policy respecting other nations' domestic politics is far better than the U.S.? No, this is a separate conversation. This is it. They didn't even support the Maoist revolution in Nepal that helped end the monarchy. Bro, you're right side to the country. Yeah, my point is, my point is that they have a non-interventionist policy when it comes to international affairs. Okay? And to a certain degree, that has allowed China to develop itself. And it's so funny that motherfuckers in the chat, look at this, look. Now it's Hitler. They will invade Taiwan. This is part of the reason why they're not interventionist. Now, regardless of whether they're intervening or not, it has not It has not stopped Americans from deluding themselves into believing that it has not. It hasn't stopped Americans from saying we have to encroach on any sort of Chinese sovereignty as we can to effectively stop yet another person that they are going to compare to Adolf Hitler. But do not compare American leadership to Adolf Hitler, even if they're actively pushing for concentration camps at the border and mass deportations. Do not compare. Do not, no matter what you do, compare America's allies to Adolf Hitler, like Benjamin Netanyahu, even though they are doing an ethnic cleansing campaign right now with American dollars. It's always America's enemies that are conveniently displayed as another. See, Putin is also Hitler. Trump is also Hitler. Putin is also Hitler. Netanyahu also bad. Oh, okay. Not Hitler, though. Hasan, we would love to recruit you to the Republican Party. We find it, you may find your spirit more suited for the other side. We can use a guy like you. Yeah, totally, man. People just don't understand that my distaste and anger and frustration for the Democratic Party comes from their closeness to the Republican Party and its agenda. Okay? Anyway, let's get back to, let's move away from theory or American or you know, the parallels between the rise of Nazi power and let's get back to drama. Heated confrontation between Elon Musk and Trump advisor, Axios reports. At least these guys are still unimaginably incompetent. Did you see
the
this
problem for Democrats?
Pod Save America? What are they saying?
Is that you have this explicitly conservative media ecosystem. And I'm not talking about Joe Rogan here or Logan Paul. I'm talking about Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens and, you know, talk radio and cable news and things like that. And they exist to professionally shit on Democrats. And that's what they do all day, every day. And then you have a progressive media ecosystem with people like Chapo Trap House or Hassan Piker. And that progressive media ecosystem also exists to shit on Democrats. And so from both sides, the Democratic Party is just getting savaged and criticized.
This is untrue. I, unlike mainstream media, have openly defended the Democratic Party when they do good things, Chapo included. As a matter of fact, the example I will give you is perhaps the most important example. Joe Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal. The entire liberal media ecosystem shit on Joe Biden. On the other hand, me and Chapo Trap House defended Joe Biden for withdrawing American troop presence from Afghanistan. And we never strayed away from that because we have fucking principles. Not only that, but also I'll go so far as to say that I defended Lena Khan, Majority Report as well, myself and Majority Report as well, defended the FTC antitrust agenda and the NLRB's movement towards beefing up the American labor movement significantly more than mainstream media did. So the idea that we were shitting on the Democrats nonstop is fucking silly. Okay? You should define criticism instead of saying you defend your positions. I think he's just dumb fuck. Yeah, like, this is dumb. There are people out there that are independent content creators on the progressive side of politics, on the leftist side of politics, that openly have defended the defensible aspects of the Democratic leadership. Okay?
No matter what they do. And that's a real problem for Democrats, this kind of imbalance of how both ideological extremes basically make their money taking shots at Democrats.
Yeah, Felix said Joe Biden is the most progressive president in my lifetime pre-Gaza. I've said that as well because it's true. Pre-October 2023, which was a devastating month for the legacy of Joe Biden, and he deserves to be devastated. Let's just, make no mistake. There was still plenty that the Democrats said, there was still plenty that the Democrats had left on the table in terms of the underlying problems that people were experiencing, refusing to fucking address them. Plenty of other issues within the administration that I was critical of in terms of not whipping votes fast enough, for example, for Joe Biden's agenda. Okay. The problem is October 2023, Joe Biden, 2 days before October 7, unveiled his right-wing anti-immigrant agenda. Okay. And the right-wing border bill that they were presenting as a gotcha, which was a fucking idiotic move to begin with. Okay. And then October 7 happened and Joe Biden was like, I love genocide, permanent genocide, please. Okay. And then it's over after that. The fuck?
We need kind of I don't know if it's an expansion of Pod Save America until you guys are the number one podcast in the country, but we need something to counteract that because it's not working right now.
Welcome to my life for the last 7 years.
Yeah. But yeah, I digress. Let's get back to the heated confrontation between Elon Musk and Trump
Developing
advisor.
this morning, reports that new first best friend Elon Musk is starting to irritate President-elect Trump's advisors. During a dinner at Mar-a-Lago, Axios reports of a heated confrontation between Musk and Trump advisor and attorney Boris Epstein. They write, quote, at one point during what the sources described as a massive blow-up, Musk accused Epstein of leaking details of Trump's transition, including a personnel pics to the media. Epstein responded by telling Musk that he didn't know what he was talking about. This comes amid new reports that Musk is also becoming a source of infighting the Trump transition team surrounding the choice for Treasury Secretary. Musk is backing Trump transition co-chair and fellow billionaire Howard Lutnick for the job, while Trump's advisors are pushing for hedge fund CEO Scott Bessent. The billionaire not only putting his 2 or 10 cents in, but also asking his more than 200 million followers to weigh in. He posted to Twitter, quote, would be interesting to hear more people weigh in on this for real Donald Trump to consider feedback. My view, for what it's worth, is Bessent is a business as usual choice, whereas Howard Lutnick will actually enact change. Business as usual is driving America bankrupt. We need change one way or another. With us now is national political correspondent for Politico, Meredith McGraw. It's pretty interesting. So Musk is in the room where it happens a lot of time, but he's also tweeting from outside the room trying to influence things.
Well, it's not just Musk who has inserted himself into the transition. It's really Trump's whole, early kitchen cabinet here, advisors, people, Mar-a-Lago members, friends that are weighing in. But Musk is spending a lot of time with Donald Trump since he got elected. He's been an ever-present person at Trump's side at his club. He's sitting in on meetings. He's traveling with him like he did this weekend to the the UFC fight in New York City. And he is spending a lot of time with Trump. He's giving his insight and input on some of these picks, including most recently Treasury Secretary, which is one of the last really big remaining cabinet picks that Trump has yet to announce. And there's already been some infighting behind the scenes and jockeying between different potential candidates, including Howard Lutnick, who is currently co-chair of Trump's transition, hedge fund CEO Scott Bessent, and some other dark horse candidates who have now, their names have come up because of this back and forth and different people getting involved in the process.
Any sign that Trump would go against Musk at this point? Have we seen an area yet where the two have disagreed, where Trump went another way?
You know, I don't know about that, but, you know, certainly Trump is really, you know, taking his input seriously. He is keeping him around. He is involved in a lot of these different meetings. You know,
I like that JD Vance. Look, I'm going to say something about JD Vance right now. I think JD Vance is smart. Okay? He's a massive brown noser. He's a ginormous piece of shit. But I think JD Vance is very smart. Why? Why? Notice how he's absent from the transition team conversations. Why is JD Vance not around Donald Trump as much as someone like Elon Musk is? Why does it seem like Elon Musk has taken the role of JD Vance in the administration all of a sudden? Because he knows how Donald Trump operates. JD Vance has made a career off of shoving his nose in the assholes of narcissistic billionaires exactly like Donald Trump. That is how he has maintained a career for himself. So he knows what not to do. JD Vance is just biding his fucking time as Donald Trump and Elon Musk inevitably despise one another. Okay? That's it. Peter Thiel's blood boy is, I'm sure, you know, talking to Trump every now and then, but it's very clear. It's very clear to me that he is staying out of the limelight right now because he doesn't want to piss off boss man. He's letting Elon Musk do that job for him. That's why you're not hearing that much from JD Vance in this conversation.
Musk came with Trump to Washington, D.C. last week when Trump on the plane made the decision that he was going to appoint Matt Gaetz to his attorney general. But, you know, other people who've been around Trump include, of course, Susie Wiles, Linda McMahon, who's also co-chairing the transition, Howard Lutnick, and then a lot of aides and advisors who are around him as well, too.
All right, Meredith McGraw from Politico, thanks so much for being with us this morning.
We have new Trump animations.
I love it.
It's dramatic. I like it too.
It's like, speaking of the saints, it's like glorious, like coming out of heaven.
It took forever to book that orchestra. Well, from saints to cabinet comes marching in. President-elect Donald Trump is expected to focus on filling out his economic team after making another key appointment yesterday.
Bill Malugin is live in West Palm Beach, Florida. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Ainsley, good morning to you. So obviously the economy was a huge pillar of Donald Trump's campaign this time around. So there's a lot of eagerness out there to find out who is he going to select as his Treasury Secretary. That's still up in the air right now, but a handful of names are being tossed out there for consideration. Take a look. According to the Wall Street Journal and New York Times, these are 4 of the guys they're looking at, a couple of which reportedly met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago in recent days. Kevin Warsh, former Federal Reserve Governor, Mark Rowan, a Wall Street billionaire, Howard Lutnick, the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, and then investor Scott Bessent. Now, Trump did make one pick yesterday for his administration. You guys just mentioned this. He named Brendan Carr as his chairman of the FCC. Carr currently serves as the senior Republican commissioner on the FCC, and in naming him, Trump said in part, quote, he will end the regulatory onslaught that has been crippling America's job creators and innovators and ensure that the FCC delivers for rural America. Now, Trump made a few picks on Saturday as well. Take a look. The biggest of them was Chris Wright. He is going to serve as Trump's energy secretary. That's a big position. It oversees the stockpiles of U.S. military nuclear weapons. William Scharf is tapped to be a White House staff secretary. And then you got Caroline Leavitt, who is tapped to be press secretary. She'll be sparring with the media in the coming years. She's 27 years old. That makes her the youngest press secretary ever. As for Trump's other picks, Democrats have been throwing cold water.
Megaphonics asks, why is he putting Pete Hegseth in these positions if he's going with more competent weirdos for these other positions? And the reason is simple. First of all, I just want to say I'm sad that this is confirmation that Alex Jones will not be Trump's press secretary. But also, the reason for Pete Hegseth is because if Donald Trump wants to use the military to violate the American Constitution and to violate pre-existing American laws, that position requires a loyalist more than a competent administrator. Pete Hegseth is a psycho. He is infinitely more likely to fulfill Donald Trump's wishes of using the American military on U.S. soil to engage in mass deportations. That's it. That's also the reason why, and this is like not as frequently reported on for some reason, they're also gearing towards a new appointment structure, or at least like an outside former general board that will determine whether or not certain appointments are eligible for general positions. Like they're looking to change the entirety of the DOD to ensure loyalty at every step. That's the goal here. They want to utilize the military to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And in that situation, you need loyalists at the top.
Water on some of them. Take a listen.
Is this the very best that America has to offer for a moment like this with so many challenges that we confront? Of course not. America deserves better.
A Republican senator who votes to confirm Matt Gaetz or Robert Kennedy or Tulsi Gabbard will be remembered by history as somebody who completely gave up their responsibility to Donald Trump.
Yeah, okay.
Hey guys, it was interesting. Just a short time ago this morning, the hosts of MSNBC's Morning Joe program announced that they privately met face-to-face with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago on Friday. They said it was their first meeting with him in 7 years, and that while they disagree with him on a variety of topics, they agreed to reopen lines of communication, saying they don't want to just talk about Donald Trump, they want to start talking to him again. We'll send it back to you.
That if that came, we're just hearing that too, Bill. That is probably the most magnanimous thing any individual in America has done in a long time.
After they called him every name under the sun.
For 3 years, they call him fascist, Hitler. Every day, at every panel, there was nobody even to say, ever since Harold Ford left that building, there was not one person saying anything nice about Trump. And for him to take that, what is it, breakfast?
It just shows you, though, that he does want, to smooth things over. Maybe he is going to unite our country. And like you said earlier, everyone's doing the dances out on the...
Right. Hey, Bill, when Rachel Maddow shows up at Mar-a-Lago, can we make that a Fox News alert?
Well, if we can get a camera down there, we'll show it to you guys live.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah. So that's interesting.
All right. Well, the president continues to fill out his cabinet. And I know like there's a lot of high profile one like Secretary of State and National Security Advisor who's coming up a little bit later. Keep your eye on this. It's the FCC chair and a senior Republican on the FCC. He's got a great resume. First nominated back in 2017. He's going to focus on censorship. Is focused on not censoring, but censorship, especially on the social media platforms. And what I think is so significant about this, we already have the exposure thanks to Elon Musk buying Twitter.
Yeah. Yeah, their first order of business is going to be getting pro-Palestinian voices deported. And ensuring that pro-Palestinian voices are also silenced on every social media platform. Alarmist grifter much? You're right. I'm an alarmist grifter and not someone who is currently the recipient of a coordinated silencing campaign that has literally gotten congresspersons to engage with the platform that I'm on.
Now there's going to be a focus, and all the focus is going to be on Google, on Facebook, and the other behemoths, and Snapchat, all the behemoths that are rising, have been risen and so dominant, as well as their status as a journalistic entity. Are they going to have to give a balanced perspective when they do? Are they going to have immunity from prosecution and lawsuits when they defame people?
Well, he sent a letter to Apple, Meta, Microsoft, and Alphabet, all of the CEOs, and he's warning them for what he believes is censorship and what he's seen in the past. He said Americans have lived through the unprecedented surge in censorship. Your companies played significant roles in this improper conduct.
Right. And keep in mind, it's only over the last couple of years where the FCC has had some purview over social media. In addition to essentially doing battle with social media companies to try to make sure that it is a free and open place for people of all political voices to express themselves. Keep in mind, he's also going to be involved in television, which is between radio and television, two of the core jobs of the FCC. And essentially, there have been a number of Republicans who, over the last number of years, have said that the TV networks have gotten way too liberal. They've got to be back more in the middle and at least give people on the right a chance.
Maybe that's why Mika and Joe went.
You never know.
Self-preservation?
Maybe so.
Yeah. They're like, if you don't start actively saying like awful things about trans people, we will ban you. I'm like, what do you mean? Megyn Kelly's message to Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski: go fuck yourselves with dishonest jokes of faux journalists. What an absurd farce that was. Which one was insincere? He's Hitler, or he's going to speak truth to power and find a way to speaking to working with Donald Trump? Which one was a lie?
We also let him know that we will continue.
Ironic, because Megyn Kelly herself did this exact same grift.
To speak truth to power and push back hard when called for.
Oh, please.
As we have with all presidents.
Don't be mistaken. We're not here to defend or normalize Donald Trump. We're here to report on him.
I searched for a way to respond appropriately, and I called on my 10 years as a litigator in addition to my now 20 as a journalist, and I think I found the perfect phrase: go fuck yourselves. Go.
Oh, Glenn Greenwald. God damn. His right-wing pivot is just always gross to see.
fuck yourselves, you dishonest jokes of faux journalists. What an absurd farce that was, Glenn. Which one was insincere? He's Hitler? Or now we're going to speak truth to power and find a way of speaking to and working with Donald Trump? Which one was a lie?
As for us, we also let him know that we will continue.
Once again, very funny to have Megyn Kelly say this when she also, said similar things about Trump.
Yeah, but I think it's also interesting to see that when it comes to what happened at SNL, when SNL put Kamala Harris on and didn't put Trump on, what they did is they put so much heat on NBC. They say, what can we do for you?
Yeah.
And Trump said, and they said, we're going to offer you a spot on NASCAR. And he said, yes.
Well, this is the guy who put the heat on him.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Blasted NBC.
So it shows you they reacted, and now he's got more power.
Yeah. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit, and Bill Maloogian touched on this. We thought by now we would know who the new Treasury Secretary is, who's going to sign the dollar bill. We thought it was going to be either Howard Lutnick or Scott Bessent. Both of them have been on this program. But then, now there are two new names. Kevin Warsh, who has been on the Federal Reserve, and in fact, Trump wanted him to be the new Powell, but Powell wound up with the job, and that he was regretful about that. Mark Rowan, a billionaire at Apollo Global. And the backstory is, according to the New York Times, that apparently Howard Lutnick, screen left, who's co-chairing the transition, apparently he's getting on Trump's nerves. He's hanging around too much, and the people who talked to the Times said he's manipulating the transition to help himself. They said it's like a knife fight between those two screen left, with Howard being the aggressive. So now, rather than pick one of those two, they're adding two more candidates.
Well, Scott was on with Brian. He came on our show last week, and Brian interviewed him. And what's interesting is that screen right, Howard Lutnick, who's CEO at Cantor Fitzgerald, he lost his brother actually in 9/11. And he is the one in charge of the transition team, and he and Linda McMahon, and they've been working on the transition team since, I think it was it August or was it September? We reported that the day after Trump won. But for a while, they've been working on this transition team, and so he was interviewing Scott Bessent, and then I think he just said, you know what, I might want the job, right?
Went right to the president, and Scott feels as though he was a little bit double-crossed. Obviously, he was. You're interviewing me, screening me, finding out my pluses and minuses, and go, I'm better. So I think Trump's in the middle of it. He's going to expand it. I also heard Robert Lighthizer could be somebody else, a dark horse, who Robert Lighthizer has this rare thing. He was saluted consistently by Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, and President Trump. He was unbelievable with the trade deals he pulled off. Everyone focuses on China, but he did a ton of them, including redoing USMCA. So that's somebody to keep in mind, too. So he'll be named shortly. Also, interesting, Ben Carson's name's coming up again. And what is he going to do? Is he going to be HUD again? And I don't think so.
I think he said he wasn't going to be a part of the cabinet.
Well, no,
Didn't he say that?
He put out on Twitter that he will not be Surgeon General.
Surgeon General, that's
but
what
he is apparently going to be speaking to the former and future presidents shortly about how he can help. The interesting thing about Howard Lutnick is, and this is one of the core things that Trump ran on, tariffs. Howard is 100% behind some sort of tariff movement.
Both of them are.
Howard is super
bigger. You think Howard? I thought he was late to that party. I thought he was more traditional.
When he was here about 3 weeks ago, we talked a lot about tariffs, and he is completely behind it.
And I was reading that both of them are for Trump's tariffs, trade tariff policies. And Bessent even said tariffs are a means to finally stand up for Americans.
It's leverage. You go up, hey, unless you come to the table, 100% tariffs on this. And they're all going to focus on China, which I think could get Democrats and Republicans both together on that.
And Lutnick said, for my whole life, I was a fiscal conservative, social liberal. The Democratic Party moved away from me. I think a lot of people can relate to that.
Well, Trump's going to talk to the two new candidates this week. Maybe by Friday, we'll know who the guy is who's going to sign the money. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley.
We also need to ask Liz Miller what she thinks about all this. The newly minted Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, expected to lob a shattering blow at federal bureaucracy and redundancies. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy both tapped as co-leaders. Listen to this.
Over $500 billion that's spent every year right now was not even authorized by Congress in the first place. They can't even tell you where it goes. We've talked a big game for 40 years about cutting the federal government, about reducing the scope of the federal government. Politicians haven't been able to do it. And so Elon and I, we're not politicians. We're businessmen. We're coming at it from the outside.
Mr. Wonderful. Kevin O'Leary is the chairman of O'Leary Ventures, and he joins us now. So, Kevin, back in 2010, the Simpson-Bowles Commission proved that it's not hard to find waste, fraud, and abuse in places to cut spending. What's hard is getting Congress to go through with it. Is that going to be any different this time around?
Yes, it will be different. What Bowles didn't have at that time was the megaphone Elon Musk has. You got to remember, politicians have to raise money. These days, they do it using social media. Now, what Elon has that people keep forgetting, because they say, well, he doesn't have a legislative mandate here. And I say, oh, he's got better than that. He's got X. So what happens is you're in some state somewhere and you own a project to nothing and you're spending $2 billion. He just will shame you out. He'll start naming to all of your voters exactly what you've done wrong and what you're not doing to fix it. And I love the...
Considering the objectively anti-science slant that the megaphone carriers have taken alongside Robert F. Kennedy Jr., they're not going to go after old-ass, like, corrupt projects within the public-private partnership that exists. And there are many such examples of this. I am, after all, living in California, which is one of the #1 states where this happens with regular frequency. They are instead going to complain about scientists spending money on silly shit that turns out not to be silly at all.
The concept of just squeezing heads to stop waste, because all he has to do is turn on the machine. Now, it's going to be very contentious. I've said this multiple times about this mandate. The power he has is not to be underestimated, because if you can get to the voter of that governor or that senator that's wasting money in his eyes, and he can make a good case on X, you're going to cause a lot of damage in that constituency. And I love this idea because it's a negotiation. That's what it is. If you don't fix this, I'm going to call you out.
Yeah, the $44 billion he spent on X might seem like a bargain in the long run if he gets to leverage it like that. Here's a breakdown of federal spending, just so that folks at home know where their tax dollars are going. Health care, 25%, Social Security, 20 to 25%, defense, 13 to 15%, safety net programs, 10%, interest on the national debt, 8 to 10%. The way it breaks down is 61% of spending is mandatory, 13% is on debt service, 26% is discretionary, which really will be the target of DOGE. And that is a small piece of the pie to try to wring $2 trillion out of, Kevin.
I don't know. I think healthcare could be another place of savings. We haven't really used any technology there yet. We haven't really digitized medical records. We really haven't brought a mandate of AI into that. I think we could save a lot.
Oh my God. We have to bring a mandate into an AI mandate into healthcare. Oh my God. We are so fucking cooked. Oh dude. It's so Jover. The American project is so done, bro. It is so incredibly done. Yeah, we should cut some of that Medicare. We should cut some of that Medicare spending, dude. That's a good area of improvement. Fucking demon.
A lot of money. The U.S. has one of the worst IRR returns on healthcare spending when you can compare it to some of the European countries like Switzerland or England or France. They do a much better job, but they share the
He's right. I wonder why. Bro, that's crazy. Was shit this crazy back in 2016? No. Because in 2016, Donald Trump didn't even know he was going to fucking become president. So the chaos of his transition was somewhat beneficial. This time he's been in that position. He knows what to do. He knows what not to do. It's so frustrating that Republicans routinely point to the same exact problems that we address and we point to on this broadcast. And then their advocacy is to cripple it further.
The records on a much more ubiquitous basis that we do. We're always concerned about, privacy, but I think we could fix that too. But I like looking at everything. I don't see any reason why these two can't just release the hounds and go nuts. Everybody's interested to find out what they're going to see, and I'd like to hear it myself because maybe it's a means test on Social Security. We have to fix this because the deficit's getting a little big right now, and the bond market's starting to get a little uneasy in the 10-year. I worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that Social Security is something that might need to be looked at. But Simpson Bowles said, let's look at that. And Republicans in Congress said, nope, not going to touch that. So Elon Musk is having no end of fun with all of this. America, his PAC, produced this tweet saying, quote, the Pentagon just failed its 7th audit in a row. The nation's largest government agency is unable to fully account for its budget of over $824 billion. They don't even know where billions of taxpayers' money is going. Efficiency is coming, to which Musk retweeted with a comment, sounds like a job for Doge. I mean, he really looks like he's looking forward to getting into the numbers here.
I rest my case, Your Honor. Here he goes. He's just going to keep on these guys, hitting him every day to 1 billion people that are willing to listen, and the head squeezing begins. I love head squeezing. This is fantastic. They're going to think he's going to go away. No, he won't. He'll just keep going and going and going and going, and no one's going to stop him. He owns the network. We've never had anything quite like this, and I absolutely love it. This is terrific.
All right. Well, we'll see if they can wring that money out of the federal budget. It'll be something to watch. Kevin, great to catch up with you. Thank you, sir.
Well, you won't believe this. MSNBC Morning Joe co-host and vicious Donald Trump critics revealed this morning that they met with President-elect Trump at Mar-a-Lago on Friday morning. They did this after conceding that voters overwhelmingly had made their choice.
We were given the opportunity to do just that. Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications. In this meeting, President Trump was cheerful, he was upbeat, he seemed interested in finding common ground with Democrats on some of the most divisive issues. And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times, especially between us, I guess I would ask back, why wouldn't we?
So why wouldn't you meet with Donald Trump? I'm thinking really hard. Well, maybe here's why. These are your own words.
The retweeting of neo-Nazi videos, Charlottesville. I mean, I could go on and on. What he said about majority black countries. That is tearing more at the fabric of America than attacks on the Twin Towers did. We rebuilt from that. We became stronger because of that. But this seems to me a far graver threat to the idea of America. If Republicans continue this line of thinking, if they continue their support for Donald Trump, they needn't fool themselves. A second Trump administration would destroy the Department of Justice, would destroy the FBI. This is not a reach. I could go back and talk about.
Remember what I told you? When liberals capitulate the right-wing framing, or just like capitulate the right-wingers in general, all Republicans have to do is go, look at how hypocritical these fucking idiots are. And they're right. They are right. You cannot consistently say Donald Trump is a fucking fascist and then turn around and be like, and we're friends with that fascist again. You either, A, don't believe he was a fascist at all and just lied to your audience, which is what the argument Republicans make, or B, the argument I make, you actually think that he is a threat to American democracy. You just don't want him to be a threat to you. You don't have a problem with the fascism.
Nazi Germany, and I do it without any concerns whatsoever. And if people can't start drawing the parallels, well, you're just stupid, or you have your head in the sand, or you're one of them. When you look at a Republican nominee, a potential Republican nominee that's talking about terminating the Constitution, he said, terminate the Constitution, arrest political opponents using the Justice Department, assassinate generals that weren't sufficiently politically loyal to him, saying that he was going to take the FCC and bring it in to the White House, and he would decide what networks were on and what networks were not on.
Lisa, I unfortunately saw that last one in real time. He literally said Donald Trump would assassinate generals and use SEAL Team 6. And now you're going to go meet with him? Sorry, you're both phonies.
Haley, I'm like, I can't get over this story, right? I don't think any of us can. It's like, how does this call go, right? Like, oh, hey, Don, okay, so I'm sorry I called you a Nazi for years and like Hitler, but you want to grab coffee, maybe lunch, you know, like
at your house.
Yeah, like how does it, and it's like funny because it's so ridiculous and it's so shameless and it's so debasing and so disgusting on their part. But they also created this environment where Donald Trump almost got killed. Yeah. Right. And even back in October, Mika Brzezinski said that the Madison Square Garden was a white nationalist Nazi type rally. And so they're the ones that created that environment. And so it is good to see that MSNBC's ratings are down, and that's why they're doing this. Hopefully they can eat some humble pie, maybe do some self-reflection, and realize that they have led to a lot of the division in this country and an environment that potentially got Donald Trump killed.
You know, Mika Brzezinski went on The View and basically took over the show. It was like the Mika Brzezinski show that day. Well, now Sunny Hostin is very angry. Watch.
Uh-oh.
I think that we have to be very clear-eyed when we think about the president-elect and cover the president-elect. And I don't think you need to sit down for 90 minutes at Mar-a-Lago and kiss his ring.
Yo, I think Sonny is actively getting radicalized. I'm not even kidding. Like, every time I see a clip, she's just like surrounded by some of the most annoying assholes and is like consistently a voice for reason on the panel. It's not even a joke. Every time I hear The View, it's like annoying, nonsensical centrist bullshit, annoying, nonsensical right-wing bullshit, vague generalizations, aesthetically posturing towards progress, crying, chirping, old ladies, whatever. And then Sonny will just like pop the fuck off and be like, you know, we must not rely on the magnanimous nature of capital owners because they will never give us a crumb of power that they hold for themselves, you know? Revolution now, revolution tomorrow. You have nothing to lose but your chains. I'm like, where did this come from? Why are you saying these things? It's crazy.
To be able to speak truth and to be able to cover a story. So maybe they're not journalists in the true sense. Maybe they're saying that they're opinion journalists.
I mean, here she just said maybe Mika's not a journalist. You think?
Well, I mean, make MSNBC great again.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Look, the ratings are no joke. Yeah. And networks can think of it as being cyclical. So this cycle started last Wednesday morning after the election, and they're feeling it now. But I just don't understand where they are going to go forward and not admit that they lied. Because if they really thought he was a fascist, a Nazi, and he was getting at Trump supporters with those comments about MSNBC or MSG, the Madison Square Garden.
No, I'm not going to lie. It's just like, it's worse. I think they just don't care. I think they don't care about Trump's fascism. That's it. Like, I think that they were, like, I think that they genuinely want to be insulated from the harms that Trump's fascism will inevitably cause American society. They know where society's going, and they want in on it. They want in on the action. They don't want to be fucking harmed in the process. That's what I think, truly, 100%. Trump loves this shit, by the way. He will 100% demonstrate humility and grace. False humility and false grace. His entire life has been desperately seeking out the approval of dipshits like this. They were friends with Donald Trump. They were originally friends. Donald Trump has said horrible things about them. Horrible things about Mika Brzezinski. Horrible things about Joe Scarborough. After these assholes were so friendly with him. I'm telling you right now, notice how they're not talking about how this makes Trump a hypocrite? No, first of all, Trump is God. He can't be hypocritical. Okay? And number two, the easiest answer to that is, what do you mean? He's the president. He's going to unite the country. And this is him uniting the country. Trump says media is vital to making America great again, vows to work with a fair, free, and open press. Oh my God. Yeah. What the fuck is this? Since rabbits cannot bark or meow, they may nip to communicate. This communication may be telling you to put them down or even pet them more. It's a way to get your attention, and it usually works. They may nudge or dig at you first. And if that does not get the desired effect, the nip is next. Thanks, extra fruit jam. No glaze, but the level of pushback you receive for telling the truth is shocking to me, considering how few there are fighting for the left perspective to have space to be heard. I would have lost my mind had it not been for you and few others on this platform. The reality is too brutal to face and remain unscathed, and I hate that I have to stand back and watch it unfold. I mean, you don't have to stand back. That's why I say organize. As everyone knows, I have thousands of criticisms of Trump, but at the Young Turks, we also give credit where credit is due and have done that from day one. There's one thing Trump is excellent at, letting bygones be bygones. He has done that from Morning Joe to Lindsey Graham. By the way, the same Democrats who would get mad at us for saying Trump's criminal justice reform bill was pretty good and he never said bloodbath in a physical sense, and he was heroic after the shooting, etc., are the ones scurrying to get meetings with him and kiss his ring now. Shaky Gurga. There is no reason to hand it to Donald Trump in this instance. He's just literally flexing his power. He's getting people to kiss the ring. People that he once was friends with. Trump does not let bygones be bygones. He's just always wanted to get the favor of these liberal elites. That's where a lot of his resentment against the bicoastal elites come from. It's repackaged in a way that is more appropriate for like the average American to care about. But that's where his like anger and resentment comes from. That like liberal elites have always thought of him of too like too crass, too rude. They never really welcomed him into the old money circles that he wanted to be in.
Crowd, calling supporters Nazis and so on and so forth. Look, they have to admit they lied before they can go forth. Like, I'll never believe another word that they say. And by the way, that's more MSNBC, those clips we showed, than I've seen in years. I mean, that was a lot of material. I don't, you know, I try not to have that much of it in my system. I think I might be allergic to it.
That's good for your mental health. So that's probably a wise decision.
I'm sure they're nice people, but they lied.
John, you know, the fact that Trump took this meeting, Brooke Singman at Fox News Digital reached out, got some comments from him, and I found them to be fascinating. So for someone who's a fascist and all of these things, he said, I'm not looking for retribution, grandstanding, or to destroy people who treated me unfairly. He thinks it's vital to have a free, fair, and open media, and he has an obligation to talk to those, even those who mistreated him badly.
The Twitch adpocalypse.
No, the adpocalypse.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The liberal elite rejected his application to art school. Oh. We're about to be filled in.
Apocalypse is here again, allegedly, maybe. Also, this time, not on YouTube, but instead it has to deal with everything that's happening over on Twitch right now. And actually, where we'll start with this is the update to Twitch's hateful conduct policy that happened over the weekend, with them saying in a blog post starting today, using the term Zionist to attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious belief is against our rules. With Twitch going on to clarify that referring to the Zionist political movement in either a positive or negative way, that won't get anyone dinged, but their goal is to, quote, prevent coded hate directed at individuals and groups of people. Which, I mean, just that by itself, that stoked its own set of reactions and controversy. But then, you know, the second half of this story is you have a lot of streamers saying they've noticed some major drops in their ad revenue. I mean, we're talking reports of drops as high as 95%.
I average about $100 to $200 a day in ad revenue, right? 5 days a week, you're talking about $600-700.
Uh-oh. I hope he updates I hope that this story then shows the second part.
A week, you're talking about $2,800 a month, you know, $3,000 a month. I make about $8,000 a month on average, and sometimes 9, right? So it's about 40% of my, sometimes 50% of my income. I'm averaging $15 in ad revenue.
And so seemingly with people's wallets getting hit, this sparked a lot of conversation from some of the big names in the streaming world. And a number asking or hitting on why is this happening in the first place? With, for example, the likes of Ludwig talking about Asmongold.
The genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asmon got banned off of Twitch. Because you see, Asmon got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people, some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you ban Asmon for saying this thing about Palestinian people, But, you know, what about this person saying this thing about this people?
For example, he mentions Frogan, who said on stream that she hoped American soldiers got PTSD from their service. And this also...
That's not why she got banned, though. She got banned for the Sabra hummus thing.
So after she co-hosted a...
Which is funny because, like, veterans are a protected class in the Twitch terms of service. And what I have said about a particular veteran caused me to get banned in the 9/11 saga. And that would have been more valid in Twitch applying its own terms of service instead of just like wholesale banning every single person that participated in this fucking panel.
The TwitchCon event that a lot of people believe was anti-Semitic. Though there, I think it's important to note, because we're dealing with such a polarizing topic, you also had a lot of people who didn't see anything wrong with that event. But either way, you have Ludwig saying that people started sending emails to advertisers by the thousands, with them pointing out times that their ads ran near or within segments people thought were anti-Semitic.
It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse. Very successful.
And while Frogan was later banned, you still had a lot of people thinking that Twitch really dragged their feet there. And this also is notably a lot of people got really mad at Ludwig because he didn't call out Hasan Piker, who, you know, people have pointed out as a friend of Ludwig and who many have blamed, at least in part, for this whole mess. So people saying things like, this is worse than just skimming some tweets to find the news about what happened with the situation. You are literally intentionally leaving things out. And actually, having been named earlier, Asmongold agreed that Hasan definitely played a part here.
Hasan clearly is like one of the biggest proponents of this. I would say he is the biggest proponent to a lot of the contention around.
Yeah, they're right, dude. I am anti-genocide, and my anti-genocide views can be easily used and abused by people who are deliberately trying to get me deplatformed for my anti-genocide views. Congratulations to every single party involved in the process. Like, I am against anti-Semitism. I have been firmly I am firmly against anti-Semitism for the past 10 fucking years. And also, I happen to be anti-genocide. That second part is a bridge too far for a lot of people, a lot of organizations, a lot of institutions, and some cyber stalkers of mine that have been desperately trying to get me deplatformed over and over again for many, many years have found a cool little avenue to actually get some institutional backing, because there are a lot of organizations that still have some crumb of institutional clout and legitimacy, like the ADL, that will actually go after people for simply being anti-genocide. And that's it. That's the short and sweet of it. That is precisely what the fuck's going on here. And literally every single person is running off of things that they don't fully comprehend. I don't know why. But it is what it is. I'm not going to stop. Everyone can suck my dick.
Around the, quote, adpocalypse. He's the main reason why this is, like 90% of the examples that are being used are him. Like, or maybe
why is having basic respect for others and saying genocide is bad a radical view? What the hell? Yeah, reminder, the last time they got mad at Ludwig for doing something like this was when Destiny said he wanted to jerk off the cuties deepfakes and said he said fucked up stuff about Slime's dad. Yeah. Those are the people who are running this campaign, Let's continue.
90, it might be 80, 70%. But it's like the majority of all examples on the entire platform are all Hasan. So, yeah. Very clearly, this is the reason why it's happening. Now, you can say that it's unfair, but that's fine. That's okay. But you can't say it's not happening, or that's not the reason.
And he also...
Damn it, Philly, you idiot. Ludwig 2, what the fuck? Why is no one just asking you? They don't see how insane the attackers are? I think that most people would rather rely on Reddit and clips out of context. That's why those guys brigade LSF as aggressively as they can. I'm shocked that he hasn't corrected this and is only just moving off of it though. Cause there's it's you're the problem, it's you. Someone has a pea-sized problem on Twitch. It's Hasan's fault. This is insane. Yeah. It's not that shocking. The source of Dick Serto's article about advertisers leaving Twitch is Richard Lewis, who used to write for Breitbart News and is openly collaborating with Dan on the Twitch harassment campaign. I know. There is no there's no real journalism that has taken place in this situation. And ultimately, we don't even fully know if what Hasan is doing isn't falling on deaf ears. I'm personally more confident in talking about what Israel is doing with my family and friends. Yeah. Let's see if he turns around.
Doubled down on that in his response to Ludwig's video, saying,
a lot of this is because a lot of people just don't like Hasan. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Hasan has said a number of things over the years that sound really bad. I don't want to get into a big debate about whether they are bad or who was right, but we can all acknowledge that there's a lot of people that didn't like him. Okay?
No, it's just, the main reason for it is purely personal and is being mostly shit that's clipped out of context by one singular place with a very consistent agenda. Yeah, dude, people don't like me. I know. I advocate for bettering their material conditions, and that is very frustrating for a lot of people.
Okay? A lot of people didn't like them. And people are using all of these examples to try to get advertisers to leave. That's the reason why. That's the main reason. So my situation might have
any person, and I will say this right now, 100%, any person that is as actively targeted as myself, if they are a Twitch streamer, or even if they don't even have to be a fucking Twitch streamer, any person that is as actively hounded by the entirety of the right-wing media ecosystem, okay, would look infinitely worse than me in the process. I speak about politics, which are deeply polarizing from a left-wing perspective that is unfortunately not very well represented in American media or in media in the Western world in general. I have an opinion that is not very common, and a lot of people would rather be deluded into the comforts of cognitive dissonance. A lot of people would rather just hear someone tell them everything is fine, everything of the way that society currently exists is actually good, and all the naysayers are gay losers who are bad, right? A lot of people demonstrably want that. That's why right-wing commentary is very successful. I do not do that, which is why a lot of people fucking yell at me, okay? Now, having said that, is there any validity to the claims? I don't think so. That is precisely the reason why I think that many people, if they were to actually broach what I speak on with some semblance of charitability, will very quickly recognize that a lot of this is just, shit smearing. Okay? That, because that is a principle that I hold on to, I don't listen to my chat when they yell at me about being charitable to those who are not being charitable to me. Okay? That's it. It is a principle that I have. It does not matter if you don't agree with it. You can get mad at me all day, every day. I will always try to be as charitable as I possibly can be to others. Okay? But there's a reason why, if you've been in here long enough, whether it is the elections, the last election cycle that you started listening to what I had to say, or whether it's been, the past 4 years or multiple years, there's a reason why you keep hearing the things that I have said all the way since 2016 and finding out that I was on the fucking money with a lot of these issues that I have pointed to. Okay? It's because I have stayed true to my values, and I will always continue to do that because I am stubborn to a fault. Okay? Have you noticed how they say Twitch is basically under your control, like you have a grip on it? Yes, and that is a perfectly understandable position that people are arriving at because they're deluded. And the more normal interactions that I have with other people or you know, prominent figures in mainstream media or members of the American political class goes against their overarching narrative that I am this like evil deity that they have presented me as in their communities, the more they go insane. It's the same fucking insanity that you see with right-wingers that don't want to recognize that climate change is happening. So what do? They keep increasing the stakes and they go, oh, well, there must be a weather machine because obviously climate change is not real. That's the same mania that you see within the right when it comes to gun violence, and their solutions are increasingly more unhinged. They're like, oh, what's the solution to gun violence? More guns. Yes, you engage in conspiratorial thinking when you cast logic out the window, okay? When you throw logic out, you start looking for alternative explanations. That's it. That is it. And these people have cast logic out the window a long time ago. They just do not even think about this logically. They're like, no, my operating premise is Hasan is ontologically evil. He is the worst person that has ever existed in history. Okay? If that's your starting principle and that is unshakable and you are never going to be convinced otherwise, yeah, you have to make up a whole bunch of insane conspiracies as to why so many of these other institutions, some of which you trust, there's so many of these content creators, some of which you enjoy the content of, are directly at odds with you. Do they not see what I see? Is your opinion in your mind? You're like, well, I like, let's say, Ludwig, okay? But Ludwig seemingly is friends with this guy, but I think this guy is evil. Why is that the case? Is it because he doesn't see something that like I see? Or is it because he secretly has blackmail on him? Like, that's it. That's a conspiracy theory. Perhaps, maybe the underlying premise that you're operating with, that I am ontologically evil and the worst thing that's ever happened to American politics, is not true. And the moment that you take a step back, take a deep breath, and recognize that perhaps you might not have been correct on the original premise, is the moment that you are free of this insanity. If you don't do that, however, you will go further and further into insane conspiratorial thinking. Okay? That's the key thing that drives Asmin's community crazy. They're convinced you have hypnotized them or some shit. It's crazy. I know. But once again, the thing I wanted to point to is, and a chatter said it best, none of these content creators, or no human being really, would ever be able to survive the magnifying glass that I am under. That's it. I'm under a magnifying glass that yields a lot of money, like, you know, generates revenue for a lot of people. That's why there is this like Hasan derangement syndrome. That's why there is this Hasananon, you know, Q Hasan attitude that many right-wing commentary, many in the right-wing commentary sphere have, where they'll just get like 30,000 views in a video, and then they'll make like this, you know, Reddit YouTube video, this Reddit sourced YouTube video filled to the brim with clips out of context that is unfairly portraying me as someone who believes things that he does not believe, right? And that'll get like 300,000 views. Sometimes that'll get 1 million views, because there is like there are a lot of people who obviously are like, well, I don't fucking like that this guy wants, this guy's talking about healthcare. I think there's some cynical reason as to why he's doing this. I think he's a bad guy, and I love people who say he's a bad guy. Okay? So that kind of clip farming, that kind of click farming as well, is a successful method. So when that click farming is a successful method, of course, there's plenty of people that are going to be eating good by constantly fucking scouring this chat, constantly scouring my, 8 hours of talking about politics with an incredibly unfair fine-tooth comb to find anything and everything they can. But it goes beyond that as well. It goes beyond just me. They go after my friends as well. They go after people that I collaborate with. They go after fucking journalists that I talk to. It's incredible. Yeah. They stalk and harass and terminally hate watch / clip chimp every other streamer who's even been moderately associated with you. Yes. The point is, no one would be able to withstand this level of hyper scrutiny that they consider accountability. It is not accountability at all. It is simply, like that one fucking loser Orbiter of Destiny said, A-logging, apparently. I didn't know what that word was until I watched that video. But it's an unhealthy obsession with a particular person that you consistently see in the worst way possible and try to get others to see in the worst ways possible. I think your sarcasm works against you so hard. Not necessarily. My sarcasm only works if you don't know where I'm coming from. A lot of these people hate me because they do know where I'm coming from. They don't like the values that I present. Anyway, so that's the reality of the matter. This is something that even Joe Rogan used to talk about back in the day. There is no... Asman was defending you today, saying I'm not anti-Semitic.
Percent of the examples that are being used.
Yeah. Anyway. A-Log was a person who documented a locale so closely, Chris Chan, that he became one himself. Big loser. Oh, okay. That's where that comes from. But ultimately, it does not matter, because for as many haters that I have online, and they do come across as very prominent online, especially if they are brigading certain places online like LSF, okay? It comes across like there are so many haters. There's like an overwhelming sea of hatred. That's not the case, okay? For every one hater that I have that presents themselves as an outsized influence, I have 1,000 people that are in this community, okay? Now, while this level of nefarious clipping out of context is somewhat successful in getting random onlookers to maybe think twice about being charitable to what I have to say, I still am firmly committed to all of the ideas that I represent and will continue to speak on them over and over again. And that is the reason why inevitably when, the Hasan Abi Clips Industrial Complex, that is now also on TikTok, by the way, presents some of my commonly held positions, you see in the fucking sea of comments underneath, wow, extremely rare Hasan Abi W. That is not a rare W. That is a very common W in most circumstances. People think it's rare because they don't see. They've only seen negative clips.
Made this bigger than it already was. But this was already happening before I even had any of...
The new thing is that you're doing Jew voice, like that you're doing an impersonation of Mort from Family Guy is so fucking stupid. Oh my God, brother. Holy shit. There is... what the fuck is Jew voice, dude? I love that the people that are claiming that I'm anti-Semitic are unironically being fucking anti-Semitic. Yes, dude. Common nerd voice is actually Jew voice. You have to be mentally unwell to make this association.
I never got suspended. I didn't have anything to do with this.
Ethan Klein also jumping back into the mix, calling Ludwig out, saying he's sweeping this anti-Semitism issue under the rug.
Ludwig, why did you even bother to make this video? You know what I mean? You don't have to talk about it if you're too cowardly to explain it.
Or with Ethan bringing up when Hasan earlier this year interviewed a pro-Houthi Yemeni pirate, also criticizing Ludwig for how he talked about the Frogan incidents.
This level of anti-Semitism is platformed on a main stage of TwitchCon in front of these...
Dude, that... Oh, God. Oh, he's never logging off, dude. Philip DeFranco said pro-Houthi Yemeni pirate. And I think that's a more accurate assessment. I mean, yeah, he is Yemeni. He's not a Houthi himself, but he has said that, much like every single person in Yemen now, that they are standing with the government against Israel's actions. He's not a pirate, but, I don't think that saying that he is a pro-Houthi Yemeni teenager would be the more accurate assessment. I don't think he's not a pirate. Anyway.
Sponsors, I mean, what the f*** do you expect, man? Don't blame the people sending emails.
Yes, Houthis are the government. Ansar Allah is the official government of Yemen.
Blame Dan Clancy and his team of morons that did nothing to shield their ecosystem from this, especially considering they had so much time to learn from what happened to YouTube.
Dude, I love that he's also personally being like, I want the adpocalypse to happen to Twitch, and then actively campaigning for it to happen to Twitch by falsely smearing prominent Twitch content creators, myself included, as anti-Semites, vicious anti-Semites, okay, who are actively promoting terrorism, love terrorism. You interviewed a fucking Yemeni teenager that you thought was Houthi, which, by the way, I still maintain the position that I would interview someone who is a Houthi. I just wouldn't do it on Twitch any longer. I'd do it on YouTube, where it's fucking allowed, okay? I'm sure Ethan would try to get me deplatformed from YouTube as well if I were to do such a thing. That conversation obviously would be very different than the conversation with the teenager that I was talking to, specifically because the teenager I was talking to, I asked about him being potentially anti-Semitic, and he replied that he did not care what anyone's background was as long as they were anti-Zionist against the state of Israel doing a genocide currently. Having said all of that, these are things that I have mentioned a million times over, and it does feel like Ethan is just endlessly crashing out over and over again while simultaneously saying, oh man, I can't believe is Ethan acting in good faith? I don't think so. I straight up, I will say that. I do not think that Ethan is acting in good faith. I think that he's completely fucking lost in the sauce. I think this is a narcissistic crash out born out of the immediate contradictions of him being a genuinely progressive person, but his own personal background and associations with Israel, and his own personal criticism of Israel not being enough in the eyes of his own audience. And I think that for the entire time, he is just like looked actively at someone else to blame, to be like, no, my audience must be getting brigaded or must be getting primed by Hasan. It must be Hasan that is the reason why people in my community are saying that, you know, I'm wrong on this. And no, it's not because of me. And I tried to communicate this to him even back then. I did this publicly. I did this privately over and over again. I was like, listen, there is a certain point where, you know, no matter what I say or do, and no matter how hard I moderate my community, people are still going to arrive at their own conclusions about you not being sufficiently critical of Israel at a time when Israel is doing a genocide. And that's it. And instead of like taking a deep breath and maybe re-examining this situation and re-examining why his audience was directly at odds with him on this issue, he's just decided to lean into, they're all anti-Semitic. They must be anti-Semitic. And the only part of this criticism that Ethan has launched, not against me, but just in general, is that anti-Semitism has increased dramatically. Of course it has. It always does whenever Israel, which associates itself with Judaism, does violent shit in Gaza. Okay? And this has been an ongoing 12-month plus genocide campaign. And yes, because Israel associates itself with Judaism, and every single anti-Zionist Jew in this community and in every other community will tell you this, people look at Jewish people and associate them with the actions of Israel. There is already a lot of underlying anti-Semitism, unexamined anti-Semitism that festers in American society and in the Western world. There's a long history of anti-Semitic nonsense in, you know, places of power, in positions of power, as a matter of fact, in both the United States of America and all around the Western world. So there is a very real fear. There is a very real and very understandable fear that I think is also in Ethan's heart, for sure. But I think that fear has now overtaken the logical way of looking at the situation and recognizing that maybe people think he is a Zionist, especially because, you know, over the course of the past like month or so, he has more firmly leaned on that side than ever before. Okay. He has also said, well, 90% of Jews are Zionists over and over again. That's it. Be careful. He said it's anti-Semitic to say Israel's actions lead to more anti-Semitism. No, there is a lot of unexamined, okay, anti-Semitic opinions that are left dormant in American society. And then there's the outward anti-Semitism of like neo-Nazis and whatnot that try to pull that unexamined, dormant anti-Semitic tendencies. The average person that says like, yeah, I don't know, Jews, I guess, control the media, that's dormant anti-Semitism. The neo-Nazis that ideologically are anti-Semitic will then take advantage of that dormant anti-Semitism to say, you're right. See, they do. Okay? And of course, because Israel associates all of its actions as a genocidal apartheid regime with Judaism falsely, even though it is not associated with Judaism whatsoever, Nazis and fascists will always take advantage of these moments to be like, see, they're doing it again. That is a terrifying prospect, something that I've talked about a million times over, something that I have actively communicated to people and have actually de-radicalized people on, which is why him putting me in the fucking crosshairs is purely selfish. That's it. It's purely emotional and it's purely selfish. While there are valid reasons for Ethan as a Jewish man who's always been in the crosshairs of neo-Nazis, alongside myself, by the way. I have been in the crosshairs of those very same neo-Nazis as he has. He knows that better than anybody else because we were friends at a certain point. For him to turn around and say, he's the arch, he is the arch reason for why all this anti-Semitism is growing in the United States of America, when he knows that I have time and time again talked about these charlatans on the right who seemingly come across as though they are anti-Israel, when in fact they are just doing it because they are anti-Semitic. Over and over again, the fact that he's coming after me as like the arch reason for anti-Semitism festering on a platform like Twitch, where there is significantly less bigoted content, anti-Semitism, and any kind of hatred than every single other platform, including YouTube that Ethan is on right now, is crazy. And I think it is because, like I said, it was his own. No, it's not just to farm me for viewers. I don't think he's doing this to farm me for viewers. Dude, what are you talking about? He's losing subscribers. He's losing his own audience. He's losing like regular customers. He's losing his members in this process. This is a like functional crash out that has harmed his bottom line. You only engage in this if you've truly dedicated your life to this, okay? That you like actually truly believe it. And instead of re-examining why this is happening, the fact that he is like actively doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on this issue shows me that he is legitimately a firm and committed believer. He's just misguided. Okay? He's just misguided on this issue. And part of that delusion comes from the very real fears that any Jewish American has about the rise of anti-Semitism that is very real. Okay? But not recognizing that his own community is not a bunch of like anti-Semitic little monsters, but instead are very much against Israel's genocide that is prominently in fucking display. Is the reason for this crash out. He can't figure out why his own audience is not seeing the world with his own framework. They can't, they're directly at odds with him. Okay? If he truly cared, like, and if this wasn't so spiteful, he would recognize that if he was genuinely fearful of anti-Semitism, okay, and he is to a certain degree, but like could be clear-eyed on this, he would recognize that I am not a villain in this story. There's never been a moment where I've ever allowed even anything remotely anti-Semitic to exist in this community. Come on, man. You can't say someone is bad faith and misguided at the same time. Stop being so charitable. This piece of shit man is wild. It's not charitability in this circumstance. I'm telling you what my actual analysis is. Yes, I think that his additional focus is bad faith. Okay? He knows I am not anti-Semitic. He knows I'm not anti-Semitic. The implication that I am is bad faith. The misguided part is the inception, okay? The inception of this notion that I am like spreading anti-Semitism willingly or unwillingly in my own community, okay? That comes from his inability to grasp why his own progressive audience that he has cultivated after a genuine change of heart is at odds with him. Is at odds with his own framework, is at odds with the way he views the situation. He thinks it's a zero-sum game in many respects, where he's like, why do these guys not care about my personal feelings surrounding, Israel's genocide? It's because he has a bone to pick with Twitch too. I remember him being bitter about Twitch years ago about having preferential treatment of other streamers, and his contract wasn't as juicy as YouTube. Plus, his numbers fell off on Twitch due to being primarily a YouTuber, and I think that's leading him to conflate the perceived issue. I can't speak on that. I don't know enough about that part. Okay? Yeah. There's also a healthy dose of Islamophobic tendencies that Ethan has had that is guiding his opinion as well.
Pure incompetence.
And well, this blame game thing has gotten a lot.
It's crazy. I heard that his first video, for his first like crash out against Ludwig, started off with him being like, Ludwig doesn't care about anti-Semitism. That's an insane thing to say about another person. That is a severe fucking, that is a severe accusation, dude. Like, what are we doing here? Oh, anyone that disagrees with me is anti-Semitic? Is that where what we've arrived at? Anyone that disagrees with Ethan Klein is automatically just not careful or considerate about anti-Semitism? Like, what a ridiculous crock of shit. It's so unimaginably fucking narcissistic, dude. What the fuck?
Of attention, there are also others saying that this adpocalypse part of the situation, that it's actually wildly overblown. With us now seeing some streamers outside of the political space saying that their revenue has not been impacted. And specifically, some like Stock Guy pointing out that once he removed politics-related tags, his revenue jumped way up again. With then, the likes of Hasan sharing that clip on Twitter and adding, this doesn't mean there isn't a concerted brigade effort cynically mass spamming emails to advertisers urging them to pull ads. There very clearly is one. And so ultimately, we find ourselves in a situation where seemingly there has not been a full-blown adpocalypse, but that is allegedly not due to lack of people trying, nor does it mean that there won't be one forthcoming, especially as this topic gains more and more attention and creators are pointing the finger at one another. It's all incredibly messy, and I will say, though, it has been extra
Did he delete all the leftovers episodes?
A week and a half ago, we started streaming over on Twitch as well in the mornings. It's definitely a different world there. I will say also, in addition to your Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday Philip DeFranco show, I'll be streaming there every morning, at least for this week. So yeah, at 10:30 Eastern, come by.
To prove your point on him not being good faith, every time he's launched attacks on people for being bad influencers or bad streamers, he's brought them on stream or tried to have a direct talk with them. He seemingly hasn't done this at all during the crash out. Yeah. Oh, no, this one was deleted. Okay. He's anti-Semitic himself. There are plenty of clips of him saying vile shit about Jewish people because, no, like, I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to play the game of, like, his old clips, okay? Like, yes, he has said a fuck ton of reactionary shit in the past, things that I already know about, and some things I'm sure I've never seen before. But it does not matter, okay? Yeah, that's him being edgy for the sake of being edgy. That's fine. It's just funny stuff. He hasn't deleted the episode, so he's not bothered. He's platforming you. I mean, he maybe after this he'll delete them. He said, I bet Hasan's dick tastes really good, referring to Ludwig in the video. Yeah, it's just like, it's fucking insane.
Twitch.tv/DeFranco Live. But yeah, with all that said, going back to the story, what are your thoughts here? But then more attention.
There's never oh, by the way, I think Philip DeFranco did a decent job of covering this. I don't think he was like as aggro on it. This man is getting information from a kick streamer, a streaming website that has pedophiles, Holocaust deniers, and racists. The fact that he isn't mentioning this shows he doesn't actually care about it in his bad faith. Yeah, I'm just saying that I think he's approaching this. He's approaching the situation with valid concern that he truly believes. But I think that there is a level of like narcissism. There's a level of narcissism that has rendered him like unable to see why his own audience was at odds with him. Why so many people were like, what the fuck are you saying? Don't ever try to paint Ethan as anti-Semitic with no real proof. You are muddying the water of anti-Semitism being a really dangerous thing. Wait, what? I didn't do that. What the fuck? Hello? Yeah. Also, if this was simply about, if this wasn't a long extended, convoluted crash out, that is Ethan basically assuming that like I'm the reason why so many of his own fans now despise him for what they perceive him to be, a person who is defending Israel. He wouldn't be fucking desperately trying to grab onto other controversies. Like, this isn't just about the dormant anti-Semitism being activated in America and how much of that I've contributed to that he genuinely believes. He's also fucking trying to be like Hasan loves Russia. He's a pro-Putin scumbag. All this other shit. Okay? He's gone after a bunch of people in my orbit as well. So that's it. That's where this is coming from. Why is almost nobody talking about this apocalypse portion? It seems like normal people who don't go on Reddit don't give a shit. Yeah. Anyway. No, why does he hide where he gets his information from? I think he's embarrassed to admit that he's, coordinating actively with. But isn't that defaming you? Yes, brother. There's a long list of motherfuckers who do that shit, okay? There's a long list of motherfuckers who do that shit. I think it's holy shit. Is this whole stream going to be about DDG drama? OMG. Yeah, dude. 5 hours and 15 minutes. We've covered, Trump cabinet appointments, numerous other stories. Someone sent me a Philip DeFranco video, which featured myself and Ethan in it. And I watch it. But yeah, no, the entire fucking stream has been about that. You're right. He was also going after Emma from Majority Report. Yeah. Trump concedes Gates' Senate confirmation may not happen. Oh, shit. Trump calling senators directly to lobby for Gates' confirmation as Attorney General. Well, these two things are not at odds with one another. He's still pushing Gates, but he's also recognizing that there is you know, there is some issue there. Oh my God, it'd be so funny if Matt Gaetz had to resign and doesn't get anything out of it. That would be so funny. All right, let's get back to the real world. Also, in a series of non-shocking incidents, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez responds to Jeremy Slevin. Weird to have a whole discourse about special interest groups that completely leaves out corporate and industry lobbies, by far the most influential groups in the Democratic Party. She retweeted this and said, if people want to talk about members of Congress being overly influenced by special interest groups pushing a wildly unpopular agenda that pushes voters away from Democrats, then they should be discussing AIPAC. And then Stop Anti-Semitism said, AOC is blaming the Jews for the Democrats losing the House, Senate, and White House. Color us shocked. That's cool. Yeah. The notion that AIPAC represents all Jews is inherently anti-Semitic. What? Why did Ben Affleck mention you at 3:46? It has to be about you, right? Wait, what? He did not do that. You're fucking out of your mind.
Like the Avengers. Well, great. You can, just like you used to be able to buy your Iron Man costume at the store, you're going to buy your Iron Man pack, and you and your buddies are going to look like Iron Man and Hawkeye, like, on Twitch.
Okay. Yeah, he just knows what Twitch is. That doesn't mean he's talking about me. You're so silly. He knows what Twitch is, though. That's cool. Yeah. It don't matter what your background is. If you think I'm even a fucking little bit anti-Semitic, you are the most delusional person on the planet. And yes, this is including Ethan Klein, okay? Straightforward. You're out of your fucking mind. Sorry. What is this? This tweet is wild. In the past year, AOC has repeatedly accused Israel of genocide. She joined forces with Jamal Bowman, who called Hamas a sexual violence propaganda. She platformed Hassan Piker, an unhinged anti-Semite. So naturally, Jewish Democratic leaders like the JDCA and JCPA praised her. Anti-Semitism is a threat to Jews and the progressive movement and to democratic freedom. It makes us all unsafe, and we all have a stake in fighting it. What was the person that like AOC had on the stream who was like yelling at her? I saw that earlier this morning. Someone quote retweeted AOC's tweet. Okay. Someone quote retweeted ad hack Amy Spolotnik. Amy Spitalnik. This is the Jeremy Corbyn Labor Party all over again. Oh, 100%. And like I said, in the interest of being endlessly gracious, okay, and endlessly and being endlessly open-minded, okay. No. I'm not looking at the disastrous live stream yesterday on anti-Semitism. I'm looking at not that. Here, this is the one. There's a critical conversation to be had about AIPAC, but so singularly focusing on them here when there are a number of special interest groups that operate the same way plays into dangerous tropes. I'm sorry. But no, the fuck it does not. Okay? AIPAC spent $100 million in this last election cycle. They openly put numbers on the fucking board about how much they have gotten out of that return on investment, how much return they've gotten on that investment. Okay? That is fucking ridiculous. That's ridiculous. AIPAC, fact check on what Democratic voters find popular versus unpopular. So popular, you never mentioned the issue you lobby for in ads. So popular, it took GOP money and courted Republicans to meddle in Dem primaries. So popular, a candidate needed to spend 15 times more than what I spent to defeat a 52-year-old family dynasty. If any of this were actually popular, you wouldn't have needed to spend so much dark money to lie and distort my record. And also, so popular that none of the AIPAC affiliate subsidiary dark money operations ever actually mention Israel in their attacks. They always mention everything but Israel. So if the unconditional and unlimited support for Israel was a standalone popular position, you wouldn't feel the need to fucking do that. Holy fuck, Ben Affleck actually subbed? No, he didn't. Someone else gave him a subscription, and I don't even think this is actually him. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, the idea that not just AIPAC, but like every aspect of the pro-Israel lobby has not been damaging to American political discourse and have been uniquely awful in promoting and defending the interests of a genocidal apartheid regime. Like, the fact that this is something that we cannot discuss openly is fucking insane. Okay? Here is national spokesperson for If Not Now.org. In 2022, AIPAC and DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel, spent more against progressives in Dem primaries than all of the other right-wing interest groups combined. Saying it's anti-Semitic to call that out hurts Jews because it's simply a fact. Saying it's anti-Semitic to call that out hurts Jews because it's simply a fact. We need to talk about why this is happening. AIPAC Super PAC UDP is funded by mostly Republican billionaires, the same people who donate to Trump, anti-abortion, and other right-wing causes. It's also the same exact fucking reason why the ADL rarely ever goes after Republicans. Have you not noticed why the ADL rarely ever goes after Republicans? Or even if they do go after Republicans, they just give them a little slap on the fucking wrist? Straight up, Elon Musk highlighted the wealthiest man on the fucking planet, the person who owns a social media platform, the one that we are on right now, Twitter, okay? Actively follows white supremacists, Holocaust-denying neo-Nazis, highlights them, and has actually said that Jews are contributing to the replacement of the white population in America. He said, "You have said the actual truth." AIPAC has pursued me, or not AIPAC, sorry, the ADL has pursued me and the Arabs podcast more than they have pursued Elon Musk. They went after Elon Musk. They sent Elon Musk alongside Ben Shapiro to a Holocaust museum. They shipped his ass to Israel. And then they were like, he's learned. He's a good guy. I'm sorry, but you are fucking delusional if you think that I'm doing anti-Semitic propaganda because of my criticisms of Israel, which I openly state every single fucking day has nothing to do with Jews, okay? And is being falsely associated with Judaism and the Jewish people as a fucking whole, which is a dangerous predicament regardless of the intention, because it is a handshake between straight up anti-Semitic fascists who say Israel represents Jews and Israel controls America and yada, 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 with people who are in defense of Israel saying Israel represents all Jews. If you say something about Zionism or Zionists, that means you're saying that about Jews. You're anti-Semitic for criticizing Israel. It is a false association. Okay? It is a false association that pro-Israel groups and anti-Israel anti-Semites engage with on a regular fucking basis. The end result is still the same, though. The end result is still the fucking same, which is a conflation of Judaism and Zionism. Okay? That is why unexamined underlying anti-Semitic opinions end up coming to the forefront. To say that is anti-Semitic is fucking delusional. Okay? Trump has said the dual loyalty trope multiple times during the election, and the best ADL could muster was a please, Mr. President, don't word it that way. Yeah, Donald Trump literally said, if I lose the election, it's you Jews' fault. I've done so much for you Jews over and over and over again. Okay? And what had he done for American Jews that he said in that anti-Semitism seminar where he was demonstrating what anti-Semitism is, I guess? Oh, a whole bunch of shit for Israel. That's crazy. The ADL is not very... the ADL is very unserious about combating anti-Semitism. No, the ADL is not serious about combating anti-Semitism. The ADL is there to cynically conflate real existing anti-Semitism and you know, definitely combat real existing anti-Semitism on the off season so that, you know, when they're drawn to the field of battle to defend Israel, their primary fucking purpose, they can then use that institutional legitimacy they've gained by combating actual anti-Semitism by cynically conflating real anti-Semitism with shit that people say like free Palestine or from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free. Their primary purpose is to defend the Israeli apartheid. That's why I call them the Apartheid Defense League. He's done this stream. Crash out time? What do you mean? Anyway. You should watch this. Very good and educational about exactly what you're talking about. How Henry Kissinger
Hey
broke the
everyone,
Middle
GDF
East.
here. Thanks for watching.
I made it onto that stage too. Since 10/7, a keffiyeh is now often attributed to violence and hatred against Jewish people. For a facilitator to adorn one during an inclusion event is not only insensitive but preposterous. This is the direct result of DEI departments refusing to include Jews. Nice. Hasan Abi heads rise up. Yeah. There are literal Nazi groups forming in our cities right now, and the only people fighting back are the pro-Palestine groups. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah. Like claiming that any sort of mention of Palestine or Palestinians is anti-Semitic is the inevitable logical fucking conclusion we arrive at here. It is ridiculous. It is absolutely nutty. Wonder where Time Without an Ovo has been? I don't know. We haven't seen him since 11/8. I'm going to fucking end myself. Anti-Semitic humor. He hasn't been in here in 10 days. That's partially because I don't really talk about Israel. I haven't talked about Israel that much. And he only chimes in when I talk about Israel. And I also hope he hasn't ended himself, because that would not be good. He's a cherished member of this community. It would also be a... GDF has been kind of iffy. Bad Empanada spoke on it. If you want a quick idea of what people have been worried about. GDF caters to anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists. Oh shit, really? I've seen that from other content creators as well. Some people, like, there is something that I have seen. There is something that I've seen in the sea of like all of this false anti-Semitism smears. Something that I've seen from others is like this this idea that like Judaism is not an ethno-religion. I'm not going to mention any names, but it's very sus when people start talking about like how you know, oh, if you're not like a real committed believer in Judaism, if you're like a Reform Jew, that you are not I watched the video and didn't see anything out of that sort and was not aware of his alleged anti-Semitism. Sorry. Yeah, you've done an anti-Semitism, Jay Mershon. Anyway, I don't know what Judaism is a fucking ethno-religion. No, I know. I'm saying that I have heard from some content creators that originally were like very diehard anti-Zionists that have like taken a weird turn in the way that they talk about these issues. Basically, GDF is going down the route of Israel controls the U.S. rather than the other way around. Yeah. Israel does step out of bounds in its partnership with the United States of America. Okay? For sure. Like, they engage in espionage. Oh, a little baby F. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. I think we're good now, hopefully. It's dropping a little bit. Frame rate dropping a little bit. Uh-oh. What the fuck's going on? Little hiccups here and there. Little hiccups. Not on my end. Little hiccups seemingly happening, but my internet speed test shows at least 20 megabits. So I don't know why that's happening. That's weird. But FPS low, but you look gorgeous. Thank you. I don't know what the fuck's happening here. It's a little weird. My on my end, my bit rate is like going up and down, shooting up and down. Whereas my internet is stable. But it should be fine, I think. All right. All right, we're good. I think we got through it. Okay. Okay, never mind. We didn't fully get through it. It might keep happening, but there's a bunch of stuff that I want to talk about, including but not limited to this Pew Research Center, America's new news influencers. Okay? America's news influencers, the creators and consumers in the world of news and information on social media. In the heat of the 2024 election, what is this? Normal day in Israel? Okay, we'll look at that in a second. A unique Pew Research study provides a deeper understanding of both the makeup of news influencer universe and its audience. The project includes an in-depth examination of a sample of 500 popular news influencers and the content they produce, derived from a review of more than 28,000 social media accounts. We also conducted a nationally representative survey of Americas to better understand who regularly gets news from news influencers. About 1 in 5 Americans, including a much higher share of adults under 30, 37%, say they regularly get news from influencers on social media. News influencers are more likely to be found on social media site X, whereas 85% have a presence. But many are also on other social media sites, such as Instagram, where 50% have an account, and YouTube, 44%. Slightly more news influencers explicitly identify as Republican, conservative, or pro-Donald Trump, 27% of news influencers, then Democratic, liberal, or pro-Kamala Harris, 21%. A clear majority of news influencers are men, 63%. Most, 77%, have no affiliation or background with a news organization. How many Americans get news from influencers and what is their experience? About 1 in 5 U.S. adults say they regularly get news from influencers on social media. Okay? 37% of those aged 18 to 29 say they regularly get news from influencers, you guys. But there are minimal differences between Republicans and Democrats on this question. Among Americans who get their news from influencers on social media, 65% say news influencers have helped them better understand current events and civic issues. And 7 in 10 say the news they get from influencers is somewhat different from the news they get from other sources. Far fewer, 31%, say they feel a personal connection to a news influencer. These Americans also say they get a variety of different types of information, from basic facts, opinions, to funny posts and breaking news. When it comes to opinions, most who see them say they are an even mix of opinions they agree with and disagree with, 61%, but far more say they mostly agree with what they see than mostly disagree. 30% say they mostly agree with the things that they see. Only 2% say those are my hate watchers. X is the most common for news influencers. 85% are on the site, 50% on. Is Twitch even on this list? Oh my God, it's not even on this list. X, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Threads, TikTok, LinkedIn, Rumble, Telegram, Truth Social, Getter, Gab, BitChute. That is crazy that Gab is on this, but Twitch is not. Like, Gab and Getter and Truth Social are on this list, but fucking Twitch is not. Threads is on this list. Rumble is on this list, but Twitch is not. At the same time, it is common for influencers to have cross-site presence. Many influencers also share content across podcasts, 34%, or newsletters, 22%. And across sites, a majority of news influencers monetize their online presence in some way, whether through subscriptions, donations, or merchandise sales. News influencers are mostly men, more explicitly identifying as right-leaning than left-leaning. Among the news influencers in our sample, men outnumber women by roughly 2-to-1 margin. 63% of influencers are men, compared with 30% who are women. The remainder are either non-binary or their gender could not be determined by researchers. Damn. Popped off on gender so hard that people couldn't even figure it out. Many Republicans have long believed that social media censor conservative viewpoints, but overall, more news influencers explicitly present a politically right-leaning orientation than a left-leaning one, 27% to 21% in their account bios, posts, websites, or media coverage. About half of influencers do not express any clear political orientation. Influencers on Facebook are particularly likely to prominently express right-leaning views. There are 3 times as many explicitly conservative news influencers, 39%, as liberal ones on the site. Remember when everybody was talking about how, like, oh, conservatives are being silenced? That has never been the case, and that never will be the case. Conservative news is abso-fucking-lutely blasted in every algorithm. Sometimes because they deliberately force the algorithms to show conservative news, like in the case of Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter. And in other instances, it is because platforms that want a more time spent on the platform, like YouTube in the early stages, or even TikTok to a certain degree, will oftentimes let bigoted, hateful opinions fly because that creates double the number of audiences, and it is more captivating and more interesting for many people, and it causes them to go down what we now know as the right-wing rabbit hole. Nearly 1 in 5 influencers, 18%, share part of their identity or beliefs beyond their political orientation, such as expressing support for a specific political cause or value through words, images, emojis on their account page. Among being the most common expression are LGBTQ identity or support or being pro-Palestinian, 5%. Gender. TikTok has the smallest gender gap. 50% of news influencers on TikTok are men, while 45% are women. All other sites, men outnumber women by roughly 2-to-1 margin or more. TikTok also stands out as the only site where, of the 5, where news influencers who explicitly identify as right-leaning, 25%, do not outnumber those who publicly express a left-leaning political ideology, 28%. Even on TikTok, it's close, by the way. In every other website, it's not close. Conservatives dominate. Okay? How are news influencers who work for news organizations different? About 3/4 of news influencers, 77%, have no past or present affiliation with the news media organization, while 23% have been employed in the news industry in some way. News influencers with a news organization affiliation are less likely to express a clear political orientation. 64% have no expressed political stance, compared with 44% of those who have never worked in a news organization. When do they explicitly identify with a political orientation? News influencers with links to a news outlet tend to be right-leaning. 1/4 say they are conservative, Republican, or pro-Trump, while just 9% are liberal, Democratic, or pro-Harris or pro-Biden. Among news influencers with no links to a news outlet, Roughly equal shares express a right-leaning and a left-leaning stance. Once again, left-leaning being less than the right-leaning stance. News influencers who are or were affiliated with a news organization are less likely to identify with specific values and identities. For example, to indicate they are pro-LGBTQ+ or support Palestinians. Nearly all news influencers who have a news organization affiliation are on X, 96%, compared with a smaller majority of news influencers without that background, 82%. Politics in the election are by far the most common topic for news influencers. More than half of 55% were about politics, government, or the presidential election. Beyond U.S. politics, 18% of posts focused on social issues, including LGBTQ issues and abortion. A similar share of posts, 14%, were about international issues, including the Israel-Hamas war, 7%. The posts each week reflect the events going on at the time. Posts from July 15 to 21 were more likely than other weeks to be about the first assassination attempt. I mean, this sucks. Like, no disrespect, but this is kind of ass. This doesn't tell me anything. Right? Like, I feel like this is a whole bunch of, like, let's do a top-down analysis. Like, what the fuck? Regularly get overwhelming majorities say get all 4 types of content: basic facts, opinions, funny posts, and breaking news. Majority of Americans get the news from influencers, say the information they share is helpful. We already covered most of this, but conservative Republicans, liberal Democrats are more likely to say news influencers help them understand current events and civic issues. Conservative Republicans, liberal Democrats are more likely to say they mostly see news influencers share opinions they agree with. Young adults are more likely to see content from news influencers as helpful and unique. Somewhat different from news from other sources. How we created a list of popular news influencers and where they post. More than 28,000 accounts are not focused on news throughout the time. All right, we already looked at that. Other ways news influencers connect with their audiences. Most of them make direct financial appeals to their audiences, like asking them to subscribe, sometimes at the top of the hour. Other times when they're no longer serving ads, they just periodically ask their followers to subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or gift subscriptions to others so they can also be subscribed to continue supporting the stream. You know? Oh, yeah. A really good article from a Hasan Abi head. Yeah. Liberals want their own Joe Rogan, but the truth is there's already a left-leaning content creator ecosystem. The Dem establishment just chooses to ignore big names like Hasan Abi in favor of decrepit institutions like MSNBC and the New York Times. Republicans treat their influencers very differently, sending talking points that are already prioritized by engagement-hungry algorithms up the chain to networks like Fox and to politicians. It is in comparison a ruthlessly efficient machine, says Mike from PA. Leftist creators face issues when it comes to how they communicate. On the right, misinfo rules. The creators can speculate wildly without repercussions. Leftists are held to a different standard that requires more research and time, says Jacob Geller. While creators on the right absolutely fight and criticize each other, their ecosystem is, for the aforementioned reasons, rock solid. The left's less so. This means conflicts, cynical or not, can take a long-term toll. Twitch recently overhauled the way it handles politics for advertisers' sake. There's been talk of a full-on adpocalypse, though evidence does not seem to support anything of that scale. Reached out to Twitch for more info, but did not receive a reply. What happens next is an open question, but it's not all doom and gloom. Some leftist creators see an opportunity to build something new and better from the rubble of the Democratic establishments and busted and shitified platforms. Nathan Grayson was a journalist who was the original focus of Gamergate with their ethics in games journalism. Yeah, he knows it better than anybody else. The two sides aren't comparable. One side wants a disinformation grifter network, and the other side has thousands of people with competing ideas. You can't unite leftists under a figurehead very easily, and leftists reject left-leaning. I think I missed out on why you don't serve ads anymore. I was never exactly fond of serving ads. I openly would advocate to get the least amount of ads possible in my contracts with Twitch. And not only that, but my contract is now up, and therefore I do not have to serve ads any longer. And also on top of that, there are no ads being served on the political content classification label regardless. So even if I were to want to serve ads, it would not happen. Having said that, I don't want to serve ads anyway. So is Twitch going to rise as a leftist platform? What do you think? The largest political content creator on this platform is not me any longer. It's Asmongold, and he is a right-wing content creator. He might not like that designation, but that is exactly what it is. So the reality of the matter is, in a sea of naysayers who are actively trying to undermine the things that I'm doing here and directly coming after me, I don't know. I don't think that Twitch will be a left-wing content platform. It's 2016 again, but worse. No, it's definitely better than 2016 in terms of like the media environment. In 2016, there were very few, if not any, left-wing content creators. Versus now, there at least are prominent leftist figureheads, prominent leftist spaces. So no, it is not as bad as like the Gamergate era. I literally got on this platform because of how bad the media landscape, the independent media landscape looked like in 2016. So you're not right. But it's cool. The reason why you're not right means that I have become so successful that you don't even remember a time where people like myself didn't exist. You know what I mean? Anyway. So what needs to happen in the media landscape for the left different from 2016? I don't even know what you mean by that. Oh, by the way,
demonstration by neo-Nazis.
Speaking of real unexamined anti-Semitic, ideologically anti-Semitic neo-Nazis and how much they are growing once again in prominence, but we don't know what their opinions on Israel are, so I guess it's not that big of a threat yet. Neo-Nazis are marching with swastika flags in Columbus, Ohio.
Over the weekend,
just like they did last time Donald Trump got elected. Donald Trump, weirdly enough, despite his incredibly pro-Israel stance, seemingly somehow gets all these fucking Nazis to be very comfortable openly demonstrating their desires, their perspectives.
Columbus, Ohio. The armed group marched carrying flags with swastikas on them. Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas has the story. Good morning, Pierre.
George, good morning. The hate was right out in the open. So brazen, Ohio's governor felt compelled to respond.
This morning, new surveillance footage of an armed group of men carrying flags emblazoned with swastikas marching through the streets of Columbus, Ohio. The troubling incident happening Saturday afternoon.
I wonder why this is happening. Oh, wait, that's right. Because another prominent neo-Nazi, this group probably, in Ohio, in Springfield, Ohio specifically, created this false conspiracy that the Haitian migrants were fucking eating cats and dogs. And then that conspiracy went all the way to the top of the Republican media ecosystem with the fucking president repeating it. seems to me like there is a real Nazi problem in America.
Person dressed head to toe in all black, masks concealing their faces. They shouted vile and racist speech against Jews and people of color. Ohio's governor denouncing the neo-Nazis, writing, "There is no place in this state for hate, bigotry, anti-Semitism, or violence." Hate crimes have been on the rise for the past several years, according to data from the FBI. The Anti-Defamation League also notes a stunning increase in acts of anti-Semitism, with incidents doubling last year compared to 2022. Overnight, African-American community leaders in Columbus taking to the same streets in a peaceful counter-protest.
Today, it sends a clear message that this cannot happen in our city, in this state, nor in this nation. We're not going to be repelled. We're not going to be moved back.
Just a week ago in Michigan, another group carrying Nazi flags outside a theater production of The Diary of Anne Frank.
We asked both President Biden and President-elect Trump about the Ohio incident. Biden responded denouncing the incident. We're waiting a response from Trump. Because there was no violence in Columbus and apparently no direct threat of violence, no arrests were made. The First Amendment allows for all kinds of free speech, including speech dripping with hate. Robin?
All right, Pierre, thanks to you.
This company that's basically worthless. I am also
all the crazy stuff that Trump is going to do. How are you still not losing hope for the U.S. political system after more than half a decade of fighting? I mean, I haven't been fighting for only half a decade. I've been fighting for a full decade. What am I supposed to do? Fucking, just show my belly? Like the rest of these fucking goddamn liberals who are cowardly? You have Eldon Ross drama in your title, but I couldn't find a good video on it. Oh yeah, Eden Ross is at odds with Kick, it seems. Can you just give up on your beliefs? Yeah, I'm not going to. And also, like I said, I've personally seen things change so dramatically. Oh, by the way, just want to point out something. Only a couple days after the ADL said, literally only a couple days after the ADL said that I was anti-Semitic for not calling the football hooligan fight a pogrom, it turns out, the Amsterdam mayor regrets calling attack on Israeli soccer fans a pogrom. Femke Halsema said the term became political propaganda after violence between Israeli soccer fans and pro-Palestinian protesters sparked heated debate. Here it is. Where's Max Blumenthal, whose only good opinions are on Israel-related stuff? Amsterdam Mayor Halsema now admits no pogrom occurred in her city and Israel put words in her mouth. We were completely overtaken by Israel. At 3 a.m., Netanyahu suddenly gave a lecture about what had happened while we were still gathering the facts.
Welk moment dacht u, nu gaat het helemaal mis? Ja, dat is ingewikkeld. Kijk, wij wisten woensdagavond al, dus de avond ervoor.
There's no fucking, wait, what? There's no subtitles. What am I supposed to do? I don't know what this language is. Arab Israeli politician Ayman Odeh, a member of the Israeli Knesset from the Hadash party, confronts Benjamin Netanyahu directly about the Palestinians killed since the genocide in Gaza. The Knesset erupts in chaos as the Speaker of the Knesset prevents him from finishing his speech and removes him. There are 35,055 babies orphaned in Gaza. The blood of all of them will haunt you for 30 years. You have been a serial killer of peace.
ניסיתי חודשיים לפני המלחמה ולאחר מכן חווינו את מסע הגירוש. חברת הכנסת גוטליב. עברנו ממקום למקום החל מהצפון ועד שהגענו לדיר אל-בלח.
Dropside translated the Amsterdam mayor's comments. Oh, okay. Amsterdam Mayor Femke Halsema expresses regret for using the word pogrom at the internationally covered press conference the day after the clashes in the city, adding, "We were completely overtaken by Israel." Speaking to the current affairs show, Niev Sur on Sunday night, Halsema said, "In hindsight, I should have not used the word pogrom. We were completely overtaken by Israel. At 3 a.m., Prime Minister Netanyahu suddenly gave a lecture about what had happened in Amsterdam while we were still gathering the facts. The Israeli government spoke of a Palestinian pogrom on the streets of Amsterdam, and in The Hague, the words were used to discriminate against Moroccan Amsterdammers, Muslims. That is not what I meant or what I wanted. She also acknowledged that she should have highlighted the violence caused by Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters before and after Europa League game in Amsterdam. Huh. Oh, well, that's a bit late, isn't it? My latest scoop from Electronic Intifada, internal emails show the New York Times killed its own journalist investigation into Israeli mob violence in Amsterdam. The New York Times has killed an investigation by its own reporters into Israeli mob violence in Amsterdam earlier this month. An internal Times email inadvertently shared with the Electronic Intifada, Dutch reporter Christian Tribert explained to a manager that he had pitched a visual investigation I was conducting into the events in Amsterdam. Unfortunately, that story was killed, he wrote. I regret that the planned moment-by-moment visual investigation was not further pursued. This has been very frustrating, to say the least, Tribert wrote. The email was addressed to senior Times manager Charlie Statlander, a former senior press officer for the U.S. National Security Agency and for the U.S. Army. Tribert appeared interested in carrying out reporting that would set the record straight, remediating the false narrative insistently advanced by its own newspaper that the Israeli fans were victims of mob violence motivated by anti-Jewish hatred. The correspondence between Tribert and Statlander on Friday was triggered by Electronic Intifada's request for comments to the Times regarding the paper's highly misleading report on Israeli mob violence in Amsterdam. As this reporter explained on the Electronic Intifada live stream on Wednesday, the paper actually inverted reality. There's still precisely zero evidence that even one anti-Semitic attack took place in Amsterdam, let alone the pogrom that Israeli government officials immediately claimed had happened. The Times has come under fire for using a video of Israeli football hooligan violence in Amsterdam last week to claim the exact opposite of what the video actually showed. The Times claimed footage shot by Dutch photojournalists showed anti-Semitic attacks on Israelis, even though it actually showed Israeli mob violence against a Dutch citizen. Now, will Ethan Klein and numerous other sources apologize for getting this wrong? Will Benjamin Netanyahu apologize? No, of course not. Why the fuck would they? Yeah, no shit. Will the ADL apologize for saying I'm anti-Semitic? For not immediately going with the reporting, not even the reporting, but just like the overall vibes that the Israeli government actively put out there, that it was a fucking pogrom? Yeah. Who attacked Israelis in Amsterdam? Some Dutch politicians can't bring themselves to say. Yeah, because they are also anti-Semitic. No, that's right. The very same people that said it was a pogrom immediately after are actually hit with the anti-Semitism ray. Remember the editorial backflips they were doing on the story? Yeah, I do. I do remember. Spill the beans. What kind of, yeah. You can't blame him. The Israeli media, the Israeli government never lies. I know, famously. When one of the largest streamers on Twitch, Hasan Piker, spends the hours after the Amsterdam pogrom minimizing its harm without consequences, a clear platform still has far to go. Also, the damage has already been done. People who are sympathetic, by the way, people who are openly sympathetic to the Palestinian plight also saw this and thought it was a fucking pogrom. You know? Yeah, you are defending the horrors of Amsterdam and their terrorist mayor. show us your reply post. It's my reply post is Mike Tyson's ass. Israeli envoy rejects Pope's calls to investigate Gaza genocide claims. There was a genocidal massacre on the 7th of October of Israeli citizens, and since then, Israel has exercised its rights to self-defense. Bless 972 magazine. This is in 1938. It's 2024. What happened in Amsterdam is not, for the most part, a story about anti-Semitism, but rather of Europe's rapidly escalating Islamophobia and racism. Yeah. Yeah, I'm holding out hope. I'm sure Ethan will apologize. Like he did for making light of Aaron Bushnell self-immolating in protest of the genocide that Israel was committing. You know. New Fox News host from the cabinet. Let's go. Trump announces Fox Business host and former GOP Deputy Representative Sean Duffy to be Secretary of Transportation. Another Fox News guy. What? Check out this headline from the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement. Combat Anti-Semitism Movement press release. Combat Anti-Semitism calls Pope Francis' genocide comments a possible eighth front against Israel. Yeah. More wonderful pro-Israeli outlets and institutions. I reject the accusations and investigation in the strongest terms. Nice. The fucking woke ass Pope, dude. This is a weird reaction to someone not talking about you. Yeah. Yeah. The Pope is anti-Semitic. Okay. The Pope is being anti-Semitic in this call for investigations. That's right. Actually, I'll take it one step further. The Pope is Hamas. The Pope, the United Nations, Amsterdam, the Amsterdam mayor, prominent Twitch streamers like Hasan Abi Piker. Basically, everyone that isn't exclusively talking about how sick it is that Israel's genocide in the Palestinians is Hamas. Including but not limited to, genocide scholars, Holocaust scholars, prominent Jewish Israeli reporters. They're all Hamas. Israeli Knesset members. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. there's just a little Hamas in everyone's hearts, you know? You're joking, but in Israel, they are now claiming that Hamas is behind the imaginary Amsterdam pogrom 2 days ago. Yesterday, Khan News already said that the pogrom was planned by BDS activists together with Hamas operatives. The Hamas infrastructure in the Netherlands is probably behind the pogrom, Diaspora Minister Amichai Shikli said in an interview with Ayala Hassan about disturbances in Amsterdam. Oh, disturbances, not pogrom? That must be a mistranslation, because it feels like maybe even Khan News could be Hamas at any given point. Ludwig is Hamas. That's true. Your Mice and Men tweet was peak. Oh, about Lenny? Lenny from Mice and Men. Ugly ass painting for an ugly ass ogre. Lenny from Mice and Men crushing Israel while trying to pet it ass painting. You don't need to thank me. I'm just a guy doing a job. A clearly moved Sen Fetterman after receiving a stunning work of art by Elon Block, a heartfelt gesture from Philadelphia's Jewish community, recognizing his unwavering courage and leadership during these trying times. Matt Gaetz leaks is starting. Matt Gaetz allegedly paid an adult woman for sex in 2017, attorney says. The woman, who was 19 at the time, said she encountered Trump's pick to lead the Justice Department at an invitation-only party in Orlando, Florida.
To run the Justice Department, facing an
Hold on.
intensifying
I'll be back in a second. I
spotlight.
gotta pee.
As NBC News has learned, the House Ethics Committee will meet Wednesday, according to a source familiar, to discuss its investigation into now former Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. The committee investigating allegations of sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, which Gaetz denies, including that he had sex with a then 17-year-old at a Florida party in 2017. That accuser's attorney, John Clune, wants the House report to be released in a statement saying she was a high school student and there were witnesses. Joel Leopard represents one of those alleged witnesses, whom NBC News is not naming. What did your client witness at this party?
She was walking outside to the pool, and she observed to her right her friend, who was 17 at the time, having sex with Representative Gaetz. They were leaned up to what she described to as a game table of some type.
Leopard says his clients testified to the House Ethics Committee this spring. Did your client believe that Gaetz at the time knew that her friend was underage?
Yeah, so the House was curious about that. She testified that her belief was that Representative Gaetz had no knowledge that she was under 18, that she was 17 years old at the time he was having sex with her. She also testified that when Representative Gaetz found out that she was underage, that they stopped their sexual relationship and did not resume it until after she turned 18.
Leopard says his clients, both the alleged witness and another woman, testified Gaetz paid them repeatedly for sex and drugs. Leopard says the FBI asked his client in 2020 to record a phone conversation with Mr. Gaetz as part of a Justice Department investigation into sex trafficking and obstruction of justice. But prosecutors ultimately declined to bring charges. The Department of Justice declined to prosecute Matt Gaetz for these allegations. So how should people square that decision with everything that you've laid out here today?
Whether or not a federal prosecutor takes a case and decides to move forward on a trial or move forward on an allegation is that particular prosecutor's decision. It doesn't mean they didn't do it.
Gaetz has long denied the allegations against him, and in a response to the House Ethics Committee in September, said, "Your correspondence of September 4th asks whether I have engaged in sexual activity with any individual under 18. The answer to this question is unequivocally no," adding he has not used drugs that are illegal, and writing, "The lawful, consensual sexual activities of adults are not the business of Congress," suggesting investigators have a sinister motive to harm him. Leopard says the women he represents want the Ethics Committee to share what it knows publicly so Americans can judge for themselves.
They did testify, both of them, that they consented to the activities. They were also asked whether or not they were victims, and then she broke down in tears, and she said it's a very complicated question.
Did your clients make any assessments in their testimony about Mr. Gates's fitness or judgment to serve in office?
They're very careful about what they might express publicly, but one did say, I do not think a man like him should have that much power.
And Halleck joining me here in the studio right now. We should be clear, Speaker Johnson is opposed to releasing this report.
Yeah, that's right, Lester. He thinks it could open a Pandora's box since Gates is no longer in Congress. But tonight we're learning that some senators on the Judiciary Committee are not ruling out witness testimony. The FBI is declining to comment. A representative for Gates declined to address specific questions about our interview, but earlier had described the allegations as baseless and intended to derail the second Trump administration. Lester.
Matt Gaetz, the president-elect Donald Trump's pick to lead the Justice Department, paid a woman for sex at a small invitation-only party in Florida, where prostitution is illegal in 2017 while he was a member of the House, the woman's attorney said. In an interview, Joelle Leppert said the woman also said she saw Gaetz having sex with her friend, who was 17 at the time, at the same invitation-only party in Orlando. Leppert said the two women he represents, whom NBC News is not naming, told the House Ethics Committee investigators that Gaetz paid them for sex several times and that they believe the committee's report on Gaetz should be publicly released. They want the American people to know the truth and that they are speaking the truth, he said. Within minutes of arriving at the party in Orlando, one of his clients, who was 19 at the time, was introduced to Gaetz and then taken upstairs to have sex with him, Leppert said. Later that evening, as she was walking outside to go to the pool area, she says she saw Gaetz and her minor friend having sex against the game table, Leppert said. This is a very vivid memory that she has, he said. Leppert said his client recounted it this spring in an interview with the House Ethics Committee, which had been investigating Gaetz on and off since 2021. Justice Department also investigated Gaetz over sex trafficking allegations involving a 17-year-old. He was not charged with any crime. For the record, I just want to point out something, but like the Justice Department dropping this case does not mean that he did not do this, okay? You know. Especially Florida, which seemingly is a PvP zone. When it comes to this sort of thing. Jeffrey Epstein, also Florida's very own. Let's take a look at how CNN is covering the matter.
Numbers. Let's step to the plate, do our job, because we have to get this country back going in the right direction.
So the expressions of support are not coming from nowhere. In addition to the president-elect's private lobbying, his eldest son is also pushing publicly.
The swamp doesn't want that, so we're going to go all in and make sure that those people have the best chance at getting confirmed as possible, because they're the people who are most effective.
The question is, most effective for what? Early this morning, the president-elect confirmed a social media post and reports that on taking office, he would declare a national emergency and use military assets to deport undocumented migrants. His reply, which you see there on the screen, true. Presumably, those orders would go through Pete Hegseth, even though he paid a woman who accused him of sexually assaulting her in 2017 as part of a settlement which included a confidentiality clause. Now, that's according to Hegseth's own attorney, who also, by the way, called the payment extortion. Hegseth denies the allegations and was neither charged with a crime nor named as a defendant in any civil suit. That said, nominations, especially for national security positions, have been withdrawn over far less. But the president-elect is standing by him. He's said to be, quote, all in for Matt Gaetz, who resigned from the House just days ahead of an ethics committee report on those allegations, according to the committee itself, concerning, quote, sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. Here's how one Republican senator put it last year.
He was accused of sleeping with an underage girl. And there's a reason why no one in the conference came and defended him, because we had all seen the videos he was showing on the House floor that all of us had walked away of the girls that he had slept with. He'd brag about how he would crush ED medicine and chase it with an energy drink so he could go all night.
That's Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who more recently said, quote, I completely trust President Trump's decision-making on this one. Here's what the attorney for two women who spoke to the House Ethics Committee says one of his clients said on CNN tonight.
She was invited to a party in July of 2017. She testified to the House that as she was walking out to the pool area, she turned to her right and she witnessed her friend having sex with Representative Gaetz, and her friend at that time was 17. So she testified to the House that Representative Gaetz did not know her friend's age at the time they had sexual intercourse. And when he found out about her age, that Representative Gates stopped having sexual intercourse with her, and he only started the sexual interactions later on once she turned 18.
So then it continued again.
That's correct.
There were a lot of girls, it sounds like, at this party who were in that age range, your clients among them.
Right, but the testimony that my client gave was that she believed Representative Gates did not know her age at the time, that the minor was 17.
Okay, so, but it's a party where this sort of thing is happening. And just to be clear, your clients knew he had paid also your clients for sex? He was paying for sex?
The testimony before the House was yes, that Representative Gates paid my client, both of my clients, for sexual favors throughout the summer of 2017 all the way to the beginning of 2019.
And how did he pay them?
Those were primarily through Venmo and PayPal payments.
So that's some of what the Ethics Committee.
Why is Matt Gaetz at a fucking party with high schoolers is the real question.
CNN's Manu Raju, he'd like it released.
I do, but more importantly, I want the Judiciary Committee to be able to see it prior to the hearings. And then after that, depending on what happens, then of course it could be released to the other members that are going to at some point have a vote.
Well, late tonight, the top Democrat on the House Ethics Committee also weighed in.
We have a scheduled meeting on Wednesday, and it remains to be seen what the chairman's agenda is for that, but I believe we should vote on whether we're to disclose it or not, and we'll see what happens after that. Everybody on the committee now has the report, so they've got the opportunity to be reviewing it. I believe there will be a unanimous Democratic consensus that it should be released.
Well, she only speaks for Democrats. As for Republicans, House Speaker Mike Johnson, who's been flying between Washington and Mar-a-Lago for days now, does not want that report to come out, even though, as CNN's Jake Tapper pointed out, there is precedent for it.
There's a very important protocol and tradition and rule that we maintain that the House Ethics Committee's jurisdiction does not extend to non-members of Congress. I think that would be a Pandora's box.
The House Ethics Committee in the past has released reports of individuals who resigned from Congress, Congressman Bonner, Congressman Lukens. The House Ethics Committee, after the resignation of Mark Foley, even began an investigation and then released a report. So it's not unprecedented.
The Speaker does not have the authority to stop the release of a report by the Ethics Committee, but I've just simply said what I believe is an obvious point, that we don't want to go down that road.
Late this evening, he moved the goalposts a bit farther, telling CNN's Manu Raju we are in a, quote, different era, and saying, quote, now we live in the age of the 24-hour news cycle. Now we live in the age of social media. The politics and the dynamics are very different. As for allowing the House to sit in recess along with the Senate so the new president can bypass the confirmation process entirely, Speaker Johnson weighed in on that over the weekend.
We'll evaluate all that at the appropriate time, and we'll make the appropriate decision. There may be a function for that, and we'll have to see how it plays out.
Well, starting us off tonight, CNN's Caitlin Collins, host of The Source at the top of the hour. So, Caitlin, is it clear to you just how dug in the president-elect is tonight on Gaetz and Hegseth's nominations?
Well, I mean, he's clearly using his own political power, Anderson, to call these Republican senators that are going to be making these decisions and try to urge them to support his picks for these positions. What we've heard from a lot of them coming out and saying that the president has the right to put who he wants in his cabinet is obviously a signaling that regardless of if this report comes out or if the details itself come out, as the congresswoman alluded to there, that they are still going to be supporting him. But it's not really most of the Republican senators that the Trump team is worried about. It's just a handful of them, because Matt Gaetz can only afford to lose about 3 Republican senators before he would not be able to get confirmed for this position. Otherwise, J.D. Vance may have to get involved in breaking the tie or casting his vote there. Basically, there's not a lot of room here. And it's not just these allegations. This is also someone who has gone after a lot of these Republican senators who will be voting on whether or not to confirm him as the next attorney general. But the other part of this that I've heard from Trump people is that obviously Trump just was overwhelmingly reelected or elected back into office. And so that is something that is weighing on these Republican senators. Do they want to start off this 4-year term that he's about to have by defying him and going against one of his picks? to put in his cabinet. The question is whether or not there are other people waiting, in the wings. Certainly with the Pentagon, I've talked to sources over the weekend after CNN reported and other outlets also reported that Pete Hegseth had paid a sum of money to the woman who accused him of sexual assault, something that he denies and that his attorney says is not true and was consensual. And what we've heard from them is that they're not bothered by that they are still standing by Pete Hegseth, and they're not making any kind of alternative plans when it comes to the Pentagon. Whether or not...
Yeah, they're not bothered by it because they're like, it's a prerequisite. Like, statutory or not, you have to rape, okay? If you want to be a part of the cabinet of Donald Trump, you have to engage in at least some form. Like, the lightest I will allow is sexual harassment, okay? Like, you have to do something. Like, and that is like if you're an otherwise exceptionally loyal individual, you know what I mean? It's just, that's why Matt Gaetz got the top dog position, because statutory is the highest level of crime that is a prerequisite. What an insane situation, dude. I mean, I've joked about how, like, you have to at the very least, nice tits, man. Can I be hired now? Yeah. No, you have to do a lot more than that. Mr. Beast's team is more ethical than Trump cabinet picks. I mean, that's not, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, of course. The Trump cabinet is like infinitely worse, dude. So Trump has leverage on people he hires. I think that's part of it, but I think loyalty is the utmost important factor here. That's it. Going back, I do want to talk about something here with Israel-Palestine. But Noah Colwyn says there's a reason that James Bamford, most well-regarded journalist of all time on the NSA, today suggested in The Nation that Biden be formally charged with complicity in genocide at The Hague. The reason for that, what he's quote tweeting is important. So U.S.-Israeli mediator Amos Hochstein, remember, former IDF soldier, makes clear he cancels his Beirut trip scheduled for tomorrow as he and those above him were not happy with Lebanon's position on 1701, which Lebanon accepted everything basically except total surrender clause demanded by Israelis, namely the Israeli right to lawfully enter Lebanon when it feels like it. A couple hours later, the Israeli war machine hits downtown Beirut, a civilian area. U.S. complicity is clear, and it's also clear the U.S. will fully back Israeli demands for total surrender of Lebanon or its destruction. Okay? Washington Post exclusive came out. Israel protects aid looters in Gaza. Gangs looting Gaza aid operate in areas under Israeli control, aid group says. A UN memo obtained by the Post concluded that gangs may be benefiting from a passive, if not active, benevolence or protection from Israelis, from the Israeli military. The report says organized gangs operate freely and have established a military-like compound in an area restricted, controlled, and patrolled by the Israeli occupying force. Israel denied all requests for safer aid distribution. Hamas has been targeting gangs of thieves. Israel had also famously in the past targeted Gazan police, a part of the civil protection infrastructure, deliberately, and then claimed that they were Hamas. Like openly, they killed like the chief of police that was organizing the aid distribution inside of Gaza. The next day they killed him. That was like 6-7 months ago, by the way. Just so you understand what the situation looks like. Oh, fuck. The ICC has applied for an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu, but Israel's assault on Gaza has been made possible by U.S. support. Israeli media is using anti-Semitic rhetoric, the perfect puppet master, how Qatar pulls the string of both terror and Western democracies. The perfect puppet master. Oh, shit. Iran controls the media. Now, from the people that brought you, Iran and Hamas control the media. Now, Qatar controls the media. Why? Because they have Al Jazeera. Is that what it is? How funny would it be if Biden goes to jail before Trump? You're out of your dang mind. Donald Trump would 100p invade the Hague to defend Joe Biden from going to prison. Biden envoy travels to Beirut hoping to seal ceasefire deal. I guess he walked that statement back. Or is this the last one? State of play. Israel has significantly increased the number of airstrikes in Lebanon, including in Beirut in recent days, and has expanded its ground operation in southern Lebanon. Israel says its officials, the aim was to increase the pressure on Hezbollah to agree to the ceasefire agreement. Israel has asked the Biden administration for a side letter that would guarantee its freedom of action in Lebanon. The letter would include a U.S. commitment to allowing Israel to take military action in Lebanon if the Lebanese army and UN peacekeepers don't prevent Hezbollah from reestablishing military activity near the border or from smuggling heavy weapons into Lebanon, U.S. and Israeli officials said. New. Lebanon and Hezbollah agreed to U.S. proposal for ceasefire with Israel with some comments. Ali Hassan Khalil, senior aide to the House Speaker Barry. He tells Reuters, Lebanon submitted its response on Monday, calls it the most serious offer yet to end the fighting. Khalil says the success of the initiative now depended on Israel, saying if Israel did not want a solution, it could make 100 problems. Meanwhile, I think after Israel struck Beirut, again, a crowded civilian area of Beirut, where is it? Matt Gaetz. Fuck Matt Gaetz. Where the fuck is the footage? There was, here. Reports of a direct impact in a mall to the east of Tel Aviv as a result of the rockets launched from Lebanon. This happened earlier this morning. Not sure if it had any casualties whatsoever. But once again, this pierces the veil of security that Israel is committed to. 2 confirmed killed as per Al Mayadeen. I mean, this is light in comparison to what the IDF has done to Beirut, as you guys know. But ultimately, this is destroying the safety and the security that I live half a mile away from where they struck. In Israel or in Beirut, chatter? I mean, obviously Israel is like completely leveled the south of Lebanon and beyond that. Oh, in Beirut, same here. God damn. Be safe, chatters. 6 injured, no dead as of now. It was shrapnel from an intercepted rocket per Al Jazeera. The atrocities in terms of like the atrocities that Israel is committed so far, they have not stopped. Like the coverage in Western media and even the coverage here, because of my shifting of priorities and attention to the American political conversation, does not change the reality that, you know, Israel is still engaging in fresh hells every day, for the record. Like, that has not stopped. Meanwhile, Bernie Sanders is one of the only people that's out there trying to do something about it. Bernie, alongside 7 congresspersons, have put forth a resolution blocking U.S. arms sales to Israel. J Street has also gotten involved and for the first time ever has supported the joint resolution. The SEIU has supported Senator Sanders' joint resolution of disapproval to block sale of offensive weapons to Israel. 7 senators have expressed support for it. Israel's war on Palestine has killed at least 42,922 and hurt 103,000. People fear drastic undercounts. Vote is set to take place Wednesday. 7 senators have expressed support in the joint resolution of disapproval. Pete Welch, Jeff Merkley, Tim Kaine in the membrane, Brian Schatz, Elizabeth Warren, and Chris Van Hollen. That's it. And what's interesting about this process is that, like, I don't even think they have enough votes for this resolution overall. So this should be an opportunity for the Democrats to make it seem like they're aesthetically on the side of the truth. And yet, seemingly enough, they're not. Even aesthetically, they are not lending support to this. Incredible stuff from the obviously morally bankrupt Democrats. Meanwhile, here's what the J-Post is writing. Southern Lebanon is actually northern Israel. Historically speaking, southern Lebanon is in fact northern Israel, and the roots of the Jewish people in the area run deep. They wrote this article the first time Israel invaded southern Lebanon, or at least the last time, I guess. And they've deleted that article since then, when everyone was like, whoa, 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 what the fuck are you saying? But it turns out they're writing it again. At first, it will come across as, you know, some minor voices that don't mean anything. Okay? Some minor voices, no major stuff, no major movement whatsoever. These are just a couple crazy people. And then a couple of those crazy people actually go in and, you know, take over certain areas. And then the IDF has to offer them protection because these are citizens. They have to be protected. And then, before you know it, boom, West Bank. Israel has targeted vacant ancient sites, stating that Hezbollah is behind them in Lebanon. Lebanon's ancient heritage faces a barrage of Israeli strikes. My heart is breaking. My soul is aching, an archaeologist said, as Israel's bombardment threatens or destroys Roman amphitheaters, Crusader citadels, and centuries-old souks. What the fuck? Did they also write one that says Egypt is actually Rome? We should give it to the Italians? Yeah. Listen. You need to understand, guys. One, Israel has a right to defend itself. Okay? It does. And two, guys, Israelis need living space. Okay? I'm sorry. What is there not to understand? Okay? Living space? Should I say it in German? Lebensraum? Lebanon? Lebensraum? It's right there. Okay? Just a little bit. Just a little bit of Lebensraum. Yeah. You say southern Lebanon. I say Lebensraum. I say a land without people. That's what I say. That's just how it works. Why are there so many countries making land grabs now? Russia and Israel. What changed in the material calculations? Bro, this is gonna get clipped out of context and used against you. What? That the argument that Israel routinely presents as it does the exact same thing that Nazi Germany did in the exact same ways that Nazi Germany is doing is somehow a false comparison. No, you see, the problem here is no one will ever clip that because then it's not something that I'm against. It is very much something that I am arguing. What frustrates me is when people clip me out of context to make it seem like I'm saying things that I'm not saying. That's what's frustrating. Okay? Yeah, go ahead. Clip that shit. Talk about how similar it is that Israel's actions here are identical to Nazi Germany's actions. Lebensraum is the exact same principle here. How the fuck do you explain? How the fuck do you explain the West Bank? Yeah, identical to what Russia says about its current conflict in Ukraine, by the way. Historically. I thought Ott was over-exaggerating, but no, Ethan Klein literally said that Ludwig doesn't care about anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism issue right under the rug to the point where it's like, wow, you really don't care. You really do not care about this at all. He's sweeping this anti-Semitism issue right under the rug to the
I saw this. Bro, I try to keep my dialogue on this minimal, but oh my God, his opening line is Ludwig doesn't care about anti-Semitism. I saw videos of Nazis in Ohio today marching and slurring their way around. Ethan Klein is concerned about Ludwig from video games. Oh. We could not hear the video? Wait, really? Anyway. Israeli forces have prohibited entry of tents into Gaza. As a result, people are living in makeshift shelters made of plastic and blankets, which have been flooded due to heavy rain. Hossam Shabbat still covering the unimaginable atrocities that Israel is engaging in North Gaza as their ethnic cleansing campaign continues. It is remarkable how devastating and how openly Israel's been able to do this. I mean, it's so crazy in fucking broad daylight. An important piece, an important Haaretz.com piece about what the Israeli army is doing on the ground in Gaza, building substantial outposts and infrastructure for a prolonged stay in the territory, some of its own roads that used to lead to the Israeli settlements in Gaza. Yeah. Ethan clearly does care about anti-Semitism, but he's completely lost in the sauce when it comes to all the drama. No, I think that his valid concerns of anti-Semitism paired up with his own personal narcissism of not understanding why people are disagreeing with him in his own community have created this fucking insane situation where instead of, you know, looking at the real fucking targets here, he is hyper focusing on people and not even fucking talking about anti-Semitism either all the time. Like, if his concern was that I'm a fucking terrorist, anti-Semite, compared to, you know, jokingly compared to Osama bin Laden, he wouldn't also be talking about how, like, I'm pro-Russia. He wouldn't be lying about that shit. He wouldn't have said that I'm being anti-Semitic because I suggested to him privately that he does not respect me, but he very clearly respects Sam Cedar, and that he should have this conversation with him privately. You know? He said that was anti-Semitic. I don't think it's worth talking about how this or that person is anti-Semitic. I don't know what he wants, to be honest, but he seems unhinged. Yeah. It's a negative feedback loop. He gets defense from criticism, so he gets more invested in proving others wrong. This is repeated so many times, he's lost in a downward spiral. Yeah. In that video, he was really butthurt that Lud didn't mention him because he was the one that really kickstarted this whole thing. Yeah, like why? It's so funny to be like, oh yeah, if I hadn't called this out, the adpocalypse, which there's not enough evidence to suggest it's actually happening, would have happened. But also, he's not the one he's still glazing you though. What is this?
Hasan's cock must taste pretty good. I'm guessing that Hasan's cock must taste pretty good. I'm guessing that Hasan's cock must taste pretty good.
That's wild. What the fuck? Why'd you replay it? Because it's fucking hilarious.
I'm guessing that Hasan's cock must taste pretty good.
Your silence on this issue is deafening. Yes, my cock does taste pretty good.
I'm guessing that Hasan's cock must taste pretty good. I'm guessing that Hasan's cock must taste pretty good.
What the fuck? How would you know? What do you mean, dude? I've self-sucked.
I'm guessing that Hasan's cock must taste pretty good. I'm guessing.
Also, I got this information from your mom. When Adam was talking to Destiny and Destiny brought you up, Adam's first response was, he's very handsome. He has very big muscles.
That Hasan's cock must taste pretty good.
We're not doing sub alerts, but if I bring it back, that will be one of my sub alerts. Why do your haters always say you're hot as an insult? I don't know. Oh yeah, this was insane. Israel's not deliberately preventing aid. Media, Israeli media. Israeli soldiers prevented people from getting aid, then set fire to it. A Gaza school burned down hours after aid arrived. Witnesses say Israeli soldiers started the fire. What? 90% of Jews are Z. This TikTok explains.
Have you ever heard somebody say 90% of Jews are Zionists? You need to ask them, where the fuck did they get that statistic?
I've covered this before. I know where the statistic comes from. It's wrong. It's just like it's completely wrong. not only is the statistic wrong, but also Zionism means entirely different things to other American Jews.
They pulled it directly out of their ass. It is a made-up statistic. I don't know the exact percentage of Jews that are Zionists, but neither do they. We don't currently have accurate data on this, so it's
not only wrong, but it's also wrong in a very scary direction, because it literally is the underlying notion there is that, like, no, this is like apartheid state that is currently committing a genocide. 90% of Jews love that shit. Okay? Why the fuck would you voluntarily say that? It's like me, a Muslim man in the United States of America, being like, nah, dog, you don't understand. 90% of Muslims love ISIS. Okay? It makes no fucking sense. But yeah, I have covered where it actually came from. Oh, Donnie's talking about UFC
I've been working at the
fans.
same restaurant for 4 years. I've been a waiter, I've been a busser, I've been a bar back. You know, I just don't, all the taxes that, can I curse? No, I'm in.
Oh, curse as much as you would.
They you up, man.
Well, I mean, where did you get most of your news and information?
Most of it through...
I know it's not CNN, which is, that's why I'm here.
Actually,
I want to hear.
Actually, most of the information I got was from Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan.
A legend, man.
Yeah.
Yeah?
But mostly, like, social media. If you want to be fully honest, it's social media.
Yeah.
That's what
TikTok?
Yeah, usually. That's what everything spreads around, man.
Yeah.
That's what everything spreads
TikTok's
around.
everywhere, man.
I don't watch a lot of mainstream stuff.
Yeah, where'd you get your news?
Like Reddit.
Yeah.
A lot of podcasting.
Oh, God.
Yeah, like who?
Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Do you think it was a mistake for Harris not to go on Joe Rogan, or do you think
Probably. Honestly.
What
I
are-
think like a long conversational talk is better than a debate.
Right.
Honestly. You can see how a person actually interacts.
Yeah.
I think Trump's good at interacting. I don't know. He doesn't need a script.
You're a New Yorker?
Yes, born and raised.
Nice.
Brooklyn, New York.
Right.
From the hood.
Did you ever consider voting for Harris?
I actually voted for Obama.
You did?
Yeah, that was the last time I ever voted for somebody that's not Trump.
Cap.
Yeah.
Cap.
So what changed?
Bro, you're like 18, bro. You were a fetus when Obama was, you could have voted for Obama.
White men are above me. And I'm all good about, like, yo, we can learn about history and all that stuff, but don't tell me or don't...
Yeah, bro, he voted for
don't try to
Obama
put it
when he
in a
was
way
fucking
that it's
10
like
years
our country
old.
is racist. Our kids are important, guys, you know, and if we're not teaching them well, if we're not teaching them about credit, if we're not teaching them about how to get a home eventually, and all we're talking about is racism and, you know, trans and gays, which, like I said, I'm all good. Like, you do what you do. Just don't force it on people. And that's where we're about. Like, as long as you're not forcing it, we're good.
The power of the alliance between Trump and the UFC was on full display here in Madison Square Garden.
The sound in this room is so loud in here. It is so loud.
Trump was flanked by Elon Musk, Kid Rock, House Speaker Mike Johnson, and some of his new cabinet picks, including RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard. As he made his way into the arena, Trump embraced UFC commentator and the world's most famous podcaster, Joe Rogan, who'd endorsed him after Trump appeared on his podcast.
I'm joined now by Donnie O'Sullivan, our senior data reporter, Harry Enton, Politico's Meredith McGraw. Do you think that Donnie, were the people at the UFC match more excited to see Trump or the fight, you think?
Everybody we spoke to were there to see the fight. However, every single person we spoke to, all of whom were young men, were very excited to see Trump. So there was nobody there who was not a Trump supporter, at least of the dozen or so people
And
we
Harry,
spoke to.
walks us through the numbers, how they've changed since 2022.
It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, there's sometimes I look at data points and go, whoa! And this is one of those points, because take a look at men under the age of 25. Compare how Donald Trump did 4 years ago versus how he did this past election cycle. 4 years ago, he lost men under the age of 25 by 20 points. Look at that data now. Donald Trump won him by 2. I went all the way back into the record archives. You know I love going through those spreadsheets. You sometimes go
Your
through.
office is in the record archives.
That's exactly right. Yes, my life is an archive.
They give you an offer?
That's, I know. Who knew? And you have to go all the way back since 2000 to find a Republican candidate who won among men under the age of 25 before Donald Trump. So it was truly a record-setting performance for him. That was George W. Bush back in 2000. He beat Al Gore. You remember that election?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Meredith, is it clear to you how much the Trump team is counting on support from young male voters in the court of public opinion during any confirmation battles in the Senate?
Well, certainly during the campaign, they really pushed getting young men's attention, and not just young men, but young people who were just disaffected by traditional media. Trump went on all 4 of the top Spotify podcasts, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, Tucker Carlson, and really engaged with social media platforms and outlets that were getting the eyeballs from young people that they just wouldn't with other traditional media sources. And you've seen how some surrogates are still going on these different podcasts, and they are advocating for some of Trump's cabinet picks. So it's in terms of the court of public opinion that you're talking about, it still plays a big role in Trump's support and the support for this movement that he's built.
And don't know also where they're getting information. I saw the study from Pew Research Center. 40% or nearly 40% of young Americans get their news from influencers, many of whom lean to the right. That's certainly, I mean, it shaped the way a lot of folks.
Absolutely, yeah. And look, this is the thing. So 40% of young men are getting their news and information, as you heard a lot of the guys in that piece there, not from you or me, Anderson Cooper, or even...
thanks for looking in my direction.
Even you, Harry.
I know.
But I think what's really important, what's hard to get our head around maybe for folks who are used to just regular politics, is that a lot of these influencers, even Joe Rogan, don't necessarily fall into the Republican Democrat bucket. And a lot of times they can be conservative here, but very liberal here.
Well, I'm going to say it makes them more interesting, frankly.
Absolutely, yeah. And so even... there's been a lot of talk of people saying, well, the left needs their version of a Joe Rogan. And I think it was Jon Stewart who actually pointed out just last week that I mean, if you actually listen to Joe Rogan,
when like you were a kid and like your mom says, "Let's go buy some cool clothes for you," like that doesn't.
It's not gonna.
It doesn't seem like
my mother didn't buy my clothes. I just want to know. I bought my own. Actually, no, she bought my clothes.
But I do think this is where Democrats are misunderstanding, I think, a bit of this new media landscape. It's like it is not as black and white as folks in Washington, D.C. might like to think it is.
Right. Well, I mean, Harry, the Harris. How did she? I mean, she underperformed with almost every kind of young person.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, look, I know a lot.
Although we should point out the popular vote count now is actually much closer.
It's much closer. In fact, Donald Trump at this point, I think if you go back since 1824, ranks 44th out of 51 for popular vote victories. He's under 50%.
Right. Biden in 2020 had a bigger one.
In fact, every single person who won the popular vote had a wider margin than he has. You have to go all the way back since 2000 when Al Gore only won the popular vote by 0.51 percentage points. But look, I know a lot of folks on the left want to blame, young men for Kamala Harris's downfall. But the bottom line is she underperformed with pretty much everyone who was under the age of 25.
Let me guess. We're finally going to arrive at the conclusion that not enough people came to turn out for Kamala Harris. I wonder what that could have, I wonder how that happened.
Of young people who only know American politics as being centered around
I'm a man
Donald
and I
Trump.
fucking blame these uneducated Zoomer pieces of garbage. Okay, calm down, brother. I mean, yes, there are a lot of uneducated people, and there's uneducated people voting for the Democrats too. Okay, you need to understand. Once again, that the real problem is that the Democrats did not focus on drawing turnout from their base. They ran a bad campaign. Also, yeah, this photo is hilarious. Look at Millet. Even though he's laughing with fucking Modi as well, which I don't like. I don't know, man. Why don't we talk about NATO more? Haas, it's because they're sexist. The incels came out to vote. Hasan Abi, it wasn't Mamala. Yeah, it wasn't Mamala. It was never. Mamala could do no wrong. It wasn't Mamala or Liz Cheney. Those were just two girl bosses girl bossing around. Why is it that Groypers on Twitter are upset over Twitch's new rules? I thought they hate the people that are the T word. Why are they using it to describe you all of a sudden just because you're critical of other governments? What? I don't know what you're talking about, but no, I think the groypers on Twitter do not care about me potentially getting banned. As a matter of fact, I think they think it's awesome. He means terrorist. The T word is terrorist. Why would you be getting banned? I'm not, but that's what's driving a lot of people crazy. Easy Creations, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Yeah, we're sorry. Nazis go back and forth on their hatred for Israel.
Pure speculation. They just make up a number that feels true to them. The only Jews that those individuals are probably really talking to or are paying attention to are Zionists. Meanwhile, there are so many anti-Zionist, pro-Palestine Jews out there speaking up aggressively against the genocidal settler colonial state of Israel. So it makes no sense to pretend as if you know exactly what percentage of Jews are Zionist. More and more Jews every single day are realizing the reality of how horrific, genocidal, racist the state of Israel is and always has been. So I'm just saying, don't throw around numbers. Don't pretend as if you know the actual percentage of Jews that are Zionist. I guarantee you there are far more anti-Zionist, anti-Israel, pro-Palestine Jews than you realize.
Yeah. Anti-Zionist, pro-Palestine Jew here, and I'm only anti-Israel now because of you, homie. Uh-oh. Don't say that. Just kidding. Say it loud and proud. I'm kidding. But that is precisely the reason why the ADL fucking despises me. Okay? This is what Ethan is talking about when he's like, dude, you are literally creating an environment that is pro-terror. You're brainwashing people into loving terrorism and hating the small bean apartheid genocidal state of Israel. It's just a little bit of apartheid and genocide. Oh, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, J Street did do a poll on this amongst American Jews, and 62% want to stop offensive U.S. weapons to Israel. 66% want to resume funding to UNRWA. 66% want to sanction Israeli leaders. 72% want to increase aid to Palestinians, and 72% want an establishment of a Palestinian state. It's so funny to being told I've been brainwashed when I'm just like looking at things that are happening. Alan Dershowitz said that the most virulent anti-Semites are Jewish studies professors. Yeah. Every time we talk about this, I feel like it's apt to mention that Trump's pick for ambassador to Israel isn't even Jewish. This is no longer about what's best for us. I mean, it was never about what's best for Jews. Aren't Jews usually more left-leaning, especially in the U.S.? The American Jewish voters are a reliable Democratic Party voting bloc, with the exception of conservative Orthodox Jews who vote for the Republicans. Yes, it's like usually 70 to 80%. 80% this Democratic Party cycle. And it is not because of fucking Israel, okay? Was Ethan the same friend who you didn't name that compared you telling him to speak to another Jewish person who knows the Israel situation and telling a black person to speak to Candace Owens or alike back in 2023? No, he wasn't. Anyway. Once again, if you want firm endless commitment and endless loyalty to the state of Israel. It is not the dual loyalty tropes about Israel that you must pay attention to. There is a firm, committed pro-Israeli movement in this country, and its numbers far outnumber American Jews. That group is, of course, the American Evangelical Christian Zionist Protestant movement. Okay? Evangelical Christians, due to a apocalyptic theological understanding that is basically like a fucking anime plot, are infinitely more committed to Israel. They also happen to be very anti-Semitic, both in their understanding of why Jews must go and live in the desert, but also what will happen to the Jews once they do go to the desert and the rapture happens. And then, of course, all the Jews that don't convert to evangelical Christianity die in eternal hellfire. So the end of that story isn't good for the Jews. Those two are mutually exclusive, though. Are you saying Zionism isn't mainstream in the Jewish community? Maybe it was fringe in the 1920s, Lamau. First of all, it absolutely wasn't just fringe. It was there was an overt negative reaction to Zionism in the 1920s amongst the Jewish community, and that yes, Zionism in the way that people understand it is entirely different. Okay, amongst American Jews at least. That's just true. You ask 10 different Jewish Americans what Zionism means to them, and they will give you 10 different answers. Oh, meanwhile, reverse the roles here, and it's all over the fucking news. Yeah. Alexandria Sustakovich, 64, was charged with 2 counts of hate crime after attacking a couple near Chicago. Suburban woman who attacked a couple over pro-Palestine hoodie, charged with hate crime. This was the attack that took place. Old lady's about to break a fucking hip.
Stop. Stop.
Oh my God.
Call the police.
They're gonna call the police. The woman she was attacking was also pregnant. Oh my God. Wait. Why are we watching this deeply anti-Semitic hate crime? I didn't realize that yet another pogrom, just like the one in Amsterdam, was happening in a suburb in the United States of America near Chicago. Chicago, Hamas. I can't believe that the authorities arrested. I cannot comprehend why the authorities would arrest this wonderful lady who was doing nothing but defending herself. Israel has a right to defend itself, and this lady also has a right to defend herself. We have to stop this. We have to stop the real hate crime that happened against her. The Panera pogrom.
Call the police. Stop. You're a pregnant woman?
No.
Get away from my wife. What the hell is your problem?
This lady, bro. This lady. Do the cops not know about October 7th? This lady, she insta victim. Can you call the police, please?
Go. Good problem.
Bro, why is she following them? Yo, that's crazy. Grandma, you are 62 years old. You're about to throw your hip out. God damn. That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. I've never seen them do this to an actual Nazi, by the way. Yeah. Now that you say it, it is interesting. Where the fuck is there smoke for like the real neo-Nazis? I mean, I'm assuming if she has this level of smoke for random people wearing Palestine hoodies, I suspect she probably voted for the you know, neo-Nazi cabinet. So she's actually 30. Her Islamophobia just aged her horribly. Yeah. What is this? Sickening. This is Europe. You can't raise a Palestinian flag here. Attacking woman with a flag.
Europe here! Fuck off, Iraq! This is Europe! Europe! Europe, European! Fuck off!
Ain't no fucking way. I don't think this is new. Bro. Bro said this is Europe. You can't have a Palestinian flag here and then hit the fucking Sig Heil. Yo, Germans are so fun. Is this Norway? Oh my God, he's not. I immediately assumed it was German. I'm sorry. Muscle memory kicked in. Muscle memory kicked in for him, dude. He just started Sig Heiling as a reflex. What the fuck? Yo. Yo, that's so funny. He just like, he couldn't stop himself, dude. The epigenetic memories, dude. Oh, that's hilarious. Common anti-Deutsche greeting. Immediately. Oh, he's Sig Heiling. Okay, I think he is. He might be a German tourist in Norway. I'm sorry. Bro. Bro went back to factory settings. Dude, that's so funny. What the fuck? Oh my God. Yeah, he's actually fighting. Thank God there's people out there fighting anti-Semitism, dude. Okay. Thank God. The ADL be like, these are brave warriors fighting against anti-Semitism. What's wrong with you? Excuse me. This is a brave warrior on Reddit fighting against anti-Semitism. Look at what he's doing. Okay?
Fuck off! It's Europe! Europe here! Fuck off, Iraq! This is Europe! Europe! Europe, European! Fuck off!
What is she saying? I can't hear what she's saying. I heard the N word. Oh, she says the N word? literally said the words too, I guess, in case the onlookers had doubts. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. They wanted to make sure everybody knows how hard they support Israel. Do you understand? They wanted to make sure that, you know, none of the onlookers thought that, like, accidentally that they had any problems. So I presume they dislike both sides of the conflict? No, dog, they don't. Okay? They're not attacking anybody with the Israeli flag or like random Jewish people, okay? They're attacking people at a pro-Palestinian rally. Ironically enough, some of those people are Jewish, most likely. You know. Yeah, no, I don't think they have issue with both sides of the conflict. I think they have issues with one side of the conflict, and that one side is the side that they hate the most. So that's the thing you guys don't understand about, like, the way that European Nazis have, like, converted their hatred. Okay? Like, the modern day fascism, sure, there's still plenty who hate Jews and are anti-Semitic, but that doesn't stop them from loving Israel, because Israel is killing their number one enemies, which is Arabs, which is brown people. Okay? Go anywhere in fucking Europe and you will understand what I'm saying. Bro, stop. You're actively clip chimping this guy. I know, it's really fucked up. I'm clip chimping the guy who said Sig Heil. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we don't know how this incident started. I don't know. European hate movements never died. They just switched targets. I mean, yeah. He's blocking projectiles. Yeah. He's blocking projectiles by also saying Sig Heil. Swedish Jew here. I can confirm they hate Muslims more than us. Yeah. This doesn't mean that they don't hate Jewish people either. Of course they hate Jewish people too. It's just that they don't hate Israel. They love Israel. They think Israel is awesome. It's a twofer. It's a twofer. They get to send all the Jews there, number one, and also number two, all the people in Israel are killing their enemies. That's how it works. There's also a very obvious reason why Benjamin Netanyahu has no issues, one, doing Holocaust revisionism, and also simultaneously routinely engaging with, like, anti-Semitic fascist leaders in Europe. It's great. When anti-Semitism increases in Europe or in other places where Jewish people live, that's fantastic for Israel, because it only solidifies in the minds of Jewish people living in the Western world that, like, there is no safe place other than Israel. Okay? It's great. The greatest threat to Israel is not Iran. It's fucking Sherman Oaks. I will always say that. The greatest threat to Israel is not Iran. It's Brooklyn. It's Sherman Oaks. It's Boca Raton. Okay? That's it. Straight up. The moment that people that normally live in, like, a Western style country in Israel feel unsafe because the security boundaries have been penetrated over and over again, why the fuck would you live there? Why would you live in Israel? Actually, I will have you know, according to Twitter, the greatest threat to Israel is you. Yeah, of course. Well, not the greatest threat to Israel, because that's, you know, somewhat valid. I am a pretty large, pretty prominent political content creator, and I am very outspoken. I'm a very outspoken critic of Israel. I also happen to be a very outspoken critic of anti-Semitism, which is probably doubly consequential and doubly a threat for Israel and those who want to defend Israel. But what Twitter will say is not that I'm a threat to Israel. They will say I am a threat to Jews, which is not correct. Videos like this are good to show the EU chatters. They say, haha, America's cooked. You're cooked right alongside us. Oh, yeah. Looks like Muslims importing anti-Semitism into Europe. Yeah, obviously. The biggest anti-Semitic incident here isn't the fucking dude, Sig Heiling. It's that, you know, people are roaming the streets with Palestinian flags. That's unacceptable. You have to understand, I'm being sarcastic when I say this. Okay? I'm being sarcastic when I say this. But that is unironically exactly what defenders of Israel think. Okay? Straight up. Like, not even a little bit joking about that. Ben Shapiro has openly defended anti-Semites being anti-Semitic and then have said, I don't really care about their anti-Semitism because they're firmly committed to Israel's defense. It's like, bro, they're anti-Semitic here, dumbass, and you're here. You're not in fucking Tel Aviv. You live here. You live in America, you fucking idiot. You are an American Jew living in the United States of America talking about, oh, this person is committed to Israel, so I don't care about their anti-Semitism. It's like, what do you think that does? Dana Bash said she's not sure which side neo-Nazis are on. That's because she thinks supporting peace and ending the slaughter of Palestinians is apparently a Nazi position. Her hatred of Muslims is disgusting. Her support for the genocide makes me question which side she's on. Yeah. Shaky Gurga is always on point with Israel takes. I mean, he pops off on that. So does Anna Kasparian. Thanksgiving is back on, boys. What the fuck? Throw him a like? Yeah, there you go. Dana Fash, baby. Why is your head so small if your uncle had big size? I don't know. What is this? I mean, that's just fucking populism. The guy in the video is fucked up, probably because of populism. And watching this video and making that whole content and political discussion about it is populism as well. No, man, that's just him being a Nazi. Like, you don't have to reduce everything back down to populism, okay? The fuck? I think you don't have a clue about real European Nazis. I mean, that's just a young idiot who doesn't have a feeling / clue for what he is doing there. Why does every fucking European social democrat or every European neo-Nazi come in here and immediately hit the, actually, they are not a high IQ enough to understand the technocratic neoliberalism that will be welcomed in Europe? Every single time, brother. I don't know why some European chatters always hit that fucking line over and over again where they're like, you have to have a real high IQ to understand European neo-Nazi movements. Like, what is going on? Brother, he hit the Roman salute twice and then said Sig Heil. That's it. Like, what do you want? Him to have an ugly ass mustache too? Like, what more do you need? I've noticed a lot of your haters are European strange. It's because they were former lovers of mine. Okay? I'll explain it to you. It's very simple. Okay? Europeans are kind of like the Democratic Party. They like having the moral high ground over American dumbasses, right? They like saying stuff like, oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben, American Politik is so stupid. Your Democrats are like our conservatives here, okay? But of course, then they realize that I'm not just like advocating for European-style social democracy. I want to go beyond it. Or rather, I understand the historical context in which even European-style social democracy existed only because the specter of communism was haunting Europe, and that because of that, many Europeans in Western Europe especially had to at least cave and concede and capitulate to the demands being made by trade unionists and socialists and communists alike, especially in the aftermath of World War II, when, you know, the fascist movements took a major hit, only to have their hit be restored by NATO and the United States of America, plus the Marshall Plan. But basically, they despise socialism. Like, a lot of Europeans fucking despise socialism. They think they figured it out. They think they have the method, not realizing that the exact same material conditions being clawed back by the very same neoliberal institutions that they hail as like champions of liberal democracy are the reason why there is a growing fascist movement in Europe. Okay? So because they have this like morally superior attitude to the United States of America, they can't recognize that much of my criticisms also apply to Europe as well. So then they get really fucking mad. They're like, oh, I didn't realize you were some socialist bastard, you know? What the fuck? I didn't realize you were communist. You want the Vladimir Putin to come and destroy mine hotcakes. You want the Vladimir Putin to come. It's Putler. You want the Vladimir Putler to come and take mine lolly. And then they just like lose themselves in the music the moment you own it. Europeans are some of the biggest fucking NATO cucks on the planet, dude. They love American empire. Okay? They do. Some Europeans. Not realizing that if left unexamined, okay, these kinds of fascist movements, along with all of the austerity that comes in the aftermath of privatization, due to having no fucking socialist alternative out there that can provide a counterbalance, is the reason why you're going to lose your fucking healthcare too, dumbass. It's happening already. Now, of course, that's not the Europeans that are in this chat right now. The Europeans that are in this chat have been in here for years and years, and they are the socialist backbone of European politics and secure a collective total of 11 fucking seats year over year in the entirety of the European Parliament. And the AfD is obviously, and many other fascist movements have very quickly captured infinitely more attention and infinitely more support from the fucking dumbass masses in Europe as well. But there is still a massive number of committed social democrats and liberals in Europe, and those motherfuckers absolutely despise me because they think I'm a populist. I'm just like the AfD, but also on the other side. Very danger. Much danger there. Okay? We here in Europe do not like the extremes on both sides. Okay? We don't like it. We don't like the extremists on both sides, yeah. The AfD is bad. We understand it. Okay? But so is Islamofascism, right? We don't like the Islamofascism. These Eurofash moralizing ass bastards so annoying. It makes me wish. What? Amok was shut down in the shithole barren peninsula they call Europe, which just freeze the fuck over sometimes. Okay, chill. Huh. But yeah, that's what it is. That's why I have a lot of fucking Euro style haters. Many of them massive Destiny supporters, by the way. Like an incredible amount. AfD is good. You are tilted and mad. Yeah, dude, it's so good. Oh my God, it's gonna make Germany white again, dude. Yeah, that's right. AFD is so good. If if their agenda is implemented, Germany's average age will be like 78. Okay, and you still won't get pussy, you dumb fuck. You think that when you actually institute an ethno state, okay, when you institute this like Germany for Germans only style ethno state, that you're gonna get pussy. You're not. Okay, the white Helga is still gonna fuck the German Chad. Okay, you are not getting pussy, big dog, unless you fix your attitude. Okay, straight up. So many of these dumb fucks literally think like, no, you know, once we do the ethno state, like I'm gonna get a state mandated girlfriend. Like, no, you're not. Okay, you're not. Helga's not fucking you. She's throwing it back for the German Chads. Okay. It's like, as long as Helga's not fucking the Turkish, it is okay. She can fuck the German folk, Chad, yeah. It's okay. As long as she's not fucking the refugees that are coming into my country, Deutschland, for the Germans. Nein, mein Helga. No. Oh. Ich möchte Helga. You're kind of a bit behind. A lot of social democrats have woken up in the last few years. Social democrats have woken up. They see the fascist signs as well. Problem is that a lot of social democratic parties have structures that are firmly controlled by the elites, like the Democratic Party. It's difficult to actually get party leaders that think the same as the party base. No, I'm sure that exists. Yes. I get it. Translate the German Antifa tweet and watch the video. We're so cooked. What should the police officer do if he doesn't keep his distance? Journalists must always keep a certain distance from the police and must not constantly walk in front of them. Being pushed aside is completely justified. Okay, to be fair, that's just the most German. Germans have to abide by the rules. Like this is, it is funny that the guy saying that has an Antifa flag though. But like that is like German Antifa. That's just normal. They have to. It's rules autism, yes. I never understood why the German Antifa are so pro-Israel. The TrueAnon episode is elucidating. It's all USA's fault once again. Was soll denn der Polizist machen, wenn ihr nicht Abstand halt? Journalisten müssen immer zur Polizei einen gewissen Abstand einhalten und dürfen nicht permanent vor ihnen laufen, dass man den beiseite geschoben wird, ist vollkommen berechtigt. Antideutsche, ja. And the left party was basically broken up by a part leaving and forming the BSW. They're seen as the far left party now, but share basically half of their talking points with the AFD. So Yeah, someone in the chat said, yeah, you should move to Germany. Okay, it's the one fucking Western nation that's worse than America when it comes to pro-Israel sentiment. In Germany, they would have arrested these guys 100%.
I'm gonna fight you. Punch me. Okay.
What the hell? You okay?
Anyway. Europeans are never going to support commies, so why not be the closest one, which is sock them? Yeah, that's a really dumb approach to the problem that is already ever present in Europe. It's not going to get fixed anyway. But that's the exact same attitude as to why it's not going to get fixed. Also, I'm an American leftist. What are you talking about? We don't even have fucking socialized medicine here. And I advocate for the same shit here. Why the fuck would you think that I would appeal to a more moderate position? That's nuts. Anyway, Adin Ross threatens to expose Kick CEO one last chance. Adin Ross is threatening to expose Kick CEO Ed Craven online. The streamer is offering up one last chance to make things right in private. Adin Ross's time at Kick appears to have come to a close. The popular content creator stated he's unsure when he will stream next, following speculation that he's parted ways with the platform. After Ross was permanently banned on Twitch, he jumped over to rival Kick in what he dubbed the biggest streaming deal of any creator. However, it hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows for Ross since joining Kick. His strained relationship with CEO Ed Craven has become a major talking point in recent weeks. In a recent live stream, a viewer asked Craven if Ross had in fact left Kick. While the CEO's reply left the status of the platform still in air, his claim that Ross focuses on engagement farming left a sour taste in the content creator's mouth.
Did Adin Ross leave Kick? I don't think Adin left Kick. I think it's just him causing his. He loves. He's good at. What's he does is like doing the drama stuff. Getting all the engagement farming.
Wait, doesn't this guy already own Stake? Why is he gambling on his own website?
I have not heard anything about anyone leaving Kick, but I'll leave it. I'll let the Twitter stuff do the Twitter stuff.
You know how the internet is.
Where the fuck's Adin gonna go to? Adin's banned from Twitch. He's gonna go to fucking Rumble or some shit? I don't know. Like, he's got nowhere to go. Like, what do you mean? Where's he going? Fucking Adin.
Following these comments, Ross took to X, formerly Twitter, and now deleted posts and wrote he has now no choice to handle this the way he wants to handle it. All right, well then this leaves me no choice to absolutely handle this the way I want to handle this. Instead of dealing with this in private, you want to crack jokes and laugh it off and tell Neon's management that this is all a script. I'm going to enjoy UFC and give you one last chance to make things right privately with me before I tell and show the world what? The real you. At the time of the writing, Craven has not addressed these comments publicly, and Ross has not commented further on his fractured relationship with the Kick CEO. However, we'll keep you updated when any new developments arise. Adin Ross is going to be the new press secretary, isn't he? Yeah, Trump is hiring Adin Ross. Secretary of Urban Development and Housing. You need to see this before the end of the stream.
This is what happened when you say LeBron not the GOAT. Say LeBron the GOAT.
Why wouldn't she say that? Wow. White supremacy has infected every generation in this country. That's crazy. Thank God. There's good parenting still out and about.
Say LeBron the GOAT. All right, well, you go sit right here. You go stay right here. You're not moving till you say LeBron the GOAT. Say LeBron the GOAT. Say LeBron the GOAT. Yeah. All right, well, you go stay right here then.
That's a good dad. That's a good dad. Doing the right thing. Anyway, here's an article from Nathan Grayson. There will never be a liberal Joe Rogan, but the Democratic establishment prefers to ignore what it's already got. Within seconds of left-leaning pundits calling for a liberal Joe Rogan day after Trump's reelection, the idea had already become a meme. At this point, posts deriding the notion of the massively popular podcast host, but blue, are at least as numerous as those sincerely endorsing it. The reason is clear. Joe Rogan, the man in the cultural phenomenon, is not something you can simply grow in a tube, though he does look like a homunculus. But these cries elide a more salient point. There's already a left-leaning content creator ecosystem, and the Democratic establishment chooses to ignore large swaths of it. For the moment, Democrats remain married to networks like MSNBC and CNN, as well as papers like the New York Times, places that will parrot the comforting lie that Kamala Harris lost because of her campaign, which went hard on topics like border control and a lethal military, while failing to take strong stances on trans rights in Palestine, was somehow too woke. New segments of columns suggesting that Dems surrendered former strongholds because they use words like Latinx have left even mainstream names like Jon Stewart baffled. You were exposed in a viral TikTok? What?
Also have a very questionable, almost carnal, lascivious obsession with LeBron James because every single day my boyfriend brings him up to no end. First it was my sunshine. Every day, my sunshine, my sunshine, my sunshine. I thought he was talking about me. My nigga, he was talking about LeBron. Now he's talking about pouring honey on a goat. I'm pouring honey on a goat. What are we talking about right now? Do you want to have sex with him? I think my boyfriend is.
Yes, but only if he deems me worthy. Like, what kind of question? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, when people ask this question, I'm like always confused. It's like, that is a deity, okay? That is a god. What do you mean? The answer is yes.
He's emotionally cheating on me with LeBron James. Every day he's bringing up LeBron James. He asked me if we can name our daughter LeBronette. Is this should I be concerned? I don't know. I think I'm talking to my therapist about this. Imagine
you shouldn't be concerned because there's no one in the world that could fill that void. Okay? That's it. Never beating the bisexual allegations? No, it's different. It's called LeBron sexual, okay?
You pick up your phone, your boyfriend starts singing, "You are my sunshine, my..." I'm like, oh my God, wow, you really love me.
Like, look at that. Look at that. Bagless, okay? For 20 fucking plus years, bagless, and the most dominant player. How is that possible? Just pure stamina, okay? No fucking... No frills, all thrills, okay? Just straight up. Yes, bagless. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need it, okay? You know who needs bags, dude? You know who needs to have an inventory? You know who needs to have an inventory of different kinds of movements? It's like, save that shit for LaMelo Ball, okay? That's a different style. And that's fun too, okay? I like that. I like watching that as well. But LeBron James does not need it, okay? He does not need it. How is he still getting better? He's 40!
I'm like, oh my God, wow, you really love me. He's talking about a 48-year-old basketball player.
Yeah, the only reason why it's valid that LaMelo Ball got fined $100,000 for saying no homo is because yes, homo when LeBron exists, okay? That is not only homophobic to say no homo, it's homophobic to say no homo in the same league as LeBron James. That's it. Anyway. Dude needs to tell his girlfriend to put on the jersey and hit it from the back. She's going to get a ring. When the LeBron lobby is done paying to push narratives, just know that the Kobe lobby is here and ready to make you the new face. No, I will never. I wish I was a part of the LeBron lobby. That would mean I would get to meet LeBron. I am the John Fetterman for LeBron James. Okay? An oafish ogre. who only is motivated by one thing and one thing only: undying love and loyalty to the infallible LeBron James, the man who invented basketball. Will you stroke to LeBron? Yeah. Anyway. You are the anti-LeBron defamation league? Yes. Anyone who defames LeBron, I will instantly call a white supremacist. Doesn't matter. Like that little black baby who was who was put in timeout by her goated father who was correcting the record. Okay? Anyway. For the moment, Democrats remain married to networks like MSNBC. Hasan Abi Piker, the internet's most visible leftist content creator, has been beating a similar drum for the past couple of weeks. This is a cynical right-wing framing instead of accurately addressing the real problems the Democratic Party has. While watching a CNN segment in which Democratic strategist Julie Rodzinski claimed that the party faltered because of social justice jargon and alleged capitulation in the face of student protests at colleges like Columbia University. And this is the only thing your parents are watching. Just remember that. The only thing your parents are watching is this kind of dumb, nonsensical bullshit that deflects the actual responsibility away and just looks at the problem and says, you know what it is? We didn't just do more of the thing that actually made people annoyed with us. Piker spends months leading up to Harris's defeat decrying her desperate entreaties to a non-existent midpoint between Democrats and Republicans. He critiqued their failure to offer voters economic policies that might truly fire them up, especially after the campaign brought on crazy taxi expert and weirdo identifier Tim Walz, whose track record as governor of Minnesota suggested a focus on such issues. Piker pushed hard against the Democrats' unwillingness to platform a Palestinian, so much so that it might have gotten him kicked out of his suite at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. On election night, Piker streamed to over 300,000 concurrent viewers. This put him in league with right-wing heavy hitters like Dan Bongino, Steven Crowder, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, pillars of an alternative media apparatus that the liberal commentariat now covets. But instead of holding up Piker and his example of what America's left could use more of, they invented a hypothetical, an uncritical, subservient totem in liberal Joe Rogan. To other leftist content creators, this served as evidence that liberals do not understand Rogan or the non-hypothetical alt-media ecosystem that already does exist. Joe Rogan is not Ben Shapiro, Caroline Kwan, a leftist Twitch streamer who covers pop culture's whole aftermath. He's not Charlie Kirk. You can say he's part of the manosphere that the Republican Party has been courting in its election outreach, but Joe Rogan did not come into his success as a podcaster because he was talking about politics or because he was explicitly a conservative. Yes, he endorsed Trump, and yes, he certainly believes opinions and believes that are very right-wing in nature, but he also believes in climate change. He's not a straight-up right-wing dude, and that's why people are drawn to him. They're drawn to the culture that Joe Rogan is a part of, that he has created in talking about working out, talking about space, talking about being anti-establishment, expressing distrust of authority. Joe Rogan is not a Ben Shapiro. Admittedly, Rogan has moved extremely far to the right in recent years, embracing numerous conspiracy theories as a result of COVID-19 vaccines and lockdown measures. Still, as Kwan sees it, there are clear fissures in a right-wing media landscape that people on the outside looking in might be tempted to view as homogenous. You have right-wing sphere of commentators like pundits like Ben Shapiro. These guys are funded explicitly by right-wing mega donors and corporations, the same that would be funding a Fox News, she said. They're explicitly ideological in their conservative politics, and they are news, but in a non-traditional format. They're podcasting. They're on YouTube. Then you have the group of, for example, Lex Friedman and Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn, where they are not explicitly and totally political. It's something where they have conversations with a wide range of people, from conspiracy theorists to Marianne Williamson to Donald Trump to some random dude off the street. It's an online culture of talking about anything and everything versus being an extension of a political party. These less political personalities help the Republican Party make inroads among low-propensity voters, those who participate in elections infrequently, if at all, to a degree that polls fail to anticipate. Why don't you go on Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan will never have me on. I would go on Joe Rogan. I don't give a shit. While the right-leaning brain pill-popping manscape is hardly the only reason such demographics made a rare cameo in voting booths, it's hard to overstate the impact of Vaughn's Trump interview, which garnered nearly 50 million views on YouTube, or Aiden Ross's live stream with then freshly traumatized septuagenarian, which peaked at 580,000 concurrent viewers, and both of which allowed viewers, many young and male, to see Trump in a new light. In the latter, Trump often appeared befuddled and out of place, but Ross' approach made the encounter memorable, gifting Trump a Cybertruck with an image of his own attempted assassination on it. Moments like that outlive 100 samey Trump speeches. Joe Rogan will never have me on his show. For the record, I've shit on him way too much over the last couple of years. That would never happen. But yes, of course I would go if he invited me. I was an advocate for Kamala Harris to go on Joe Rogan too. In the final weeks before the election, Bernie Sanders, Tim Walz, and AOC all made Twitch appearances in support of Harris, but they again steered clear of any remotely divisive personalities, though Sanders did at least learn what a VTuber is. This former political candidate and current leftist politics streamer, Mike from PA Buyer, told Aftermath, is the difference between how Democrats and Republicans approach content creators. Democrats desire deference. Republicans will go with whatever gets the job done. He used the example of Harry Hasan, a 22-year-old self-described Democrat with 1.5 million followers on TikTok. Hasan will go and make the classic soy face while standing in the same room as Kamala Harris, right? It's almost like, look at how she's our friend, Buyer told Aftermath. They trade on access. In exchange for access, they offer guerrilla marketing. It's a shill. They say the Democrats are perfect. They're going to win, and we love them. They're so amazing. Isn't she a queen? There are a lot of Democrat partisans who will watch that, but they're watching for glimpses of Kamala Harris or whatever. The Republican side has less of that, believe it or not. Even the dumbest commentators on Newsmax are talking about issues and having opinions and disagreeing with Mitch McConnell. In the Republican Party, populist discontent is the mainstream. In the Democratic Party, that's excommunicable. That's not to say all Democratic politicians staunchly stick to the path of least resistance. AOC has collaborated with Piker, who criticized Democratic establishment nearly as much as he goes after Republicans at various points, first in 2020 to the tune of hundreds of thousands of viewers, and a handful of times since, most recently earlier this year. Piker on his face appears to be a pure political commentator, more similar in focus, if not ideological bent, to Ben Shapiro or Charlie Kirk than Joe Rogan. But that, say other leftist content creators, is a fundamental misunderstanding of his appeal. He's charismatic, good-looking, and he has all the nerd interests that Twitch viewers like. He's a cross-platform star. He has friendships with people who are not political. He's somebody who can span the whole area of Twitch, from gaming to IRL to activities to obviously commentary. People who have eschewed traditional media in favor of content creators aren't just looking for information, opinions, or to have preconceived notions validated. They're looking for aspirational figures, people they can try not just to think like, but be like. That, to some extent, is what a Joe Rogan or Theo Vaughn, or more regrettably, an Aiden Ross offers. It's what viewers see in Piker, who posts pics and videos of his fits and his fitness progress, in addition to streaming political commentary. Hasan, with his himbo aesthetic and working out and all that, is very appealing to a lot of young viewers, a lot of young men who say, yeah, I once upon a time was falling down the alt-right pipeline, and then I found Hasan, said Kwan, and now I'm here. Piker has also demonstrated a willingness to engage in lengthy conversations with right-leaning big-name friends, for example, Asmongold and FaZe Banks, the latter of whom recently endorsed Trump. That are Rogan and like vibe, but the polar opposite in terms of Piker's response to his collaborators' ravings. While things do occasionally get heated, for the most part, he listens to what they have to say and draws on a deep well of knowledge to gently push back while avoiding the argumentative fever pitch of a debate. This is the kind of thing Denims, another leftist political streamer, thinks the left needs more of. I think condescension is a problem that exists on the left, Denims told Aftermath. I think everybody who's on the left has known that it's a problem for the longest time. It's very hard to have positions that are left-leaning and then educate on why they are better positions to have without coming off like you're talking down to someone. The common sense position on immigration would be, oh, just close all our borders. But the reality is that's not what's going to fix the problem, because that's not what the problem is. So now you have to explain what the problem is, the solution to it, and you have to do it all without being a condescending asshole. These characteristics, in addition to being in the right place at the right time years ago, have allowed Piker to grow beyond Twitch's relatively narrow confines. In that regard, at least among leftist streamers, he stands alone. While the right counts among its ranks a whole cinematic universe of Crowder-sized politics yappers and has managed to lure over ostensibly apolitical figures like Rogan and Ross, the left boasts just one Piker, and boasts is probably overstating it considering how reluctant the establishment has been to embrace him. Other leftist streamers, of which there's a growing faction, are vastly smaller. On a good day, Buyer is, as he put it, between 10 to 25% of Hasan in terms of viewership. Kwan, who's friends with Piker, voiced concern about being perceived as a Hasan waiting room, which is understandable given how many streamers go live early in the day and tend to wrap up just before Piker tends to log it on in the afternoon. They're effectively feeding off his viewership, something Kwan wants to avoid for fear of cultivating a community that can't grow on its own terms. that just trades the same viewers back and forth ad infinitum. My question is, are those just Hasan's viewers? Quan said. Will they drop you as soon as Hasan goes live because Hasan is their guy? Money talks. But why aren't there more influencers with Piker size, reach, and most importantly, impact on the left? For the record, this was like literally why I, in the early stages when I was like helping Will grow, wanted him to, do his own collaborations, like make his own content. And he did. He grew in his own right and he has his own community. There are plenty of people in his community that don't even fucking like me, as a matter of fact. I love that personally because this way he gets to have his own community and it's not just like an extension of mine. And it's not an extension of mine at all. But why aren't there more influencers with Piker size, reach, and most importantly, impact on the left? In part, it comes down to who the Democratic and Republican establishments choose to back. Part of the role, folks like myself, is to critique power and present ideas on how to wield power more to the benefit of folks like us, working class people, said Jack Riverboat Jack Gardner, a trans-political streamer, told Aftermath. That's not just really where the Democratic Party has its goals right now. I think they're afraid of tapping into something that's too real, the kind of thing that Bernie Sanders tapped into in 2016. They're afraid of activating that base because it kind of ruins their ability to reach out to their big money donors, and they aren't bringing enough to the table on the merits of their own policy to actually back up that kind of shift in how to approach politics and communications. We'll stop talking politics for the most part, though. Will never talks about politics. Republicans are playing by different rules. Their content creators trade in outrage, misinformation, and conspiracy theories, which keeps their base riled up and ready to lash out. Democrats cold shoulder criticisms and blame far left for defeats, while Republicans let their base drive party messaging, often seizing on social media trends and sending them up the chain from content creators to Fox News and Newsmax to politicians. The right wing has basically moved towards their YouTubers, which is a terrible thing for all of us. Jacob Geller, a YouTube video essayist whose videos often touch on political subjects, told Aftermath. The right supports these people with the establishment. It is really hard to find the separation between what is politically acceptable and what is politically unacceptable, and has to be said on a detached podcast because they're all just one big group. Piker grew organically on Twitch, albeit in part thanks to a significant fame boost granted by his tenure at the Young Turks, a prominent left-leaning news network on YouTube and Facebook, among others, headed up by his uncle Cenk Uygur, at a time when few sizable political streamers existed on the platform, and smaller streamers have since attempted to follow in his footsteps. Meanwhile, right-wing influencers on YouTube and other less niche platforms are often manufactured, sometimes to the tune of millions of dollars. Yeah, Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper is a fucking industry plant. Like, straight up. Most of these, like, PragerU people are industry plants. They get hyped up. They do not have, like, an organic following. That's it. Anyway. How about you leave her alone? Who? Fem Shapiro? Yeah, she didn't even have her SM7B plugged in at the start. Yeah. And we're talking about politics, especially far-right politics. Used to be a big no-no if influencers wanted sponsorships. Brands are now more permissive, and in an alternative brand universe, X-Kick Rumble outright supportive, causing creators in sectors like wellness and lifestyle to come out in full throated support of Trump following his re-election. The amount of money in the right-wing influencer machine is insane, just completely out of control, said Geller. The left doesn't have that. You lose sponsors for talking about Palestine. With the funding some of these right-wing essays, right-wing shows get, you can support 100 video essayists. Citizens divided. Overt political content is one piece of the puzzle, though. Liberal pundits seized on Joe Rogan in part because he's representative of a tactic at which the right has proven ruthlessly adept. Trojan horsing talking points into nearly every imaginable arena, especially ones that appeal to disaffected young men. If I am like a part of this like left-leaning machine, if I'm the Joe Rogan, I wouldn't say I'm the Joe Rogan even, but I'm somewhere in between. because I am a political commentator first and foremost, but I do everything, including Joe Rogan style shit. But, you know, The Yard would be a great example of like an apolitical show that is still like firmly on somewhat the left. Okay. Organically, they themselves are also on the left. I would go so far as to say like The Basement Yard is another one, right? There are plenty of these podcasts like PFT at his show at Barstool is again a leftist, not immediately and inherently political, but obviously you know, has these sorts of perspectives. Take, for example, video games. On platforms like Twitter and YouTube, the past year has been defined by growing, intensely conspiratorial, anti-woke movement in games, championed by creators like Asmongold, who are first and foremost gamers rather than political commentators. Misinformation laden rants against the inclusion of people of color, queer themes in games, prime typically apolitical viewers to receive similar messaging from the right, and to believe that if they just side with a party that's offering a quick fix for what they've been told is society's biggest problem, their video games will become great again. Asmongold himself recently completed the line between A and B by going on an overtly racist rant against Palestinians, which got him suspended from Twitch for 2 weeks. Despite all the misinformation, Bayer believes there's a kernel of truth to gamers' concerns, and that's the problem. What's wrong with gaming right now is that it's owned by a few mega conglomerates that buy up all the studios, and they produce games that are by committee for the purpose of creating addictive loops of exploitative microtransactions, and the developers are put under extreme time crunches, and they're not given time to fully polish the game. You have a decline because of the imperative of making higher profits in the previous quarter. It recalls the enshittification of everything. How do you process enshittification? Do you think about the abstract issues of economic production and means of production and rights and esoteric ideas about ownership and creativity? Or are you thinking, oh, there must be a cabal of people with bad intent who hate me? We are more wired to look at a personified threat than we are a complex, multifaceted thought. Fantastic take from Michael from Pennsylvania, who I just found his government name just today. It's a complex issue, one that requires time, effort, and research to untangle if you're not taking the easy route of plopping down in front of a camera and saying what feels correct to your viewers, even if it's not rooted in anything resembling observable reality. This is not to say that there aren't content creators who push back against these corrosive lines of thought, both in video games and other artistic and cultural mediums, but they are, in multiple senses, outnumbered and outgunned. In the mid and late 2010s, the conversation around de-radicalization, that is rewriting the worldviews of people who'd had their brains hijacked by the far right's alt media ecosystem, centered around YouTubers like Natalie ContraPoints Win, who weaved political, social, pop culture criticism into lengthy video essays that explore topics like incels or simply men. A whole scene for leftist video essays emerged and still exists. Arguably, there are now more YouTubers than ever posting left-leaning deep dives into games, movies, and TV shows, as well as politics. They can't just compete with the ruthless efficiency of the far-right slot machine, which further benefits from algorithms that studies have shown tend to favor far-right content over less incendiary alternatives on the left. Yes, that is also true. And there is also a feedback loop. If there are more right-wing slop to consume, then they are more heavily pronounced in the algorithm, and they get boosted in the algorithm. And then when there's more of the heavily slop that is getting more viewership because it's boosted in the algorithm, more people look to that and go, I want to do that too. Yeah, inertia. Abso-fucking-lutely. It 100% works that way. And that is even part of the reason why. That is even part of the reason why there's so much fucking fuck Hasan content out there too. That's how it works. People see that it does numbers for themselves and they go, oh, I want to make a name for myself. I'm going to do a fuck Hasan essay as well. In March this year, Wynn released her most recent video, a meticulously researched and written 3 hours opus about the Twilight series that touches on political ideas like sexual hierarchy and the current favored boogeyman of both Democrats and Republicans, identity. Meanwhile, Ben Shapiro has posted 3 videos a day, nearly every day, which he does every week, like clockwork. You will not be surprised to learn that other far-right influencers employ a similar strategy, as do content creators who work appeals to right-leaning audiences like Asmongold, who often cuts up recordings of his Twitch live streams onto 4 or 5 YouTube videos per day. Leftist streamers like Piker can, to an extent, imitate this model, but not many people are capable of spending 8 to 10 hours per day talking about politics from an educated yet accessible leftist perspective. It takes a deceptive amount of work, not to mention a uniquely resilient personality. You have to have a very particular set of traits to be able to stream for the amount of time that it takes to be a streamer, said Geller. And it's exhausting being a full-time political operative in this kind of sphere. I started doing this thing because I love writing about art and video games, and I do really enjoy sometimes incorporating explicit politics into my writing. But if somebody told me this is what every video has to be, I think I would just burn out so much more quickly. There's also the issue of research. Sarah Z, a video essayist who focused on pop culture, internet history, and fandom, pointed to the example of the Gravel Institute, a left-wing attempt at countering conservative advocacy channels like Notorious Propaganda Firehose PragerU, which has over 3 million subs on YouTube and publishes multiple videos per day. As of now, Gravel Institute has under 400,000 subscribers, and they have not put out a video in over 2 years, she said. I don't think their videos are all bad. In fact, I thought their documentary on Cambodia was quite well researched and well crafted, but that's also why it couldn't work. That's why it couldn't be the new PragerU. It was aesthetically similar in that it was bite-sized political content with cute animations, but unless you have a massive amount of money to start with, you can't simultaneously be an educational channel and be constantly producing slot machine. Yeah, the other part of it is money. Money. Who the fuck would, who is going to be the singular billionaire, or maybe like 5 to 6 multimillionaires or billionaires that are going to get together and be like, we value propaganda. That's it. It's not going to happen. You cannot be a successful anti-capitalist leftist content creator and also be firmly defended by corporations. Okay? Corporations and massive multi-billionaires. Why the fuck would they ever give money to a guy who says billionaires should not exist? Okay? That's the whole point. Republicans don't say billionaires should not exist. They will never say that. They say being a billionaire is great. They uplift the lie of meritocracy. Okay? Left-wing content requires grassroots fandom and grassroots support. I rely on you guys subscribing to me. Okay? I don't have advertisers. I routinely deny advertisers. I've revealed to you one of the last ones on election night that a politics betting platform that offered me as a start to the conversation $1 million just to be able to offer wall-to-wall advertising on the election day coverage. I said no to that. Okay? It's against my principles. I'll give you another example. The Political Action Committee that I had on, they also offered me a lot of money. I won't say how much, but it was a lot. Not $1 million, but still a lot. I had Rashida Tlaib on, I had them on, and I refused to take their payment. I told them to make a donation in my name to an adequate charity instead, if they would choose to do so, or, spend the money elsewhere. The reason why I did that is because I don't need money for political advocacy. I do it because I believe it. Okay? And there are advertisements I do take up when they offer it to me. There are advertisements I've done on the stream, usually video games, right? But that is the reality. The reality is that this can only work. This can only work if it is an organic movement. Has he addressed the adpocalypse? I mean, what a wonderful question. The adpocalypse. We do not know if it's real or not, but my latest YouTube video, I believe, covers it. This is not a normal. Is Twitch collapsing? You can go watch it right now. If they wanted to produce content at the same rate as PragerU, they would have to produce content that's worse, at which point we're losing sight of our original goal. If you want a Fox News, Joe Rogan, anything like that, you're asking for an infrastructure system that needs misinfo to succeed. Kat Abu, who makes fun of conservatives from networks like Fox News on TikTok, told Aftermath. I don't think that's necessarily the solution to the problem of right-wing media dominance, making people less informed. Geller believes this same applies to the Rogan of it all. The reason that the right gets to have their Joe Rogans and their Ben Shapiros is because you can make an incredible amount of content when you're just saying words and never have to verify them with anything. Geller, who read a gargantuan book on torture for a recent video on Call of Duty, said, "It takes a long time to be correct, and it takes a very short time to be wrong. It's not that leftists never make things up, but it's almost part and parcel with being a right-wing influencer. You just get to go out and speculate on vaccines, whereas the left is not really held to that same standard, nor would leftists want it to be that way. Leftists love being critical of other leftists, and I think if big creators are out there just truly making shit up in the same way that Joe Rogan does, they are not going to maintain a platform because that's not what people are looking for. Exactly. That's why it's one of the things that frustrates me also all the fucking time when left-leaning content creators or people who present themselves as like liberal or apolitical content creators make drama slop about me, saying that I fucking misinform my audience when it's literally not true. That is the reason why random Keemstar orbiters that will turn around and not know a single damn thing about what the fuck they're talking about in terms of politics will say, oh, Hasan misinforms his audience, Alex Jones the left. And then you have fucking CNN presenting me as an alternative that routinely... Mic is bad. Okay, what about now? Is it good? Is it good? Mic cable disconnecting. Is it good now? Is it good now? Better? Good? Okay. So, people who are Keemstar orbiters make fucking drama slop content. They don't know a single damn thing about the politics that they're speaking on. But then they will turn around and fucking do drama slop content to be like, Hasan is misinforming his audience. Hasan is a bad debater. Hasan is this. Hasan is that. Hasan is the Alex Jones of the left. A lot of people find that to be easily consumable, and then they get duped by that and then, write me off without ever questioning the motives of a person like that. Okay? They never actually seek it out on their own. They never actually turn around and go, wait, let me take a look at this. Okay? They just move on with their lives, and I understand that. Having said that, okay, obviously there's a reason why for every one of those fucking random losers who don't know a single damn thing about politics or anything that they speak of or consider themselves to be apolitical, okay, there's a reason why the likes of CNN have presented me as a person that actively targets and combats misinformation online. This is what I do. This is what I do best. Actively go after misinformation. Unfriendly fire. Left-leaning creators also operate in a more fragile ecosystem than right-wing ones. This is especially notable when it comes to conflicts. A little over a year ago, Piker and longtime YouTuber Ethan Klein hosted a regular podcast together. Now, following a series of disagreements over the conflation of anti-Israel sentiment with anti-Jewish sentiment, the show is on an indefinite hiatus. And Klein has dedicated himself to Piker's downfall, resulting in, among other things, several Arab streamers in Piker's sphere getting suspended for a month over spurious claims of anti-Semitism after the ADL got involved. Subsequent complaints from Democratic Representative Richie Torres caused Twitch to adopt a whole new set of policies around labeling political streamers so that advertisers can avoid them. Amid this backdrop, a campaign led by a creator named Dan Can't Stream Saltman has been reaching out to hundreds of advertisers with evidence of supposed anti-Semitism on Twitch, beginning with Twitch's admittedly disastrous failure to re-enable email verification in Israel and Palestine for a full year, but now centering on creators like Piker, who regularly criticizes Israel for its ongoing genocide of Palestinian people. As of last week, Twitch updated its hateful conduct policy to forbid the use of the word of Zionist when used to attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious belief, a decision that the ADL applauded. Despite, or perhaps because of, all of these attempts at placation, big-name streamers are now saying their ad revenue is cratered. FaZe Kaysan recently claimed that his channel was demonetized entirely from ads, though not subscriptions and donations, because he applied for an Iran tag on it. Another streamer, Big X, reported experiencing a similar drop-off after he applied Venezuela tag to his stream. Others recently began claiming that their ad revenue has fallen off a cliff without an apparent clause. The stock guy, for example, said during a recent broadcast that he used to make $600 to $700 a week per ads, totaling around 40% of his Twitch income. Now the number has dropped to 15. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to this shit on my platform. I have nothing to do with it. But other streamers think they at least understand the broad strokes of this issue, with big names like Matthew Miskiff, Renato, calling for politics to be permanently banned from Twitch, even if that means Piker gets the perma-boot in the process. One wonders what Renato would have said if Chatter's name dropped Asmongold, his friend and stablemate at streamers organization OTK, who had a history of heinous political statements, instead of Piker. Asmongold and Piker, in turn, have gone back and forth on who deserves blame for the predicament Twitch now finds itself in. For the most part, though, Piker sees this as the impact of a bad faith campaign against him and other leftist political streamers, with other unrelated streamers getting caught in the crossfire. The campaign is completely rooted within no real ambition to tackle any bigoted sentiment whatsoever. It's just cynical as fuck, Piker said during a recent broadcast. The very same people that have launched these campaigns are openly talking about how funny it is. They don't even give a single shit about it at all. And now you got random content creators getting screwed over. It's crazy. The ban politics option is not echoed by all of Twitch's most outspoken mainstays. Every platform is doing things that would make advertisers leave, Casey Trine said in response to the suggestion that advertisers are getting cold feet is proof that Twitch is in the wrong. Trust me, Twitch has a much better handle on the content on their platform than the plethora of neo-Nazi shit you see on YouTube. There just aren't a bunch of no-life hall monitor incels reporting it. That's a banger from Casey Tron, by the way. It's correct. YouTube is a relevant point of comparison as some creators have begun referring to what's happening on Twitch as its own version of YouTube's 2017 Adpocalypse, a series of advertiser boycotts that forced the company to pour millions into creating one of the most sophisticated ad targeting systems in the world. It remains to be seen whether Twitch will take drastic action. One report suggests that the actual number of advertisers pausing spending on Twitch has been limited, but not insignificant. Nonetheless, drama farmers like Daniel Keemstar-Keem have taken to catastrophizing about this supposed purple-hued adpocalypse for content. But over the weekend, the adpocalypse narrative took some pretty serious hits. The stock guy returned after doing some tinkering and figured out the culprit on his end. Turns out he'd previously applied an election tag to his channel. Once he removed it, his ad revenue went back to normal. This suggests that Twitch is diverting ads from political content, not that advertisers are suddenly abandoning the platform in droves. There's not a fucking adpocalypse, the stock guy said. It's an advertising thing that is happening to a specific subsect on the platform. I took it off, and guess what? I'm back. Jason, Pirate Software Hall, who regularly managed to pull in over 10,000 concurrent viewers and is, by most important metrics, a big streamer, offered a similar read on the situation. There's no adpocalypse going on, Hall said during a recent broadcast. None of our ad revenue has changed. None of the ad revenue of any streamer that I know has been changed. I know that there were some problems with specifically certain tags on Twitch that people were talking about, but none of our shit has had problems. Aftermath reached out to Twitch with questions about recent ad revenue woes, but did not receive a response. Sometimes drama leads to increased viewership. After all, if right-wing creators have taught us anything, it's rage on the modern internet means engagement, and engagement means more prominent algorithmic placement. But it is the principle that underlies an overwhelming amount of right-wing content. But today's fights could have also had lasting consequences, whether they come from interpersonal feuds or from popular creators who claim some degree of liberal or leftiness while regularly espousing right-wing talking points, like the increasingly transphobic Young Turks or debate bro scene king Stephen Destiny Bonnell, the latter whom has been banging the anti-Piker drum so hard recently that it's on the verge of caving in. Though Twitch has tried to at least performatively champion progressive causes over the years, it is uniquely vulnerable to outside influence due to its relatively small size and lack of profitability. Public conflicts involving both creators and influential external forces like the ADL put additional pressure on Twitch to apply its purposely vague rules against streamers, dealing with bad faith attacks, and other applications of strength in numbers. This is the best thing I've read on this, by the way. Like, straight up. It's like, from the outside, with like limited information, given that like Twitch is not revealing anything on their end. You know, maybe, yeah, Ludwig from Video Game should have used this article as a script, honestly. Yeah, you should send this to people if they're wondering what the fuck is going on. Put external pressure on Twitch to apply its purposely vague rules against streamers. Obviously, this is not going to get upvoted on LSF, though. Don't worry. We got Richard Lewis's fucking garbage that he's getting directly from fucking Dan Saltman and Destiny. Yeah, Breitbart's very own Richard Gamergate Lewis. He's writing all the good articles on this stuff. He's got his finger on the pulse, you know? It's so funny that, like, all of this narrative about what's going on in Twitch is being driven by those who are not even on Twitch, by the way. Kick streamers. Fucking kick streamers are leading this fucking anti-Twitch crusade right now. Okay? They're going super hard with the Artemis shit today. Oh my God. 1,000,000 times over, dude. Denims, who was among the streamers that got suspended from Twitch for a month following claims of anti-Semitism, sees two options. Stay on Twitch and risk getting suspended again and now possibly demonetized, or go to YouTube and just face possible demonetization. Asman is helping give them credence. Yeah, but once again, Asman is the only like insider on Twitch that is like offering them some level of charitability. Having said that, however, you know, Asmongold also talks extensively about, you know, the Japanese gaming industry not being tarnished by, Japanese gaming industry not being tarnished by fucking Western woke culture or whatever the fuck. Venoms, who was among the streamers that got suspended from Twitch for a month following claims of anti-Semitism, sees two options: stay on Twitch and risk getting suspended again and now possibly demonetized, or go to YouTube and just face possible demonetization. I think if Twitch was the same size as YouTube, they wouldn't care about it, like the Steven Crowders of the world, the way that YouTube doesn't care about literally Steven Crowder himself, Venoms told Aftermath. But because Twitch is relatively to YouTube much smaller, they actually have to care about a lot, which has put them in an awkward position where they want to capitalize on political content because they're a company, but they don't want to hurt their bottom line, and they already aren't making any money because streaming is very expensive. For me, it feels like Twitch is not really my home anymore because they're in this transition period of growth. I think between getting your YouTube videos demonetized and getting banned on your streaming platform, I prefer to get my videos demonetized and try to work around whatever got me demonetized for the next video and the one after that. Nothing is true and everything is possible. It's not all doom and gloom, though. While leftist content creators face an uphill battle no matter which platform they're on, there's a clear opportunity to build formats that are new and different and perhaps better, removed from both party line towing traditional media and alt media's endlessly spurting slop fire hose. I don't know what my future is going to look like, said Kwam, but I really like the fact that I cover a lot of pop culture and I'm a leftist and I try to fuse the two and teach people, educate people, entertain people, but above all, create a community that's a positive one, not where we're disseminating hateful views that are further marginalizing already marginalized people. A lot of what is considered to be quality work coming out of the left is enjoyable because it's what people like Joe Rogan are not, tightly scripted, well-researched, and unambiguous in conclusion, said Sarah Z. I don't think that's a bad thing. And I also don't think we should be considering de-radicalization as a primary goal because artful treatment of the news and broader culture is important, but it's going to influence and create culture with a very different timescale and potential for spread than the reactionary stuff. She went on to draw a parallel between the recent election. Democrats spent much of their time reaching for the center and tailoring their message to largely imaginary, disaffected Republicans. In the end, hardly anybody on the right or left was excited by what they were seeing. Despite demand for an alt media ecosystem, content creators didn't fall into the same trap, especially when, at the end of the day, it's on politicians to offer people change worth mobilizing around and not on content creators to prop up dud policies. I don't think our goal should be explicit to attract right-wing audiences, Sarah Z said. And of course, that doesn't mean there's no space for people who don't already agree with us. But as far as I can tell, with the recent election, conservative voters tend to vote conservative. I think this focus on creating a media ecosystem that brings in outsiders and is less impactful than making work that energizes and educates those who are already willing to listen. I think the strive for conversion as a primary goal is to intentionally create work that's less than substantive. Geller hopes that he can at least provide a persuasive alternative to what's out there, something that sticks in people's minds long enough to maybe change them. I don't think that the right provides a very interesting way to critically analyze or take apart art. And so I'm kind of hoping that it is almost implicit in my approach, he said. What I would love to happen is somebody is stumbling across YouTube, they see one of my videos and watch it, and it's considered enough that then they see the contrast with an Asmongold and think, wow, I guess I've been eating trash and I just didn't know until now because I've never eaten anything that wasn't trash. Here's something that provides some other version of what this could be. Bayer, who is part of the cadre that streams nearly every day like Piker, sees each time he goes live as an opportunity to build and strengthen his community for whatever lies ahead. I'm really interested in what will happen when we have, as capitalism inevitably does, another economic contraction, Bayer said. Will we have another opportunity? I think the reason why Bernie Sanders was not able to win is because economically in 2016 and 2020, the economy wasn't that bad. If the left-wing bubble had happened, corresponding with a decline in confidence in capitalism or the markets themselves, it might have been a different outcome. So I'm building for the opportunities that lay ahead one day. There's really a big silver lining to Kamala Harris losing, and that is that the field is open and we'll have nobody to blame but ourselves if we choose to do another Biden, Clinton, Obama, or Harris Democratic Party. That was sick. 10-10. No notes. It's totally possible. It just feels like Devin is just using this to get his name back into the discussion, but I could also see him being involved too. I've listened to what he actually has to say on his YouTube channel. It's very misguided analysis. He thinks Twitch viewership is declining because of the content. He doesn't even mention the increase in ad density or how Twitch is still far away the leader in live streaming. He directly says either all politics is banned or we have all sides represented. It was odd to hear. Yeah, that's the real problem with Twitch is that we don't have Dan Bongino on the platform. Great article, Nathan. Yeah. Yeah. The real problem with the website is that there aren't enough Nazis on here. We got to have them on the platform. Meanwhile, everybody fucking shits on Kick, and Kick is in a state of inevitable collapse every other day because they have this, free speech rule, which is just simply a way to say, if you're a fucking neo-Nazi, you can come on this platform. Yeah, go read this article and share it with people. Rewatch the one interview where D seeds at you laughing with two girls. It's actually really funny because he acknowledges it hurts his future prospects. What? I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna retweet this. This is the best. Long read. Anyway. There's like 3 really good articles in there. So the one thing I was gonna say, the one thing I was going to say is a very comprehensive summary. And it's really good overall. There was another, what the fuck was I gonna say? Jesus Christ, I can't think. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, I will have the legend, the man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Mike Israetel. The Korean dating sim, I'm not going to be able to play tonight. I'm tired. It's 8 hours and 20 minutes in. Okay. But tomorrow, I will be lifting with the Brolic brother, Dr. Mike Israetel. I'm very excited about that. That's going to be later in the day. And, maybe we'll play the Korean dating sim together. Who knows? Okay. But that's what I got for today. I also saw this and I thought, let them fight. Destiny has become increasingly unstable since his wife left him.
Conservatives have been disgusting for years, which is why I don't give a fuck about anybody that winds up at any of these rallies and gets shot or whatever the fuck, okay? Because they had no problem making fun of Paul Pelosi. The entire world would be better off if these people were permanently removed from these platforms. Like, there is no downside and only upside to see people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Tim Pool never be allowed to publicly broadcast their opinions ever again. It's exclusively bad stuff that happens. Conservatives have been disgusting for years, which is why I don't give a fuck.
It's so funny that they hate like his best takes. Like they hate his best takes. Like his best takes get the most amount of hatred. And ironically enough, the shit that I hate him for is not this stuff, but instead is whenever he channels the most edgy and the stupidest fucking right-wing takes overall. Notice how he didn't mention Ben Shapiro? Yeah, because he likes Ben Shapiro and agrees with him. His lack of sympathy for a random dude at a rally getting clapped is pretty fucking psycho. You don't understand, okay? For him, it's like the sociopathy is considered a bonus. That's it. Like he thinks it makes him look cool. He is, and to some losers online, they do actually track that as like being cool. They do. There's a lot of fucking losers who are like, I love edgy shit. I'm so glad this guy's doing edgy content. Yeah, he has the vice signal. Roseanne Barr, he was married to a woman. But yeah. Like, I'm willing to bet if Destiny tomorrow became a right-winger, like open right-winger, not like this, I'm a liberal, but I like to say the N-word type person that he's presented himself as, his audience would not change even a little bit. If anything, his audience would probably grow. And that's what's so weird about it. You know what I mean? But like the solid, like, fuck Hasan fan base that he's cultivated would not even move an inch. They'd be like, oh, thank God you're finally here. So you're assuming right-wing peeps just drop the N-word? No, it's not just him like saying the N-word. It's that that's just one aspect of his commentary. He's already there for most of the issues. He's basically Bill Maher. He's basically Bill Maher if he came from a message board, if you think about it. No, for sure. He is Reddit personified. 1000%. He has to be an edgy boy all the time. A little edgy boy. Even though he's like fucking 40-year-old man with a child. Yeah. He's less successful Reddit Bill Maher. Anyway. Have you seen this? This thing
And
was
I
so-
said in the Mogul Mail that I think the ad rates will return by December, and they'll be all the way back in a year. I was wrong. The ad rates are already back. Here is a view of because I had some actual streamers reach out to me after I made that video. Because you know some people just their ad rates got cut. Non-political people. I think a lot of people are under the impression that the only people whose ad rates got cut are people who cover the elections or political people or whatever. That is not the case. It isn't like a blanket punishment. It seems to be somewhat random. But you can see here, October 20, whatever this is, 3rd until November, whatever this is, like 11th. So, you know, about a 3-week period, maybe a little under.
Did he just say a bunch of shit without any research? He's repeated shit from Reddit? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people do that, and it's sad to see because this motherfucker actually has a journalism degree.
This streamer who shared their data with me lost basically all their ads, 80% cut in this timeline. All right. And he said I could share it. This is Ray's Fire. I don't know if you guys know Ray. He's a variety gamer, speedrunner. Not a political guy. I know so Pirate Software. Oh, wait, what's up? He's in chat. Anyone that had a tag that was sexual, political in nature, ASMR, Iran were caught up in this due to association with geopoliticals and sexual content. I know that as a fact is true, but there are also people who I think are none of those, Pirate Software, who also were affected by this. And this is the example I have. And I'm telling you right now, although he is good at Super Mario Jamboree, There was no sexual content there, okay? Yes, Rosalina's a bad bitch. I agree with you on this point, Thor. Me and you are the same. We both think Rosalina's a bad bitch. Having said that, that is not the reason I think his ad rates got cut. It seems to have affected some other people. I don't know why. I don't know how, because you said you weren't affected by it.
Did Lud not ask you about this at all? Not even a little bit. Like, not even a, hey, do you know anything about like this adpocalypse stuff? How it started? What's going on? Like, I didn't even know that he made a video about this until I saw people yelling at me. Until I saw people yelling at me that that he had made a video about this and that I had somehow stopped him from, you know, or made him delete a part of the video or some shit like that, which is once again a narrative that like just only exists on Reddit, and people are so invested in it. Like, people just straightforwardly believe it, like genuinely. You will never be able to convince those people that that is not what happened. And it's so crazy. Hasan Anan is real. Bro always snubs you. He's like a weird friend of me. No, it's fine. He probably, I get it. Like, I understand why he, you know, probably didn't want his opinion on the matter to be tainted or tarnished. People develop fanfic before you knew about the vid? Yeah. I'm reminded of the time when I was in Australia responding to a fucking chatter that was saying something dumb, and I was like, I'm going to kill myself. Okay. And then getting my Discord messages clipped out of context, and then having like the entirety of Twitter, including Tim Pool, talk about my fucking downfall and how I had actually, you know, I was falling off and then I was on the verge of real suicide. I had no idea that this was happening. Okay. I had no idea that this was fucking happening until people reached out to me, like people that I know in the real world, like fucking Big Mike called me and was like, bro, is everything all right? I saw on Twitter that you were like going to kill yourself. And I was like, what? That's one of the most, like, that's one of the most obvious instances where like, it truly doesn't matter what the real world looks like, what the actual truth of the matter is. And what matters is the narrative that people want to create. And I think a lot of people, when they're faced with the reality, still don't want to, you know, they don't want to be reasoned with. They just want to continue along with this narrative that I had objectively fallen off. It's so great looking through old Reddit threads. You can clearly see how unhinged Destiny's community is, even from a neutral POV. Yeah. And it's very weird. It's a very odd circumstance where like people would come and debate me in my chat to be like, no, you actually do want to kill yourself. I was like, I didn't even know that this was going on. I wonder if there is a level of, like, I wonder what the tolerance is that people have for just being consistently wrong. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be a level, there's got to be something that shakes people from this stupor that they find themselves in. Like, maybe it's multiple posts saying like, no, the adpocalypse isn't real, people are clarifying, or whatever the fuck. I don't know. But it is very strange
But this is an example of someone who was. Maybe he had some. Maybe he threw on a political tag while playing Super Mario Party Jamboree. But fact remains, even the people who were affected, which I don't know how many people were, because Twitch has not said a word on this, their ad rates seem to be back. They seem to have returned to normal. So presumably it'll still continue to affect, with the tag system, the people who are making sexual or political content, as it should. But it is no longer affecting the people who I think were at least inadvertently affected. That's how I phrase it for them. And that's pretty much it. Seems to be back. Seems to be a little bit back. But yeah, anyway, I basically made one big fuck of my mogul mail. I made my mogul mail for streamers who were confused or concerned why their ad rates were going down. A lot of people wanted my mogul mail to be the root cause of what started the adpocalypse. Brother, I'm not sailing those waters. I'm not sailing those waters, okay? The only bay I'm going to is the pirate one. You get me? I'm not sailing those waters. And so I rewatched my video and I was like, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to make. I stand by everything I said in that video. Even the Mizkif rephrasing, I don't think was that bad, but he was upset by it, so I don't mind removing it because it didn't add that much to the video. And that's it. And that's it. And I move on to what I am on this earth to do, which is play League of Legends.
We all know it's Hasan's fault anyway.
At a subpar level. We have more drama. We're not done. We are not done. There is more drama. Because this streamer, or I should say this YouTuber, because I don't think they're on Twitch. But I don't know if you saw, they've been calling me out a lot. All right? And they've been making a lot of videos about it. And I'm here to fucking finally make a reply. Phoenix Girl, day 301.
Okay. I was worried for a second. He was going to go into some other shit. A mini F's coming in. Hold. The Din cells did it again with your Discord logs that you were asking for screenshots against your ops, but instead you were looking for lame screenshots of your workout stream. That's so funny. I mean, I don't think that stuff has any sort of real prominence. You know what I mean? Like, that's so... yeah, I was yelling at my Discord for not sending me fucking screenshots of my workout stream where I looked hot. AT&T ordered on a Friday, delivered today on a Monday. Biz account could get static IP if needed. Swap with the rest of LA. Damn. We got AT&T in the chat, dude. Happy birthday to Shonda Black, by the way. Din cells. Destiny incels. What is this?
I'm about to cook everybody in this picture. This whole thing pissed me off. Donald Trump, I truly hate watching you experience joy. You are only ever happy in front of a McDonald's meal, and I feel like that is because you have the same complexion as a chicken nugget. Your spray tan is terrible, and I feel like you only get it to make your veneers look more fake. Also, look at his order. Is that a fucking... Oh, it is. It's a fillet of fish. Oh,
Yeah.
it is
That's his order from McDonald's.
a fillet of fish. That's who y'all voted for? Somebody who orders a fillet of fish from McDonald's? That's disgusting. Oh, well, if it isn't the king of divorced dad jackets himself, Elon Musk, boy, Elon Musk faced too little for that massive cranium that he's got. And what makes it more unsettling is there's no contour between his eye and his ear. It's just mad smooth. Like, his face is the perfect shape to just slap the shit out of. I don't know who this guy is, but he looks slow. He pissing me off. Like, why is he holding up the box of fries? And also, why is it empty? Like, are you showing us how quickly you eat? Brother, you ordered fries and a 10-piece McNugget. Why did you feel the need to order cutlery on your food tray? This dude look like he sell used boats. I don't know who this guy is in the back, but he is such a cuck chair of a human being. Bro wants to be involved so bad, and it's sad. They didn't even let him order McDonald's. He was getting bitched in the drive-thru. And who's this supposed to be, RFK Jr.? Nobody with that hairline should have Junior in their goddamn name. That is a senior citizen. Bro looks like a sunburned tater tot. Yeah, eat that burger. I bet them worms are real hungry. Bro's brain looks like a piece of Keith Lee sushi. He doesn't want to eat this burger. Somebody look up what sunburned walruses eat so this man can truly get some nutrients. Dude looks like a business casual sea lion.
This is incredible.
I'm disgusted. And also, why you got a damn music festival bracelet on? Where did you go? Flognaw?
No, no. Oh my God. That's crazy. True. All right, that's a good note to end it on today. Tomorrow, like I said, we're going to do regular stream, and then afterwards, we're going to go and work out with Dr. Mike Israetel. Okay?
What a fucking liar, dude.
Love
What
you
a
guys.
fucking
And I'll see you
Weasley
tomorrow,
little
okay? Peace.
Liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves happiness.
Oh, you're such a big, big man, Hasan. Man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. Oh, you're such a big, big man, Hasan. Man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. Hasan Pecker. Can't make up that name. That's his name. That's his name. Hasan Pecker. Can't make up that name. That's his name. That's his name.
Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves happiness. Fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to